right. Holy smokes, it started immediately.
Whoa. Wow.
That never happens. I don't know
what
what's
episode
different.
is it?
What?
Tell them what episode it is.
Episode 268.
All right, this episode has 3 sponsors. It's being brought to you, first of all, by Squarespace.com. Start building your website today at Squarespace.com. Enter offer code PKA at checkout to get 10% off Squarespace. Build it beautiful. Also being brought to you by MeUndies.com. They are changing up the underwear game like no one else, as well as Trunk Club. Our friends over at Trunk Club, helping you look good with ease since 2016. We'll talk more about each of those companies later on in the show. But first things first, we got a great guest tonight. Got Boogie with us. What's going on, man?
Hi, guys. Not much, man. Just doing the YouTube thing and the Twitch thing and just chilling like a villain, enjoying the fallout of this Fine Brothers escapade on the internet. What an interesting time that has been.
That man, in a century, people are going to look back on this.
I'd appreciate it if no one uses the R word. I think we all know the word I'm referring to during this video. Woody does not want to get any strikes. He's a stickler about that. Won't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Gotta be
Does
careful,
anyone
man.
want to
Gotta be
lay it
careful.
out there for
No.
the people who are under a rock?
I can give you a short version of it because I'm very well versed in this.
Me too. Go
Okay,
on.
so the Fine Brothers created a channel called React, and they also have Fine Brothers Entertainment. And they've been making short films for about 12, 13, 14 years. They've been on YouTube now doing the React thing for about 6 years. And basically, they take a group of people, they put them in front of a camera, they show them stuff, and then they film their reactions. That's the premise. And they pretty much do reaction way better than anybody else is doing, way better than Jinx or any of these other reactors who just kind of watch the video, re-upload them in their entirety. It's almost respectable what the Fine Brothers do, I think, compared to what the other reactors are do.
My
Even
son
what I've done
loves
on my
their
channel,
stuff.
right?
My son
Right.
can't stop talking about it.
So they decided that they've always been kind of antagonistic when it came to people stealing their format. And their format is pretty much theirs to an extent. You know, obviously the kids react and the teens react and that stuff, that's very much them. If you hear the term elders react, teens react, you tend to think of the Fine Brothers.
The terms are, the concept, I don't know.
Right, now the concept obviously is not. So they decided to work towards trademarking what they consider to be their brand, which is teens react, kids react, or whatever. Along with that, they decided to also trademark the term react, which is not something I feel should be trademarked. I think most people feel should be trademarked because it is the first thing humans do for anything. If you see something, you think something, you hear something, you react. Like that's a natural human impulse. Having a trademark for a natural human impulse is something that you shouldn't have, and the internet definitely got involved. On top of that, they also came up with a plan where they would license their format, including like their brand names, teens react, kids react, or whatever, to people to create shows under that umbrella, ideally across the seas in different languages and different cultures. Once people got to look at the contracts, they found the contracts to be fairly exploitive and not really leaving much left over for the person creating the content, giving a lot getting kicked up to the Fine Brothers. And so
I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I think
percentage?
it was like, I think they were taking like 30% off the top, I think was the number I heard.
So wait,
I
a
never saw it.
70-30 split? That's not
Well,
too exploitive, especially for a small channel. That's almost
Does
normal.
anyone know what you would pay like a mafia don in that type of situation? What percentage do you give a guy like that? Who's
What is
getting,
the
like,
The
big-
Fine Bros
they
aren't
would-
going to break your kneecaps. Like,
I
They
feel
might.
like I could
They
go this
might.
way. If you have 5,000 subs and you sign up for full screen, what do you expect that split to be?
Yeah, it's probably going to be, I mean,
70-30, right?
I've seen 60-40.
60-40,
cases.
70-30 is
Yeah.
kind of where it begins.
Right.
And if people don't know, as you get to be like a big shot, the contracts get closer to 90-10, maybe even 95-5.
Right.
And then some of the biggest that are draws, like the Captain Sparkles, Gentle Marbles, etc. I don't know their contracts, but I know that in history, sometimes they sign them as loss leaders.
What's
Right.
really interesting to me about all of this is if you work outside of YouTube, then what the Fine Brothers are doing seems particularly exploitive. But once you've been on the inside of YouTube for a little while, you realize that there are people doing things as bad, if not worse, than the Fine Brothers. You look at what Nintendo is doing. Nintendo has an exact React World setup. If you want to produce Nintendo gameplay, you have two choices. Number one, you can put it up in your channel and they will take 100% of your revenue, or you could appeal through their program so that they'll only take, I think, 30 or 40% of your revenue. If you want to create gameplay of Nintendo videos, you have to go through a Waterworld style process. And they didn't just try to do it like the Fine Brothers did. They have successfully done that on YouTube. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. YouTube works with them. Like, stuff like that happens all the time. We're constantly fighting copyright and trademark with, and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I was interrupting you.
You're dealing with the movie industry, the gaming industry, the music industry, the television industry. Even when you're working within the confines of fair use, these guys are constantly bombarding you with this stuff, trying to prevent you from doing really anything that could possibly compete with them.
Boogie, so do you have a policy on what happens if someone re-uploads a derivative of your stuff? Like
if somebody re-uploads the entirety of the video, then I might rarely copyright claim it, especially if it has more views than my original video. That's the only time I'll ever do that. If it gets freebooted on Facebook, I'll contact the people on Facebook and I'll be like, hey, do you mind changing your description of the video to link to my channel? And I'll ask my fans to go to that video and post my channel in the comment section. I very rarely ever use Facebook to take anything down. If it's within fair use, 70% of the content is mine, but they've edited it differently, they've made different audio, they've added commentary over top of it, they've made a remix, they made a YouTube poop. I love it. That's my favorite thing in the world. Download my content today, re-upload it by making it your own thing, do compilations of Francis sketches, do compilations of Boogie rants, make me sound stupid, speed up my voice, slow down my voice, make it your own, and I love it. I love seeing that. Send that to me on Twitter. I'll drop a like on it probably.
We do a similar thing on Painkiller already. People have made compilations. People have made like derivative work, and
they've made little cartoons,
animated versions.
The animated ones are the coolest.
Yeah,
they animate a whole bit.
I love that.
Not only do we not attack them, we often promote them. If I like a video, it shows up on my Twitter and stuff, and I'll do that for them. I feel like it just helps get PKA out there.
Right,
now, I will say I have. Hold on, I've got more.
Yeah.
I've copyright struck people who've there's a channel, I forget the name of it, but it's completely devoted to just reloading PKA in its entirety. Or back in the day when we live stream, we used to do like a pre and post show, and people would feel justified as oh well, since the pre-show is not on Woody's channel, therefore I own it. If you're not going to do it, then it's my responsibility to. But I always felt like no, that we were a little more kicked back in the pre and post show. Like, it wasn't meant to hit an audience beyond the live one. And it was an incentive to sort of catch it live. And if I wanted it upload, I would have. It's ours. So in situations like that, I've struck stuff. Mostly, I've been accused of striking a ton of stuff. But the only one I'm really guilty of is either PKA, like entirety re-uploads, or one time I struck Keemstar because he was picking on wings. And I was like, that's my content.
Oh, yeah. But, for me, the only thing that I really don't like getting uploaded is sometimes on Twitch stream, I might say something regrettable, because if I'm talking for 2 hours unfiltered, I might say something completely stupid, which I do tend to do pretty often. So sometimes that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that'll happen.
The other thing is sometimes I'll practice content. Like, I'll do covers of songs and stuff like that, and I'll do those on Twitch stream and practice them live. And then eventually I get a version of it that I like that may end up on YouTube. And I hate that it gets spoiled, that someone will capture it on Twitch. And they're like, oh, here's this Matrix thing that he's been doing every Twitch stream. I'm going to upload it. And then everybody sees it there. And then the surprise when it hits Facebook, the surprise when it hits YouTube is already over at that point. I think every person, especially comedians, deal with that. You go to a show where they're working on the material, you record a lesser version of that material and upload it to their channel. Now it spoils the joke for when you get it well-rounded and correct. I don't know. I mean, but again, even then, I'm not going to copyright strike. I have no interest in it for the most part. It's only ever going to happen when it's somebody blatantly re-uploading the video in its entirety without adding anything to it. I wouldn't even mind, and Jinx said, "Come out if you mind us uploading your videos." I don't even know if I would mind what Jinx does. Honestly, I'd be interested in seeing what his audience has to say about me.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're so liberal with the not striking people, because over on my channel, I'm about to debut a character named Cyrus, and he's just like a super nerd, kind of talks like this, and gets really mad over things that don't even matter. He's just named Cyrus, and really loves Magic the Gathering. And,
I said I would not copyright strike you. I didn't say I wouldn't come to your house and strike you in the face.
I don't know. I think Cyrus is pretty endearing, you know?
I feel like if, like I said, compilations, derivative work, etc. That's just people doing free advertising for you. The UFC has been big on striking lately. They went nuts for it. Maybe you're up to date on this. They went crazy for it, and it's turned a lot of fans off.
It was just the guy doing a flip. It wasn't even the fight. It was like after the fight, he did a flip,
Sage
and they
North
strike
cut.
those videos.
They did. They struck every video that had UFC content in it that they could find.
I get it when it comes to like a Ronda Rousey fight or whatever, because those only last
13
for
seconds.
13 seconds, right? They're uploaded to Facebook like that. You guys are paying for pay-per-view. I'm watching it on Facebook 20 minutes later. You know,
I can see their
I can understand
argument
where they get
on
involved.
that. Like I get how that hurts them a little more, etc. It's also not news anymore. You know, like it's part of the reason I pay for it is that I can see it live. If I'm seeing it tomorrow on Facebook, then that has less value to me than the live thing. All sports do. I already know who won when I watch it on Facebook tomorrow. But the thing is here. So I'm a UFC fan, right? I don't mean to paint myself as the world's most hardcore fan, but I like to follow the UFC like maybe someone who's really into hockey or basketball likes to follow those sports. So every day I read some UFC related news. Sometimes it's about their contracts, upcoming events, injury rumors, just pictures of guys' bodies because I'm so gay. Like, but like it's newsworthy to me if Johnny Hendricks, who typically has a hard time making weight, and he comes in with some body fat, right now he's like a perfect specimen. So I just see a picture of a fighter who's maybe found a better diet or new discipline than he had before as news. I follow this stuff every day. And when the UFC starts copyright striking, a lot of fans in anticipation of an event will make like a highlight video of a fighter. And when those can't happen anymore, it's like, shit, you know, like this is the way that I make the UFC an everyday thing, even though events are happening every 2 or 3 weeks. And they take it.
I think when you punish someone who's creating drawings or fan videos or fan songs or whatever they're doing, I think when you punish them for doing that, you're punishing them for being your biggest fans. And I get that you have to protect what's yours. You have to protect like what you're doing. And obviously, you have to earn a living at it. And if the UFC isn't making as much money as they need it to make to keep it going, I could see where they'd be doing these kinds of things. But you're ultimately destroying your fan base, and that's the stupidest thing you can do. Because without your fans, you're nothing. That's true of the UFC. That's true of everybody in this podcast. It's true of this podcast itself. It's true of everybody on YouTube. Without your fans, you're nothing. And the bigger the fan they are, the more invested they are in you. It doesn't matter if they have money. It doesn't matter if they have anything. If they are excited and they're getting the message out there that you exist and what you're doing is worth paying attention to, they are your best friend. You'd never punish those people.
So hang on a minute. We're talking about the Fine Brothers, though. Somehow we have really meandered off the topic.
Yeah.
Let's just can we have just sort of a judgmental phase? Like,
here's what I think. I'm sorry.
Let's have a judgment phase. I like that.
I think we should have a.
You know what?
Go ahead,
I've copyrighted people whose eyes are too far apart, and they're still making videos. That guy on the left. So
brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
No, I'm kidding. I'm sure they're nice guys.
So they appear to be wildly successul, right? Mm-hmm. Very wealthy guys. And I don't know if it's just this like inner rich person hate that I suppose I shouldn't have, but it's like, really? You didn't get enough? You know, if it was just the network they were putting out there, if they said, hey, 70-30 deal, you exist under our umbrella, you'll get promotion from us, you'll be like Britain's Got Talent, you know, like the next phase of our thing, then it'd be one thing. But if people don't know, the thing about trademarks is you have to enforce them, right? Mm-hmm. You can't selectively enforce a trademark, or they say, no, you can't enforce it in this case and not that case. You are forced to enforce every trademark violation that you can find, or then or you can't enforce them anymore. That's the way it works. You lose it if you don't pound people for it. So for them to get a trademark on the word react, really, like, it was either going to be worthless or they were going to start copyright striking everything. And they say that was never their intention. Maybe it's unfair to say, oh, sure it was. I know what you think better than you do. Maybe that's not fair. But to get a trademark on React was really over the top. And their format, to me, wasn't unique enough.
No, it's just a format of getting, like, what irritates me a little bit, like I already hashed this over on this week's Truly Terrible, but like, none of the content on the React is theirs, really. They're taking third-party content, and then they're taking other people, and the only thing they're doing is editing, and once in a while, like when a kid's trying fucking wasabi or like sardines, they'll be like, what do you think of that? And the kid will be like, I think it's icky. And they're like, oh God, you slay me. Let's upload this and make some money. Here's $60.
They get permission from the third. Like, Kyle, you've been, people have reacted to FPS Russia videos.
Yeah.
They talk to you in advance, right?
Yeah. They were, yeah.
Philly D implied the same thing. I think people have reacted to Philly D videos, and they don't just straight up like steal your content like Ray William Johnson did.
Yeah, we talked about it beforehand, and we saw the video before it went live and critiqued it and all that stuff. Yeah, they were cool about it.
So, I'm not sure if like this is something you can answer. Do they compensate you for that, or is it just kind of like, okay, this is just getting my name out there more?
No, they don't pay me anything like that. But I just, I thought it was a cool thing to be done. As far as this whole thing goes, I don't know. I feel like if you've got some, if there are people out there copying their graphics package as well as their their format and all that stuff, that's what would really stick it to me. And I think that they've seen people out there who do that, and that was really sticking in their craw. They're probably coming from a good place with most of this stuff, and I'm sure they had this whole thing set up with the help of some, maybe a legal team and some other people, and maybe it had more teeth on it than they really wanted it to, but someone was just recommending to them, hey, you really need this in place to protect yourself. But we saw what the reaction was, and that's all that really matters, bottom line. The real court, to decide whether this is right or wrong or not, was the fans, and they've already, their verdict's in. We figured that out.
The Fine brothers might not know this, but they're bad at being in front of the camera. Right?
Yeah.
Everyone hated everything about them. These guys are ruthless businessmen that belong behind the scenes.
Which is a real shame, because when they were making short films when they first got it started, I love some of their early short stuff. Their short films. I love some of the stuff that they started. I thought it was really funny stuff. But yeah, they look, let's just be frank, I look unusual, so I think it's safe for me to say that, they don't look like everybody else. They certainly don't look like the kind of people that you generally put in front of a camera.
You've got a very trustworthy look, though. I look at you, I see like Hagrid. I feel like you're gonna look after me.
You're
a
wizard.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna guide me either on a magical adventure or something. I don't know. You look like you take care of me, keep me safe.
It's not that they look weird. It's not like intrinsically that you look at them and you're like, that guy looks shady. It's just the way that they carry themselves on the camera. It looks uncomfortable. They're kind of like slouched.
Things like the eye roll, like when Raffi, like you can tell.
Yeah.
A lot of people see that video, like the apology video, as being like uppity or something to that effect. I saw two guys in pain, man. I like super frustrated and super hurt by the fans' backlash and stuff like that. And I think when Raffi's rolling his eyes, I think he's not like saying like, "I these fucking idiots," which is what everybody thought. I think he's thinking like, and of course we would never do that to you guys. If you look at the moment of the film. But okay, let's play a fun little game. We've said everything there is.
Can I get back? I didn't get to finish my point.
Go ahead,
I got cut off. But when I was saying they were bad in front of a camera, I wasn't picking on their physical appearance, like the one guy that looks like that cartoon character. I have a bigger issue. What's the guy? The football head? What's his name?
Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold. Yeah. I had a bigger issue with his hat, dude. Maybe it's my age. I can't get past it.
Oh, the indoor beanie.
The indoor beanie thing?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, come on. You're best friends with a man who wears a paperboy cap, right? Like, come on.
I don't like that either.
You cannot be friends with Chiz and then give this man shit for some sort of beanie. I didn't actually see the
that
beanie.
implies I never gave Chiz shit for the beanie. I feel like I have.
True.
Chiz has taken his fair share. Just someone else's turn.
He's
also,
he's
here's
pretty good out here. He's got his PKA cap.
There's
on.
another thing. Chiz is like, he's probably 23 now, but he was 21, during the paper cap thing. And these guys, what is he, 35? I apply a different standard. You know, if you're between like 17 and 22, or heck, 13 and 22, and you're going through some sort of weird dress rebellion thing that no one else does, yeah, you're young and kind of weird. If you're 35, you're Steve Buscemi, hello, my fellow kids, with that fucking beanie on. And
Oh wow.
and that's what he came. That's how I saw it. Look at me, right? I'm 42.
Buscemi, huh?
Oh my god, I pronounce it wrong.
No. I'm just picturing Buscemi and his crazy eyes and.
Oh no! I wasn't talking about the physical appearance. You know the skateboard
You weren't?
meme. Hello, my
I
fellow
thought that's
kids.
What you were doing.
Right, yeah.
No. There's a photo of him on the internet. He's a meme, and he's in a high school setting with a skateboard on his back and a hat, and he's like, "Hey, my fellow kids," when clearly he doesn't look like a child. That's what I was saying about this 35-year-old with the beanie. I was saying, like, stop pretending you're a teenager. I get you're on YouTube, and I understand that pressure, but like, you got to let that go at some point. You know,
yeah. Well, it was the way that they phrased it as well, because the apology video didn't seem like it was like, we're really sorry about that. It was like we're sorry that you didn't get it.
Right.
And it was like, okay, well, this is like around the back condescending now. Like, are you apologizing, or are you like backward getting a dig at me? And I don't know. It was not a good way to handle it from start to finish.
Well, I think everything that you can negatively say about the Fine Brothers has been said in this podcast. So let's play a little fun exercise that I learned in debate class, and that I learned through therapy. We're going to try to see things from the perspective of the Fine Brothers briefly. Okay.
Oh, from their perspective, I think this all looks great.
Right. So imagine
That was my initial reaction.
one of the things that I think that I cannot.
Would be better.
I cannot speak for the Fine Brothers, okay? So I am not speaking for the Fine Brothers here. This is my theory as to what they might have been thinking, okay? But the Fine Brothers have been doing new media for 12 years, and they have been constantly battling with old media. And they have often felt snubbed by old media. And you can see these examples when, for example, they were frustrated with Ellen doing a React segment on her show. They felt that, look, old media is trying to co-opt what we're doing. I don't think what they were doing was as much fighting against new media and keeping YouTubers from stealing their format as much as it was from the Jimmy Kimmels and the Ellens and the Jimmy Fallons from creating a sub show or NBC creating an entire show just called React, you know? Hey, I got an idea, John. Let's reboot Kids Say the Darndest Things, and we'll call it React, like that one show on YouTube. I think that's who their enemy was. And I think that, to be honest with you, if you're in new media like we are, I think old media, to some extent, is always going to be a fairly antagonistic relationship to some extent, right? So I think I don't think they were worried about YouTubers copying their format. But obviously that has to be the case because they had issued copyrights and trademark infringement with Tins Direct, whatever. But I don't think that was the primary target with React World. I think the primary target was to keep some company in Germany or some company in Scandinavia or some company in Sweden from creating their version of React and calling it React and weakening what they consider to be their brand. And especially afraid that would show up on the Scandinavian television or, God forbid, American television, completely dismantling what they've built. And when you see it from that perspective, I think it's a very reasonable thing. I don't think they thought it through well enough to realize the impact it would have on YouTube. I don't think they really fully realized what they would have to do to protect that trademark. Like what he said, you have to actively defend that trademark. And they would have to have actively defended it on YouTube. And so I don't know if they fully realized that or whoever the legal team was. And at the end of the day, I feel like they just put their foot in a bear trap and realized, oh, man, you know, the internet's not going to stand for this and we're not going to be able to do it. And holy shit, the idea is flawed. I'm sure right now, if we could have Rafi or we could have Benny on the show right now, they tell you, no, you're right. The plan was flawed from the beginning. We fucked up. Yeah, I'm sure they will say that.
The TV show part makes sense. It's just like they could... If they only did the word react, it makes sense that they couldn't have a TV show called Elders React. But if they wanted to do something called Seniors Say on TV, and it's the exact same thing, it's like you can't copyright the idea of making someone respond to something. So it's like, what are you really protecting here? Just the word react?
And that's the biggest flaw. And you can see a lot of videos that showed up on the front page of Reddit that really break down to the fact that what they consider to be their format isn't really their format. You know, like, I mean, the question time and kids react and the graphics and the kids that they use and the background, that is all theirs. But the format itself is not really licensable, if that makes
Perfect.
sense.
So last week we talked about this a little bit too, and I'm glad that I shut up and let you guys finish. But they seem to think that their idea and concept is much broader than a reasonable person would. You know, like, oh, yeah, here it is. The thing that I own is I show you a thing, and then I film how you react to it. Oh, fuck off. You know, this is kids say the darndest things. This is react video. This is things.
I love the 80s, yeah.
I love
Beavis
the
and
80s.
Butthead, for God's sakes.
Yeah, it just way too... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Beavis and Butthead would do that a lot.
No.
Yeah, they would...
Oh, yeah. So
That was the entire premise of the show for the first season, was they sat and watched rock music videos and then reacted to it. That was, you know...
Yeah.
That's the entire premise.
Dude, that's a great example. And predates YouTube, let alone Fine Brothers.
Right. We're talking 1990 for Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, predates the internet. Like, so yeah. Anyway, they just seem to
final
have
verdict.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, they overreached. They overstepped. Hey,
Yeah.
you mentioned debate class. I just thought I'd mention my daughter's latest piece of hardware. And
Oh, very cool.
yes.
Is that first place?
Oh, please. Of course it is. There's 2 cameras, so I'll show you guys next.
First and last, baby. First and last.
Yeah. I'd feel really depressed for you and Hope if you like brought in a third place medal, or like you're like have your thumb on the bottom covering the word participation.
No, she doesn't always get first place, but this is her most recent competition, and it's weird
What
for
was
me.
she debating?
So she doesn't do debate. What she does is different speech events. I could go on forever, but for people who know, she does POI, OI, and another one too. This one's OI, oral interpretation, and original oratory is the other one she does. And basically, in 2 of them, you like read from a binder, and your feet have to be planted, and it's all based on your delivery, almost like a talent that a radio person would have. And then another one, you write it and you deliver it, and I think you can move your feet too. So it's more like a monologue Broadway type thing. And
So it's like a performance more than like I put to you that it doesn't. Like
yeah. So the debate stuff, if you've never seen debate, I don't like the format. The way that it works is she doesn't do debate, but one team lays out as many assertions as possible, and then the other team counters as many of those assertions as possible, and then it flips back and forth. So what you get are not persuasive arguments, but rapid fire, just laying out as many assertions as you can, and how fast you talk is a big part of it. How quickly your team can research the counters is a big part of it. And nothing is about the delivery or how
so you're just
persuasive
third rushing them with arguments. Like, oh, that one failed, just send another one.
Yeah. And it's just like, whatever. Guns are bad. If you have more guns, there'll be more violence. If you have more guns, there'll be more gun deaths. If you have this, if you have that. And then someone has to come back and be like, guns are good. If you have more guns, you get more gun defenses. This is how many home invasions were stopped per year. This is it. And but it's literally as persuasive as I just said it. Whereas, like, if you think that would prepare you for, say, a presidential debate where there's some amount of like likability and persuasion, or I could say a thing and then you respond with a clever zinger way of like Obama and Romney. I think Romney was for more naval ships, and he knocked Obama for cutting it. And he's like, well, the thing, we would cut the horse and buggy budget too. Times have moved on, and now we have
Horses
submarines.
and bayonets.
Did he say that? Whips and bayonets?
Yeah, that was his thing. He's like, we cut horses and bayonets. Those were the thing.
Yeah, he cut horses and bayonets, and now we shifted money from ships to submarines, and it got play the next day. Like the fact that it was a counter combined with a zinger mattered a lot, and I think in real life it does too. If you want to build skills that help you present at work or make your way on YouTube or in Hollywood or in life or on the sales floor of a car dealership, the kinds of skills, according to me, that you build in the different speech events are cooler than the kinds of skills you build in the debate events. But
it's actually interesting. I did extemporaneous speaking in high school, And it's really funny if you look at what all the things that I took in high school. I thought I was going into the science field, so I took chemistry and I took AP English and AP calculus and all the stuff. And I haven't done math in 15 years. But what I have done is I've spoken every day. So all the speech stuff, all the extemporaneous speaking and debate and all that stuff, the one-act play for the acting, the video gaming that I did, obviously that carries over. All the computer skills that I learned, all that carried over. And it's really, I think it's so important to get a well-rounded education that includes some of that arts and includes some of that debate and includes some of that speaking, because that's a skill that you'll use every day for the rest of your life. And unless you're an extreme introvert, I guess. But even then, gotta order
that's
pizza
something I wish I had
once in a while.
tried. Debate seems like fun, like from the outside looking in, or now hearing stories from people who used to do it. I bet that would have been a lot of fun. Debate camp. I know Melissa used to do that.
In my computer programming career, at first, I hated giving presentations. As a matter of fact, I looked down on people who gave presentations, right? Real engineers exist in an IDE, the integrated development environment, not PowerPoint, right? It's IDE, not PPT. And then I had a manager who forced me to present stuff. Basically, she felt like if I was out there bragging about the accomplishments that happened under her, it would be good for everybody. And it was. And I went at it super hardcore, and I got good at it because I was scared. And I just sort of started really nailing the 5 to 20 minute presentation aspect of my job. And because I worked in a field where a lot of people aren't good speakers, or maybe even English isn't their first language, I brag that I'm in the top 1% of Cisco IT athletes. I was also in the top 1% of Cisco IT speakers, and it turned out to really help me. When I came to YouTube, I felt like that experience that I had honed at Cisco, presenting professionally all the time, carried over really well into making YouTube videos. So, yeah.
How were you at the curry cook-off every year?
Bottom 1%.
Bottom 1%. Yeah. No, they would do. Dude, they have what is it called? Like a pot cookout, when everyone brings it pot. It's not pot roast, but
PotLuck.
PotLuck. Thank you. That's what I was going for. PotLucks in Cisco IT were shit. Absolutely.
You bring beef chili just to troll everyone, so you'd have your own.
I would bring brownies or something that my wife made, but everyone else is bringing spicy thin bread. And you're like, what the fuck is this? You try to take a bite of the bread and it bites you back. And you're like, I don't know. It was the worst potluck environment ever.
Oh, Indian food's great.
It is not. It is not. It's just, it's all brown mush that.
There is some brown mush in there and it's delicious.
Oh, tikka masala? It's great.
I love food, and I have had Indian twice. And both times I left I could not handle it. It was either spicy mush, or some of it was fermented mush, but it was all pretty much just mush, and it just none of it made sense in my brain as food, which is a shame because everything makes sense in my brain as food.
Shocking. Yeah, I'm paying attention when you started talking about Indian food. I was like, let perk your ears up, listen up, let's absorb some knowledge.
I've had a lot of Indian food. I've eaten lunch with Indian guys 4,000 times, and it's mostly mush. It's mostly brown. They put different names on it. It's mostly vegetarian, and it's mostly the same to me.
Well, the vegetarian stuff sucks.
I've had good
I
experiences
will say
3 times. I always like it.
Maybe you're eating at better restaurants. I will say this: when you leave an Indian restaurant, you're not hungry. It's very rich, and it's usually buffet.
That's true.
So they fill you up. That's for sure.
You want to talk about a terrible potluck? I have about 20 nerd friends that come over every Saturday. Sometimes we film YouTube sketches, and sometimes we just sit around and play Smash Brothers and draft Magic Cube. But my wife cooks every time, and she's gotten to where she's incredible at cooking for 20 people now. It's just what she wants to do with her Saturdays. I don't ask her to do it. I don't beg her to do it. She's just something she likes to do. But every once in a while, she'll end up having to do something else that Saturday or not be able to cook, or her work week. She's working 60-hour weeks sometimes. We've tried 2 potlucks, and one time it was okay, but one time everyone brought bags of chips because we didn't assign. And it's all a bunch of terrible bachelor nerds, right? It was we ended up with 20 bags of chips. It's all we got. It was chip again. It was so bad.
I'll take the Cape Cods.
What a depressing potluck. Where it's like, God, who's not here yet? Kevin, Chris, and Steve. God, call them. Call. Oh shit, that's the door.
There's no
oh,
plates.
More Cool Ranch. Oh, you know.
No
Yeah,
plates,
that
no
sucks.
soda.
Yeah, no soda, no beer, just
Hey,
Doritos.
is it time for a new topic? I wanted
I've
to talk
got-
about Lefty.
I've got two. Okay, that was one of them. Yeah. So Lefty made a video today. I know Boogie hasn't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
It was 17 minutes long. Very nice. It was kind of a like, hey, this is my hello and goodbye. I felt like I left YouTube without like really putting a bow on it. And he thanked a bunch of people. He thanked Wings enormously. He thanked us on the podcast. Really didn't bring up any of the negative. Only talked about the positive. And told us what he was up to. Yeah, he's pursuing the voice acting thing hard. It seemed like he got a bunch of regional things, although he said national for something, but I didn't catch what that was. And he made it pretty deep into a voiceover show for the Discovery Channel, but they ended up going with somebody else. He said a blonde bombshell. He wasn't really sure. But he aspires to be like in a Mike Rowe position where you hear him all the time. And
he's got a great voice for it.
you know, I was listening to him, and his audio was fantastic in the video, and I was like, you know, I feel like good audio is a little bit like good photography, right? A lot of people think, oh, you just buy the right camera and suddenly I'll be a fantastic photographer. That's not right. There's a couple aspects of it. One is good equipment. Let's not deny it, that it helps to have better gear than worse gear. So that's a part of it. Setting up the equipment, right? Like a photographer, setting it up is a thing. There's your three things that do light, right? The exposure, the aperture, and the shutter speed, aperture, and the ISO, right? Those are the two things that make a picture. With audio, there's a similar type of thing, you know, setting it up, getting your levels right. And then there's an artistic side of it. You know, early on, I just wanted as much bass as possible. Make me sound like a man's man. And then as my tastes evolve, I was like, you know, that sounds kind of muddy. Like, I don't even like that look of it. Lefty somehow sounds very good and still, like, you don't miss the highs. Like, he's got his setup done just right. He's very professional in his audio. And I was like, Lefty is the audio version of a pretty good photographer. And I caught that in his video. So that's what he's doing. He aspires to be, a busy voice actor.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's doing well. Seems like he is. Kyle, you seemed like you had something to go into.
Oh, I don't know. Chiz saw the video, came out today, and so we pulled it up on the TV and watched it. I thought it was pretty good. It was long.
17
guy,
minutes. That's Lefty.
He beats around the bush until it falls over dead. But but I appreciated his kind words about everyone involved with the whole thing. As always, nice guy. Wish him the best. Hope he does well with his podcast, I guess, that he's going to do.
Yeah, he's I don't know if it's for business or for fun, but he's starting a podcast. It's mostly sports oriented, and he has a partner. I didn't know his partner, but I guess it's a two-man sort of sports oriented show. I know he did a sports thing before he did gaming, so I guess he has a passion for it.
We did you said you saw the pictures of Chiz all iced over?
I did. Yeah.
Wait, did you text those?
They're on
Kitty
the
probably
subreddit.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got ourselves a cabin out in Colorado, and they had a serious snowstorm on our way in here. I drove through the night in like the ice and snow to get here, but anyway, there's like 2 feet of snow on the ground, something like that. So we hooked an inner tube up behind the SUV today, and he drug us through the driveway really fast, and Chiz took a pretty violent crash into no man's land. And by the time he got back to the house, he's got a beard right now, and the whole beard was just ice and snow. And he like cough, he like cough / sneeze / chokes, and like ice comes out of his like respiratory system. So we had a good time today. Everybody was on that inner tube hauling ass and flying through the air and wrecking. I got on there with my girlfriend, and we both crashed at the same time and just went off into the soft whiteness that is the field next to the road.
Oh, nice little rom-com moment where you both tumble off laughing.
We weren't laughing. We crashed screaming and terrified, face first into the snow, and she goes, "My back's broken. My back's broken." She's like, I heard it snap.
Dude, that's risky business doing shit like that. One of my friends was skiing and got really arrogant about it and convinced himself that he could go down like this double black without ski poles, which isn't even like a thing where it's like, oh man, look at that guy. He's not using poles. He must be great at skiing. It's like that you're just getting rid of something that's unnecessary, like that is kind of necessary to be better. And he ran into a tree going must have been like 40 miles an hour, concussed himself. And to this day, every time I see him, I'm always like, hey, when are you getting those teeth put back in? And he's like, as soon as I get insurance. And then it's like, all right, these 4 teeth, all knocked out. And like anytime he has to eat, like if you take him out to eat, as soon as the food comes, he just pulls them out, just has no front teeth like an old fogey. It's really gross, but that shit's dangerous.
I don't know anything about cold weather hygiene, so I don't really know how to have fun in all the snow and ice. So maybe somebody can point me in the right
direction. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, stuff that we can do out there because we got like a vehicle and some inner tubes and some sleds.
I thought you said hygiene, and I was like, well, you just brush your teeth like normal.
Yeah. It's really the same as warm weather hygiene.
Well, you don't sweat, so you don't need to bathe.
I'm not struggling with my cold weather hygiene. I'm struggling with cold weather activities I can do outside, silly stuff that I can do. I built a ramp today in the snow, but it didn't work. I don't know. We got to come up with something else fun to do. Last night, I went to the refrigerator and I heard this water spraying, like really high pressure water, which made no sense. It sounded like a downpour. So I go out in the garage and look. And this house has one of those. The heating system in this house is those pipes under the floor. It's a heated floor heating system deal. Yeah, really wonderful thing. But the pipes had burst from corrosion, like out where they go into the pump, the hot water pump out in the garage. So there's like water spraying all over all this stuff that says danger, high voltage. So and I'm just like looking at it like, this isn't my problem. I shouldn't have to fucking deal with this. So I'm like knocking on Kitty's door, like, Kitty, there's a problem for you to take care of out here. So we got the owner, and I think they fixed it. They said the pipes burst from corrosion. So that was our little interesting night. But so far, I'm not really sure what to do for fun other than throw snowballs at each other and ride that inner tube. But I want to do something interesting before we leave here. We're here.
Snowmobile, maybe. Sledding's not working. I guess that's the same as the inner tube. Are you far from your mic, Kyle? You're quiet for me.
You're a little quiet, Kyle.
That far?
That's not too far. Yeah, maybe just turn the dial.
You were looking. Yeah. Can Chiz hear you?
Can Chiz hear me now?
That's much higher. So that must be good.
That's much better.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He might be able to hear me. I'm upstairs right now, so I probably...
I was just going to talk about pranks because you need to have some hijinks on Chiz. You could freeze all shampoo and toothpaste and stuff like that. I opened the window in his room the first night, and it got down to like 4 degrees in his bedroom before we told him. And I only told him because those pipes burst, and I was worried it might have had something to do with that. I was like, did I just like open his window and burst the pipes in his bathroom, and that's why this is leaking? But it turned out it wasn't. So I haven't fucked with him too much. We've had a good time so far. It's been really fun here.
So we had Philly D on the show last week, and he was saying that he really wanted to invest in the pot business, right? Me too. Like there aren't a lot of... Like I invest in the S&P 500, right, which is the market sort of broadly, and I invest that the population will keep growing and the economy and the S&P 500 will go up, and it's a real general broad thing. If I were to pick a sector, I feel like marijuana is a good one, but God, it's hard to pick reasonable stocks. Like, first of all, what do I mean? Okay, so a lot of the stocks are penny stocks. They literally sell for like 3 cents, or the stock will have a market cap of like $2 million, which is to say the entire company is worth like $2 million. Fuckers, like, I think Woodycraft is worth that much. It's like, I don't want to invest in something that small. I want something bigger. And I'm trying to think what else is there to say. A lot of people say, hey, if you want to invest in something legal, like if there's a gold rush, it's a good time to be in the pick and shovel business, right? That's like a kind of an investing cliche. Also, it's completely legal, and therefore it's slightly less risky, to invest in like the lamps and the hydration systems and all those other things that might form as an offshoot of it. But damn, I don't know how to pick the lighting or hydration system that's supposed to be it. A lot of them, a lot of the like pot plays that you see have to do with medical marijuana. Like, hey, here's like, is it CBD? Is that what the one is? That you get some of the benefits that pot might bring you as a medicine, but not the high that comes with it. And I'm like, this is a weird biotech play that I barely understand. I want to invest in an aspect of pot that, one, I understand, not some weird biotech thing that competes with every other drug that's ever been invented to solve this problem. And I wished it was a little closer to pot and not just a light bulb company, but it's super hard to find. I'm like, maybe I should really, really get into this. What does it take to own a mutual fund? Like, that's a huge
I don't know.
thing. Yeah.
And start your own mutual fund.
I would.
There you go.
My door just opened. But yeah, that's been on. I get all kinds of crazy flyers of an idea. But
how interesting would it be if you became some sort of some marijuana kingpin and you don't even smoke?
Oh, that'd be great.
You're like the godfather of the marijuana mutual fund. That'd be pretty interesting.
I swear, like I'm like, what does it take? Do I just need to like get an SS7 or something? I don't even know, and get like I could probably pass a test. I have an accounting degree, so I feel like a lot of the basics that it would take to pass these certifications, I either own or I have the foundation that it would take to learn. More so than like a regular guy, right? So I'm like, maybe I could like pass some test, own a stock, and see where the hell that goes. But it is, I think, difficult to invest in pot right now because no one's making these right investments or simplifying it.
It's a big deal here. It seems like every town we drive through, there's like we see the green. It's like the Red Cross symbol, but it's green. So there's dispensaries everywhere cropped up, and it seems like the majority of them are medical. But there's recreational marijuana places.
Seems like it's going to be a huge benefit everywhere it goes. So much money to be made. So many. What is it? How much money went to their schools in Colorado? A ludicrous amount went to their public education system.
Yeah.
Drunk driving is down. It looks like there's like no downsides to it. Like I'm sure that there's a pothead here or there who smokes their whole day away, but that's going to happen with anything.
Yeah, that guy's going to be addicted to something, right? I will say that I have never partook. I had edibles once a long time ago and did not find it very exciting. And then I smoked out of a hookah once, and it just made me tired and kind of silly, and that's about it. But I've been told that I would benefit a lot from the medical benefits when it came to lower back pain and inflammation and things along that lines. So I've been really interested in the last, because that was 15 years ago that I ever touched it. I've been interested in it, but I live in the state of Arkansas, who does not know how to vote for its own best interest. We voted to refuse Medicaid, and now we also voted to refuse, like by a landslide, to refuse medical marijuana in the state. And it's just mind-boggling to me that there's all these cancer patients, that there's all these miserable people who could genuinely benefit from medicinal marijuana. And like what he said, they're working on strains that don't even get you high. They just give you the medicinal effect. And those are what would be getting sold in the dispensaries 2 or 3 years from now here in the state of Arkansas, which is a very, very conservative state. No, you don't even get access to that. Fuck you. And I might benefit from it, and I'll never know because I'm not going to risk my freedom. And I'm not, trying to do a drug deal in the streets of Northwest Arkansas. I'm not even going to think about it. So
Northwest Arkansas, drug country.
It's fun. It's funny. Arkansas cops they're good cops. Please don't swap me. They're good cops, and they tend to be very, very good people, and they tend to do very, very good jobs. I know back in the Clinton administration, like in the 90s, they had a bad rap, but they've always been fairly good here. And it's funny, they tend to leave like the pot dealers and the potheads alone for the most part.
He was the governor.
Oh, he was the governor at the time, yeah. But they tend to not bust those guys too terribly often in Arkansas, unless it's like a slow month and there's like all the meth labs have been shut down recently and we got to make a bust this month or we're going to bust. Well, let's just go get the pot dealer down on Dixon Street real quick and let's get him. We got to do something to make our jobs look valuable.
That's the real problem in all these Midwest states. I guess you can consider Kentucky Midwest or South or whatever. Like there's so much meth all over the place. Just walking into any gas station in mid-Missouri, in the boonies, it's like, it's not even a mystery of like, I wonder if that guy's been up to something. It's like, no, he's got like a Gatorade bottle with a bunch of creepy looking gas in there and he's walking out. Like, there's something going on. And when you get high on meth, nobody who has cancer wants meth.
Yeah.
Like, to help them
You never
out,
know.
you know.
I mean, yeah, right.
I have no idea. Maybe.
In Arkansas, it's Oxy and meth are the two.
Oh, yeah.
Oxycontin is still like crazy. And I'll be honest with you, even with all the pain that I'm in, I still don't take anything other than stronger than ibuprofen and naproxen. I've tried hydrocodone a couple of times, and I've had it like prescribed, like, a little short burst of 10 days worth. And most of the time, I won't even finish that prescription because I know that I have a very addictive personality. I come from a long line of pill addicts, and so it like terrifies me to ever touch the stuff. But one time I took hydrocodone, and I took one when I was not in a lot of pain, and it was just right after taking one previously. And I'm like sitting there playing World of Warcraft, and I'm like, holy shit, this game is awesome. Wow, everything is great. I love everything. Man, this soda I'm drinking is delicious. And I'm like, why am I euphoric right now? Like, I'm actually euphoric, which is weird because at that time I was so depressed I couldn't be happy, much less euphoric. And I'm like, what the hell? This is great. And then I like look over the bottle of hydrocodone, and I'm like, oh. And then I flushed them down the garbage disposal because I know I can't tangle with that. I just
you don't drink either, do you?
Yeah. I long in a phase. I picked the vice. It was food, and I ran with it, baby. That's the one I went with.
Well,
So,
nicely done.
Yeah.
So, another bit of a topic change. It's more of a question. I want to ask Taylor before we go any further. Have you seen the new It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I have.
It is so. I felt like it was incredibly redeeming. I felt like it was
Let
an
me make sure
excellent
it's the one I'm
episode.
thinking of.
I thought it was
I think
fine.
I have. You go ahead and start describing it. I don't care if it's
It
spoiled.
has to do with the rent. They go to the suburbs. You haven't seen it,
nope,
I
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
usually
Chiz
watch
and
it right after PKA.
Chiz and I were laughing our asses off. It was.
Is
I
there
really
a way
enjoyed
to
it.
legally stream that?
Maybe
I've been
it's on
trying to
Hulu.
find a way. I don't have cable, and I want to watch the new season. I just
Amazon.
finished season 10 on. So it's on Amazon? Okay, good.
Current? Like they
Yeah.
put the newest episodes on it?
Yeah, it's you got to pay. You got to buy them.
Okay, well,
Keep
yeah.
Oh, you
I'm-
have to buy them each week.
Is
Yeah,
it
I
free
mind.
with-
I started paying for TV shows on a pretty regular, like through Xbox or whatever. I don't even mind anymore. I don't even care. I just don't even think about it.
YouTube money!
Right, well, that's the thing is, and this is what I figure. A lot of my fans who watch the shows I talk about are going to pirate them, right? Someone's got to pay for it, right? Like someone's got to be the guy who puts money into the coffer. And so let me be that guy. Thank you for the donations on Twitch. Thank you for the YouTube money. Thank you for that. I will pay for the TV shows so you don't have to.
Thank you for taking that bullet for me. Yeah, 'cause I'm not paying. Yeah.
What was I gonna
Yeah. So
say?
you think it was way better than any other episode this season?
It's one of the best episodes
Woody says
ever,
no?
in my opinion. Well, I don't care what Woody says.
Nobody
It was
does.
Excellent. It was so good. So you see Dennis really start snapping like a genuine psychopath, where to the point where he's having he comes unglued. He's like, "Have you ever been in a storm, Wally? Where it's just fists raining down upon your body?" like he completely snaps. I really loved this episode. I thought it was great.
Is your
Mostly
Skype
mac and
volume set to auto adjust?
It could be. I don't know how to adjust it in this app that I'm.
Are you in a Mac or a PC? Oh, are you on a web app?
Yep.
That's what it is, I think. I think as soon as you like get excited, you just fucking muted for the rest.
Yeah.
I'll
That
try
makes
to be
five.
very monotonous and.
I will say Always Sunny is one of those shows that I never stay current on it. But I rewatch that entire series about once a year for some reason. I don't know what it is.
It's a feel-good show for me. Like I watch it, and it's kind of like I forget about all the problems, and I watch these people with really awful lives bicker amongst themselves for half an hour. Like I like it.
Yeah.
Same with
Oh, yeah.
Archer for me. I'm excited for the new season of Archer because the one
Very much so.
I don't
Yeah,
remember if
me
it was
too.
last season or the one before where they got with the cocaine. That one really fell off for me and wasn't nearly as good as all the other ones. But the
I
new
liked
one is
it.
like
Pam got
Archer,
hot.
private investigator.
Yeah, I love
That'll be-
Hot Pam, man. Hot Pam was awesome.
I like
Cook
every
App
season
was
of
the funny
Archer.
part.
I like Archer a lot. I like Always Sunny this season more than you guys seem to, but I thought the most recent one was like 25-minute SNL sketch. Like, they had a very small premise of an idea. Move here, get bored. And then they just fucking retell that joke for 25 minutes until the end when there's a twist. It's like an SNL
You feel like
sketch.
it was kind of like the 80s one, the 80s ski one, where they had like a little grain of an idea and they realized halfway through they just were stretching.
This one's chock full of jokes. This one's chock full of jokes. Dennis is slowly deteriorating from the situation he's having to live in. Mac and Dennis have taken on a traditional 50s housewife sort of spousal relationship where Mac is staying home and being the housewife, and Dennis is going off to work. He's dealing with traffic because now there's a commute, and he's just screaming in traffic, "You fat bitch! You fat whore!" just losing his shit. He's got this whole feud with one of the neighbors. I thought it was chock full of funniness. Like we were laughing our asses off the whole time.
Like the Dennis getting mad at people is exactly what I'm talking about with that SNL sketch thing. Like, oh, I get it. He thinks the neighbor's boring. Let's just tell that joke 7 fucking times. Just escalate it up. Oh, I get it. He doesn't like commuting. Let's just do that again and again and again and again and again and again until the show thankfully ends. That was my take on the most recent Always Sunny.
Watching so much media after hearing it from Woody and Kyle recently has been so confusing because I'll watch whatever you're talking about and I'll see something that I like and I'm like, you know what, Kyle's onto something, and then there'll be some hokey joke and I'll be like, maybe Woody's winning me over, and it's like you guys have been so disparate recently.
Yeah, well, I'll say this: Kyle didn't like Always Sunny all season long. Goes to Colorado, best episode ever.
That's not true at all.
Oh, that's true.
No, it's not true.
What could have made it better in Colorado? Probably a good day of
I've
skiing. You get tired,
So I've got the way I see the season so far. I think the first episode was very good. Charlie McDennis, 2 Electric Boogaloo. I've seen it 5 fucking times now. That one's like a 7 out of 10 for me. The second episode is the clip show. That's like a 5 out of 10 for me. The third episode is the ski resort episode, and that's like a 3 out of 10. That really, really lame, really sucks. And then the fourth episode last week, I'm having a hard time placing, but I thought it was good but not great. This one to me was amazing. Chiz and I both agree that Dennis gets naked.
I think
naked, loses his shit.
The criticism I made of you fits Chiz better. He hated this season with a passion, and then he gets to Colorado, and suddenly it's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure he's sampling the wares there.
Yeah,
as
a bunch of things.
Should.
Music is more interesting too, and even a warm shower. Have you noticed every raindrop? They're wonderful.
I think it's weird when people get like ripped on when you're like, oh, where are you going for vacation this winter? Like, oh, we're going to Colorado to ski, and it's like, oh, Colorado, huh? You gonna smoke pot? It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's legal there. Why would what? Right. You think you caught me? Where it's like, oh no, you're gonna think less of me for smoking legal weed. It's like, why not go there and try it out? I don't want to go there and walk into one of those stores and talk to the hippie and him be like, oh, eat this, but only eat like a third of it. Like I want nothing to do with those super strong edibles because that seems like it just ruin you for a day and a half. But
also the timing on the edibles thing, like it would be a turnoff. Again, I'm not an expert, but like they're like, oh yeah, this will hit you anywhere between like 30 minutes and 3 hours from now. I'm like, really? How do I know when it hits? Like, how do I even do this? How do I know how hard it is? How do I regulate? Like, if hypothetically edibles hit you like within 2 minutes, you could be like, all right, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm kind of 3 in here. Let's double down. If it's 2.5 hours, then like
usually you get impatient at like an hour 45 and you're like, fuck this, like I'm taking 2 more, like I guess my tolerance is just so strong, and then you just start vibrating and just, oh shit. Like,
there are some people who have crazy tolerances. There's a person here who is eating large amounts of edibles.
Chiz. Chiz, just have regular brownies.
Yeah, I saw somebody
smoking like an adult.
I saw somebody in our comments that was giving us shit because we were supposedly really ignorant about our marijuana stuff talk that we had a few weeks ago. And then I go back and look at all of their beefs with the things we said, and every one of them's opinion-based. He's mad because we said a thing tasted a certain way. He's mad because we say a thing looks a certain way. And I'm sorry, but those dab rigs, people doing dabs, it does look like the meth of marijuana. And like, I don't know if you're okay with it, Woody, but there is a gentleman downstairs who has a dab rig, and he'll burn one right now and show you. It looks scary as fuck.
Hey, bring it up. Yeah, have him.
I'm afraid. Is this okay on YouTube? Is this going to be on my channel? That's why he asked if I was okay. I don't care if he smokes. I worry about him smoking on my channel. That
It's in Colorado though, so it's legal there. It'd be like having us having a beer. Right now,
is it
right?
within YouTube standards?
I think terms and conditions of illegal drug use, but since it would be illegal somewhere, maybe. Who knows? I would never tempt YouTube to do anything to me ever. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd be crazy safe.
Think it over, and if you'd like, I could like spin this camera around, and it's set up right there.
It's semi interesting because like a dab. Okay, it looks like a woodworker's booger, like some sort of that doesn't mean.
Oh,
much to
that was
most
the
people.
other thing that he was mad that because we described it as looking like earwax and stuff.
Okay, that's better, but
Yeah,
a big
so-
one, like a caterpillar earwax.
All right, so a dab is synonymous with any concentrate that you're putting in that rig. The dab is like the motion, I guess, you're using to put it in there. But there's like wax and shatter, and the difference has to do with how it's made. The chemical process is used, but they're all marijuana concentrate. So I think that it's probably best just to call it that, so we don't offend any of our cock-sucking audience.
The guy who called us ignorant about this stuff
who smokes a gram of oil a day.
The guy who called us ignorant was probably right about me. I'm not the expert, but there's like torches and superheated titanium nails that like you burn this nail to some ridiculous temperature, you put it in this like dollop of earwax, and then it turns into a fume that what am I getting wrong?
All right, so when you call it is called a nail, but that's kind of confusing because you're probably imagining a nail. So basically, he's got like a titanium bowl, really, on the end of like a standard bong type thing, and like you said, he's taking a propane torch and heating that titanium like bowl up until it is red hot, until it's glowing, and then he's got.
Can I interrupt? You use titanium apparently because it gets even hotter than more common metals.
Yeah. And I think they use ceramic and those things too. So he heats it up super hot, and then on the end of this little steel pick, he's got some of the concentrate, which is like waxy and sticky and kind of like amber. And while he inhales, he sticks that inside that titanium bowl and kind of smears it around in there. And that immediately like vaporizes it because of the high heat. And he just inhales this stream of incredibly concentrated vapor. And it comes with like the THC percentage written on the side. And it's like 85% THC or something like that.
Now the vapor's cool though, right?
Pardon?
The vapor is cool, right?
From the reactions that I've seen from people, it is not cool. It's because
I'm talking about literally the temperature.
I am as well, because, because there's usually a lot of like people are like fanning their faces and coughing and tears running down their eyes.
I didn't. What is the one that's cool? I guess when you vape it, it's cool.
That is okay. So that is like that volcano vaporizer thing.
What I'm thinking
that
of.
Goes into a bag.
It's not burning. It's like at 370 degrees roughly, and it like fills that plastic bag up with that like room temperature basically vapor that you can inhale at your leisure.
I've learned so much about marijuana today. The only thing I know about marijuana is this conversation and watching Trailer Park Boys. That's all I know.
That's all you need to know. Yeah,
and you also know
that's an excellent show.
It's nearly guaranteed to get more legal across the country over the next decade.
Oh, absolutely.
And I just feel like, dude, there's money to be made here.
In this conversation, I've actually thought to myself, if I ever wanted to try it, and I'm still afraid of breaking the law because I did not want to go to jail. I never want to go to jail. Please never put me in jail.
I don't think
jail
you'd like
is
it.
So bad. I would like to travel to Colorado where it's perfectly legal, like you were saying, and then I could try it there. But then I realized, what if I liked it? Then I would have to move my very lucrative business from Arkansas, where I pay a lot in state taxes, to Colorado. And you wouldn't want that, would you, state of Arkansas? So you should probably get your shit together.
You could get we were talking about the CBD pain relief stuff. Like they make pain relief patches like you could get at any other store, but it's CBD instead. We were just we went to the dispensary and like it's so interesting to see like I've never seen anything like that before. Like they've got to see the process, the way everything works. They've got like these fancy chopsticks that they're like grabbing weed out of enormous jars. The whole place just stinks.
Just
and,
skunky.
Is it a bad, ugly
Yeah.
smell? Like you make it seem really unpleasant.
It usually the way
it's
pot
a
smell
strong
is
smell.
people who don't smoke or think it smells like skunks are really just kind of shitty. And if it's a really strong smell of weed, then yeah, it does. It'll kind of smell. I don't like it. If I walk in somewhere and I can smell a really dank, like just ripe weed smell, it's like, oof, well, there we go. But if it's just like a tiny little amount, you can kind of ignore it. Like not nearly as bad. Like, Woody would hate it way less than cigarette smoke. I can guarantee you that.
I mean, I feel like even though I haven't smoked much, but or barely anyway, my mom's watching that one time as an adult. But I feel like everyone like instantly kind of recognizes pot smell. Like you just know it. I remember the first time I ever smelled it. I was on a bus on a trip to go skiing up north. We would take these buses like to New York and Vermont, and they were smoking pot in the back of the bus, and it was just like, whew, like you knew it. That's pot, and something about odors, they get burned into your head.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely do. You smell that same smell 10 years later, and it brings back the whole memory. I was watching something, and they explained how that works, how that
Yeah, it's the strongest sense tied to memory.
Yeah,
Sense of smell.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, this has been an interesting trip so far. I really love this fucking cabin that we're in. This place is badass.
Yeah, it's so rustic. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really huge. It's like I'm upstairs right now, so this is just like I said, this is the upstairs bit, but there's like a bedroom. There's 3 bedrooms up here, and then there's a lot more downstairs. The downstairs is massive, and it's got the whole place is just giant glass windows, and we can see the mountains and everything. I like it a lot here.
What's on the docket for you guys tonight, aside from trying to beat Chiz and Risk?
Well, I think everybody's being quiet right now, or they're taking naps or whatever or maybe they don't want to use the Wi-Fi while I'm using it. But we have been just hanging out and watching a lot of TV and cooking and eating and just playing in the snow and stuff.
New topic?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So, the 2016 NBA All Stars have been selected, or the game just happened, and there were 0 white players selected. So, I feel like, I don't know, white players matter should be a hashtag that's trending.
I'm boycotting the NBA All Star game.
Uh-huh.
I'm not. I feel like until they can get some white representation in that game, I refuse to watch. I want my people to be represented. What about the coaches? Are either the coaches even white?
I don't think there were any black people in the NHL All Star game, so I think
Did they
I
even
think
let
it
us
evens
put
out.
the floor in their game? Did they even let us do that?
I'll tell you what pisses me off is I don't know of any sport that has really fat guys represented, and that's
Sumo.
pissing me off. That's fucking ableist. Okay, sumo. Everybody brings up sumo. Where's the fat basketball players?
There aren't any. That's true. O-lineman, Phil Kessel in the NHL. He's a little fat.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
not
great.
like those are just little fat. That's not. They're not disabled.
Little fat.
They're ableist, right? You know. Oh, I need 600 pounds overweight before it really matters. Before I feel represented.
Yeah, what
need
sport
to create
someone
your
your
own
size,
sport.
what do you want them to be in? Like one of the 4 major sports, someone
Every
your
sport,
size.
all of the sports.
There
Well,
should
let's be
be a
realistic.
All of the time.
There should be
Why
a
would
team
I?
sport.
Why
with
should
a-
there ever
with
be
a
anything
big guy.
I'm slightly excluded from?
That's the best way to put it I've ever heard. Why should there be anything I'm excluded from?
I would like to see a team sport with a really big guy and a normal sized guy, and they have to work together. Like I'd like to see a wheelbarrow challenge where like he has to transport you from challenge to challenge or something.
And eventually
like
the
that.
fat guy just like, oh, put me in the wheelbarrow.
I think he means the hold your feet kind of wheelbarrow.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, God.
No,
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 it's
I'm in the guard.
the get-go.
Get in
All
the
right.
wheelbarrows. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that kind.
I follow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
did you think about the NBA thing, Woody?
I thought there was a parallel to the Oscars in there. That the fact that there were no white basketball players, really, not a single white basketball player was good enough this year. You know what? Yeah, maybe, just maybe this year, the top, I don't know how many All-Stars there are, 24 maybe, or 22. Maybe the top 24, 22 players in basketball this year were all black. And the top, 8, 10 Oscar candidates this year were all white. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it's more insulting to just shoehorn them in. Like if for the NBA or NHL one, if they just took like, oh shit, it's all white guys again in the NHL All Star game. We have a couple of blacks in the league, right? Who's the best of them? Yeah, throw him in the mix. Let's make him play against all the real All Stars. Like, who
There's
cares?
some really light-skinned guy now stumbling around on the ice, embarrassing himself. Like,
Yeah.
he said he could skate.
Dude, there was a black goalie who also used to be a professional boxer. Do you remember his name?
The only black goalies I know are Grant Fuhrer and Fred Brathwaite.
He was a light-skinned black guy goalie, and I want to say it wasn't either of those.
Probably not Grant Fuhrer because he was a legitimately good one. Fred Brathwaite was not good. Ray Emery, I think
think it was Ray Emery.
Ray Emery. He's retired now.
Yep, yeah, that's it. I think so. I think it was Ray Emery, and I think he played for one of my teams at one point, like maybe the Hurricanes, which is why
I think he
know
played
about
for the
him.
Flyers.
It was the Flyers. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played for the Flyers for 2 years, and he was a pro boxer goalie. I thought he was interesting. The Flyers have had a couple goalies that love fighting.
Ron Hextall. Ron
Hextall.
Hextall got in more fights as a goalie than I think any other goalie in history. He would just start it. Like
Yeah.
most goalies, when there was a line brawl, they'd be like, all right, I'm going to skate over and start a fight with this other goalie, and they'd fight. But there'd be like one fight going that kind of ended quickly, and Ron Hextall would get pissed at a player that he thought shot at him after the whistle. And so he just wouldn't even skate to the other goalie. He'd just skate over to that fucking dude and start fighting him. And it's almost like getting attacked by a woman when you're getting attacked by a goalie as a player, where the player's kind of like, I don't really want to fight this guy, because if I do, that whole team is going to come defend him and beat the shit out of me. And they kind of have to just like push him back a little bit,
Do you think
It's
that's how
great.
it was for Hextall?
Well, probably not for Hextall, because he was
He was known. He was
Yeah,
a
he
regular fight. He was a player fighter. Like the weird thing to me was the equipment. Like Hextall gets into a fight, but he's still got that freaking blocker pad club thing on, which is way worse than a fist. And
That's so dirty to leave that thing on when you're fighting.
didn't he though? Maybe
I
I'm
don't
crazy.
think he did.
I'm not
You'd
sure.
Get suspended for a long time if you did. If he's ever left that thing on, I need to see a video of it, because the
Okay,
guy
okay.
he fought is not returning to the NHL. Like,
Well, maybe I'm wrong about that then. But still, I don't know. A goalie's really immobile. It's hard to do the whole fighting thing with those leg pads on. It's a weird thing, but yeah, he didn't shy away from fights at all. He'd start them. He'd instigate fights, and he liked being a fighter. And then there was another one. Maybe it was Snow, who also got into fights now and then. And then of course Ray Emery did well. Yeah. Oh, we didn't talk about that NHL All Star, Scott.
John Scott, yeah.
Dude.
He's been approached for like a movie deal, as well as so Boogie, are you familiar with this? You got your finger on the pulse of the internet. It was trending on Twitter for a while.
No, unfortunately.
Oh.
John Scott is an enforcer in the NHL, which is someone who fights, doesn't get points, doesn't get assists, doesn't do much as far as helping other than to defend the players out there. 6'8", kind of an oaf. All the NHL fans, this is just a quick rundown on what happened. They voted him as one of the captains for the divisions in the All-Star game, even though he had no business being there. He's not a good enough player. And he ended up showing up. The NHL traded him and sent him to the minors and tried to make it so like, hey, you can't come play in this game. And he said, no, screw you guys, basically. I'm going to come and play in this All-Star game. And so he did. And his team ended up winning the 3-on-3 tournament. All of his T-shirts with like Scott on the back for NHL All-Star Game, they sold out twice faster than anybody else has sold out once. People came up and like talked to him about making a movie about it, since his entire career has just been being traded from team to team when a new team is like, you know what, our All-Star sniper forward has been getting his shit pushed in for a while. We need someone who can make the other team think twice. How about 6'8" John Scott? Nobody fucks with that guy. So that's basically the quick rundown.
Yeah, and
I'm glad you gave that. I was going to ask about that when I got back.
Everybody thought he was going to look dreadful in the 3v3. And I didn't watch the whole thing, but I do know he got 2 goals. He got into one fight in which they kept giggling and laughing throughout.
It was
the fight.
funny.
Yeah. And
did you see him push that guy from behind and push him down?
When he hit Patrick Kane, because he and Patrick Kane used to play on the same team. Patrick Kane's probably the best player in the NHL right now. And even like, you're not supposed to hit really in the All-Star game, but he hit Patrick Kane just enough to knock him over like a friendly hit.
Yeah.
And still, you could see this guy, Kane, get like shoved forcefully back.
Oh, he sent it flying.
Yeah, he's 6'8", 270, so his little like, hoo-hoo, we're friends thing was enough to be like, ugh, and like
it was
knock
very
back.
Hodor. It was very Hodor. Because with
was
the
a Hodor maneuver.
skates, like 6'8" is enormous, right? We all know that. We can picture 6'8", but got those skates on, and I don't know. I'm guessing
6'11",
they add.
maybe. Yeah,
I bet they had. I would guess because I don't know anything about this shit, but 4 inches, right? 4.5 inches to his height. He's way the fuck up there. I just remember I saw the footage of him standing next to the ref, and it was like Jesus Christ. But I'm glad you laid all that out there because I'm a complete non-hockey fan all the way around. So I had no idea. He lit up the front page of Reddit. It was all about John Scott, and I was like, "What did this guy do? Like break the laws of physics tonight?" Like.
I don't know, some of his goals, it almost seemed like the goalie wasn't trying. Am I alone in thinking that, Taylor?
That's
I mean,
how
they
All-Star
weren't
games
going
are.
all out for him. His second goal, Matt Duchene for the Colorado Avalanche, one of the fastest players in the NHL, could have caught up to him on the breakaway
catch
and not
up.
the puck.
Yeah, dude. So the guy's doing a breakaway, and Matt Duchene is his name. You see him catch him from behind, something he's great at doing, and then he gets up and he once he's in position, kind of half-assedly, almost disrupts what John Scott is doing with his stick, and John Scott shoots and scores. And it was like, whoa. It seemed like the last 4.5 seconds of this play, the defenseman stopped trying. He almost proved that he could have fucked this up and then didn't. Is the way it played for me. Are you looking up a link? It looks like you're...
I was looking for something like that. Here he is with the commissioner of the NHL tried to convince him to drop out, and then he changed his story 100% when his team won the $1 million prize, which of course they just give to charity or something.
Yeah.
The guy,
didn't he win a car? Too?
What?
A car? Didn't he win a vehicle?
Yeah, he won a Honda, and because he's an enforcer, last year Alex Ovechkin got the Honda, and he makes $13 million a year, I think, so he isn't going to drive a Honda. But John Scott, he has 2 kids, twins on the way. He's actually going to use this Honda SUV.
Of course.
To drive around Montreal. But it was really funny. I'm excited for him. Hopefully he takes the movie.
It sounds like a real feel-good story. I'd watch that movie. I saw the preview for a movie. I wish I could remember the name of it, but the premise is this. It's this kid who, from childhood wants to be an Olympian. It's his one dream, but he's a complete klutz, and he's a nerd, and he wears really thick glasses and all this stuff. So he looks for... So he's but he's always trying to find his sport. So he's throwing javelins and stuff in his backyard, just a complete fuck up. And then but he's from England, and he realizes there is no English ski jumper. So he becomes the first English ski jumper, and he completely fails at it for a long time. It looked really interesting because ski jumping if you're not good at that, then you crash over and over.
Yeah, that's a risky thing to just take up.
So that's his life, right? Crashing over and over and these awful injuries, and he perseveres through it over and over.
It's one of those sports where it's how do you start? I watched, I went to the X Games once. They hired a couple YouTubers to go cover the X Games or whatever. And I was watching these guys do backflips on snowmobiles. And I'm like, how do you do your first one? Because they're 90 feet in the air. When you do a snowmobile backflip, it's not you start with the spotter, and they pretty much make sure you land on your feet. First, you do the foam pit. No, this shit is for real. They're doing snowmobile backflips. They must travel 100 feet. They must get 70 feet in the air. It's ridiculous.
I think a lot of that, you have to start really, really young, right? You'd have to start when your bones
heal well.
really easy. Right, yeah, it's exactly. You'd have to start at the age of 10 or 12 where you can take a fall like that and get crushed by a snowball a little bit and get back up,
Speaking of people who didn't do that so well, Johnny Knoxville, maybe this is common knowledge, but he did this stunt once where he tried to do a backflip on a motocross type bike. This fits in really well with what you're saying. He'd never done one before, and I don't think he'd ever ridden a bike before. But he attempted it anyway because he's Johnny Knoxville. So he goes up the ramp and comes away from the bike, right? The bike keeps going up. Johnny falls, and then the bike falls on him, hits him right in the dick, breaks his dick. And to this day, right now somewhere, Johnny Knoxville has to catheter himself repeatedly every day to piss and to make sure that his pee hole, his urethra, doesn't seal shut. Because of the injury, he sustained that day.
And this is my favorite fact about Johnny Knoxville.
It's mine too. It's the saddest one because
I wish I didn't know that. That's depressing.
That's exactly how I felt when I learned about it. I was like, well, damn. For a long time I thought, yeah, I guess I'd swap places with Johnny. He suffered a lot, but he became super wealthy and has this whole empire built and everything. But nah, I want my dick to work. Like, I don't want to have to catheter. One of my biggest fears is having a catheter. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that one bit. That seems like something that would be really uncomfortable and painful, and I don't want that at all.
I actually got very, very sick once. And when I woke up in the hospital, I had a catheter in me. And it's the first and only time one has ever been in me. And I never want it to happen again. But it was the most uncomfortable experience.
What did it feel like coming out?
Relieving, actually. Because what they do is, what you may not realize, is they put the tube inside you all the way up into your bladder. Then they blow up a balloon, and that balloon keeps it from sliding out. And so you've got this constant feel of, I need to urinate. This is a full story. You want to hear this full story. This is a hilarious story to me. So I woke up, and I realized there's a catheter in my wingding. And I'm like, nurse, can I not have this? And she's like, Mr. Williams, we'll see if the doctor's willing to remove it. But you came in here completely unconscious. You've been unconscious for almost 24 hours. Are you capable of walking? I'm like, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out, right? So the doctor comes in and he's like, Mr. Williams, I understand that you want this catheter removed. And I'm like, yes, it's the most painful experience of my fucking life. Please remove it from my penis.
I'm having a hard time sitting through the story.
It hurts the whole time? Like, I don't understand. It seems like it would only hurt when you move or, like, you could...
It constantly, like, because of that balloon in my bladder, and then on top of the fact that my body's kind of pressing down on my bladder all the time because of how big I am, it just was a combination of very uncomfortable, feeling like I need to urinate all the time. But the problem was I was urinating all the time into the catheter, because as soon as urine would get produced in the bladder, it would go down and through the catheter tube. It's just fucking a living hell.
Can
and then
you
there's
feel
a
it
tube.
Immediately?
Do what?
Can you feel it come out immediately, like little bits of
No,
pee?
I can just feel the burning sensation of having a plastic tube that's too wide for my small.
All right, goddamn it, too descriptive.
Okay. So, but listen. Okay. So the doctor's like, dude, Mr. Williams, are you aware that my nurses will not help you go to the bathroom? So you will need to get up to go to the bathroom every time you need to urinate. And I'm like,
are you aware that I'm
like,
fine where you live? You don't get this tube out of my cock.
I'm like, yes, doctor, I'm quite aware of that. That's how I've been doing it so far. I'm fairly certain I can manage again today. And he goes, well, are you sure you can urinate? And I'm like, what? And he goes, you don't have a very big clearance down there, referring to the shape of my body. And again, I'm like confused by that. So I'm like, excuse me? And he goes, well, sir, your member isn't very large. And so that is the day that I had a clinically
Oh my God, that's
diagnosed
horrible.
small penis. Okay, and so then flash forward
Insult to injury.
flash forward to 2 years ago. They do a testosterone test, and they find out that my body doesn't produce enough testosterone. In order to do a testosterone test, they have to check me out down there. And they have to make sure, one of the things that they checked for is to make sure I don't have a secret vagina I don't know about, which is like completely weird. But they're like,
Wouldn't that be a mind fuck?
Right. But they're like, this does happen. We need to check your anus. We need to check your penis. We need to check your taint. And we need to look at all of this stuff to make sure it's healthy and normal before we can prescribe you testosterone. And I'm like, well, if I have a secret vagina, isn't that all the more reason to give me testosterone or whatever?
Solid reasoning.
Right. So the nurse, it turns out it's a male nurse, which I have no problem with a male nurse.
You never know. Maybe you want to go the other way. Maybe you want to get some estrogen.
Right. Well, yeah, right. Exactly.
With a vagina.
It's a brave world.
Boogie,
You do what you want.
Think about Boogie. If you were an overweight woman on the internet, think of the power you would wield.
Ooh, you'd be a feminist.
Oh, yes. Yes, I could get
offended and people would
big, scary, black, blocky glasses. I could dye my hair 27 different colors.
Tumblr would be so
and
happy
a
with
medical
you.
practitioner says, Boogie, you might have a pussy. I'm like, Fingers crossed. Fingers
Fingers
crossed.
crossed.
Look. For...
So this,
I have noticed that I've been leaving snail trails on my seats when I sit on them after a shower.
So this male nurse grabs my testicles and he checks them out for a couple minutes, and the doctor's like looking at him and watching him do the work, right? And then he like takes my penis and he like pushes around all the stuff around it and he plays with the penis for a couple of seconds. And I'm like, all right, dude, here's the thing. I don't think I would be bothered if I got hard while he's doing this, but he's gonna probably be bothered if I get hard. So just don't get hard. Just don't get hard. And so then he says to the doctor, he says, his penis looks normal. And I'm like, yes, upgraded to normal, baby. Woo! Thank God. But yeah, what an interesting experience I've had with my genitals.
So why were you brought in unconscious? I feel like I missed the beginning.
I have a condition in my legs that I've had since I was about 24 called lymphedema.
You showed it to us once.
Yeah, and basically, long story short, it gets infected a couple times a year. And so I have to go in, I have to get antibiotics to defeat the infection. And then sometimes that infection, I don't even know it's there because it's always painful and it's always red and it's always swollen and it's always hot. So it's really hard to know when there's even an infection in it. And that was one of the first times I ever got that infection. I was like, second time that it hospitalized me, really. And you know, I went to bed one day and I didn't know that I was going to bed for the last time for a week. And I woke up, I was in bed for about 3 or 4 days with a huge fever and like sweating and incapable of even being aware of what was going on. I woke up in the hospital.
Is that, so if you lose weight, does that go away, or is that just a condition that you have regardless now?
That's there forever. It will get better. The symptoms will get better. But I'm in stage 3 lymphedema, which means it's now hardened. And so without surgery to remove the meat, it's not going anywhere.
Is there a 4th stage?
I think it's just 3 stages, I think.
Oh, well,
oh, see, I was going to ask how many stages. And I'm like, if this is a 10-stage disease, then you're pretty good.
My theory was there were 4 because I know in cancer there's at least a stage 4.
Right.
I thought that maybe you were slacking and you had another goal.
Right. No, my goal is to wear normal shoes again. That's my fucking goal.
Do you still have a relationship with, is it Dusty Rhodes? Is that
DDP? Yeah, and I actually talk to Dallas all the time. He said something to me the other day. I know your viewers don't like it when I talk about the weight, so
Sometimes
I don't want to
they
talk
do.
about it
Blame
too
me.
terribly much. But I've lost about 20 pounds over the last month, and I'm doing pretty good. And for the first time, I'm feeling really confident about what I'm doing. Like, I think I've got it. But regardless of that, what spurred this current motivation was Dallas was on the phone with me, and we were talking about the new Jake the Snake movie, which you guys really should check out. It's on iTunes now. I think it's going to be on Netflix eventually. It's a resurrection of Jake the Snake. It gives you an idea of what that guy does. Did you guys see the movie? You really, really should.
Never seen Jake.
Yeah, Jake the Snake. I saw him wrestling in Knoxville, Tennessee when I was a kid. He wrestled Andre the Giant. One of the most motivating experiences of my life. And to see him struggle with alcohol, struggle with drugs, and his life just being complete shambles. But by the end of that movie, end up in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. Like, it's incredible what Dallas did for him, what he's done for Scott Hall, and what he's tried to do for me. But I'm talking to Dallas on the phone one day, and Dallas was like, you know, Boog, I was thinking one of these days there's going to be a video pushed out on to your YouTube subscribers. And it's either going to be a video of you having lost a couple 100 pounds, looking better, feeling healthier, or it's going to be a video declaring your early death. Now, you're going to get to decide which video that is, so which one's it going to be, buddy? And I'm like, holy shit. Wow. You know, like, that hits you like a ton of bricks. And so I, like, hung up the phone. I was just reeling. I thought about it for like a week, just in the back of my mind, back of my mind. It was just this last November. And I'm like, you know, when January rolls around, I'm going to do something. And I've been doing something, and it's been working, and I'm happy about it. So, you know.
No, awesome.
Well, that's good to hear. See, I'm sorry that my mic keeps doing that thing. I don't see any way to change the auto adjust here in the web app. But while I'm here and my mic is working, I just want to tell everyone a little bit about Squarespace. I want everyone to remember that this episode of PKA is being brought to you by Squarespace. When you use Squarespace, you always know your final product is going to look professionally designed regardless of skill level. There's no coding required, of course, and the tools are easy to use and intuitive. Trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world, Squarespace uses state-of-the-art technology to power your site. And to ensure the security and stability, it starts at only $8 per month, and you get a free domain if you sign up for 1 year. So start your free trial site today with no credit card required at squarespace.com/PKA. And be sure to use our offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. So whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA. Squarespace, build it beautiful.
Well done,
Check
Kyle.
them out.
Yeah, check out
Very
Squarespace.
professional.
They're awesome. If you want to build a website, do it right. Get on board with Squarespace.
They make it really easy to build a website. That's what I really like about it. It's just about anybody can do it.
Yes. Yeah, you have a couple options. You can either hire a pro and pay him thousands of dollars. You can go to school and pay them tens of thousands of dollars. Or you can go to Squarespace and pay them $8.
And it looks good. I was futzing around with it once, just with like a, I guess, free trial. I don't even know how I got on there just making it. I guess you can make it and then you pay for it when you're done is the way you can do it. And I expected it to still be way above my abilities technology-wise. And it's really not. Like, if you like don't really get what you're doing, you just like click a little question mark box or some shit like that, and it explains it in simple layman terms. It's real easy.
Squarespace.com/PKA. Thank you, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're very welcome.
It looks professional. You know what? You need a glass of scotch and maybe like a cigar in that nice leather chair with the backdrop of the rustic wood planks. Or maybe just a Pepsi with real sugar in it. That's kind of classy too, right?
They're fucking delicious.
What the
They're
Mexicans
absolutely
drink.
wonderful. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
racist.
No, it's true.
It's factual.
Coke and Pepsi are
you're
better
not
in
the
Mexico.
first person to have claimed it's not racist, it's true.
It's literally true. Like they produce the Coca-Cola with the cane sugar in Mexico, like exclusively. Like they always use cane sugar there. I know occasionally they'll do like a spin-off.
Please.
Oh yeah, for a limited time we'll actually use real sugar in our soda. But in Mexico they're always doing it.
Whatever you
Yeah.
say, Trump.
Yeah. If you have a chance to have Coke in Mexico, Coca-Cola, then try it. It's so much better than it is here. Like
You can get those bottles here. Like they at most grocery
little
stores. they
glass
have- yeah.
bottles.
Yeah, they do.
It's a tall. It's like a 0.5 liter glass bottle.
There's another
This
thing.
last summer, I decided to do a little experiment when it came to all real sugar sodas. Like Pepsi does the Mountain Dew Throwback made with real sugar, and they do like several other Pepsi products. Then Coca-Cola does the Coke, the Mexican Coke in the bottle, and then you can get all that at grocery stores around here. And so I got it into my head. I'm going to try an experiment of drinking real sugar sodas to see how that changes my appetite, to see the way that it changes my weight gain, to see how it changes my blood sugar. And it was actually very interesting. My blood sugar stayed about the same as when I was having soda made with corn syrup, and not too far off from when I was having diet sodas, which I thought was bizarre. Then secondly, it did dramatically alter how hungry I was. Of course, I am taking in more calories, so that would make sense. But I was eating less while doing it. But after doing it for about a month, I put on weight. So, obviously I wasn't I was eating about as much food or close to it to where the calories from the soda was yeah.
I am
Are
not
you switched to diet
surprised.
soda now?
I'm not
Do
surprised
it.
to learn that adding soda with real sugar in it did not
currently-
make you lose weight.
Right. Obviously. I mean, obviously.
I can see a
but,
scenario where it might, but versus corn syrup, not versus
right
water
versus corn.
or something.
And that's the thing. An addict, man, you're going to justify it. You're like, it's just justifying my addiction is what I was doing, right? But now these days it's mostly water. And this isn't actual Fiji. Everybody sees this and like, oh, you're spending the YouTube money on the Fiji water. I still like to refill these bottles for the record. So, but I did buy $1. I did pay $1 for this.
Yeah.
Originally at Walmart, man, big spender, cash money.
I do that too. You look really it's like when you in college when you'd have a big bottle of like Grey Goose vodka,
Right.
and then once that's done, you keep it, and then you just fill it with Dimitri's best effort at the bottom shelf, and then just fill it up.
I love that name.
Are you switched to diet soda now?
Yeah, I have about a can, sometimes 2 cans of diet soda a day, but I'm even trying to avoid it. I'm trying to avoid caffeine and trying to avoid. I'm just trying to teetotal it. My thought was if I go as far, like in the minimalist direction, I can go like 1,200 calories, like drinking only water, drinking all this stuff. As I slowly give in, I'll give in less and less than I would if I just took a small step back. So I'm trying to do the extreme thing now, and then when I slowly start to fail, it'll last. I don't know. It's just yeah. I do love diet soda. I mean,
drink
I
way
don't.
too
I
much
hate diet.
Pepper.
I hate Diet Cola, but like Diet Dew and Diet all that diet, like all the flavor diet stuff, like just the fruity flavor is so good.
I watched this
I like the
video.
tint.
The guy, he sold soda. He had a store. It seemed to sell soda exclusively. I'm not sure. But he was a real soda gourmet. Like, he completely understood it. And one of the things I learned was that when they put it in a can, they over-carbonate it. Because during its life cycle in the can, the carbonation escapes. Whereas they put it in a bottle, they perfectly carbonate it, and it stays that way. So he had a big fan.
That's interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I've seen that guy on Vice, and I've just always wanted to go to a store, but like it'd be the worst decision of the world. But
Yeah.
I love strange sodas, like a uniquely bottled, small bottled. Like I guess it's the micro brews of sodas. I love that, man. It's the best.
Every once in a while, I go to. Is that butterscotch soda, Kyle?
Yeah, this is Flying Cauldron butterscotch beer. It was so good. Although it was a complete ripoff, $2 a bottle.
Oh yeah, those like specialty sodas are ridiculous. The only like
Yeah, I didn't
non-diet I
realize
get, like once every few months, I'll go to like one of those specialty grocery stores and get a couple bottles of like custom cream soda, and it's always infinitely better than like Barks cream soda or A&W cream. Like,
Do you remember the soda flavors that guy talked about, Boogie? Like, there were ones you wouldn't expect to like squash or...
Oh, right, yep.
I'm trying to remember.
Well, I think squash is just a kind of soda because Kitty's got this shit that she calls squash that's like it's like concentrated like flavored sugar water, and they like dilute it with water and make soda.
In this case, I feel like I got it wrong. It's not actually squash. It's shucks. I almost want to watch the video. It's 5 minutes long. That's a little long for a PKA.
Yeah, that grocery store has been interviewed by about 5 or 6 different people, actually.
Oh, okay.
And it depends on who you find. And the one that I saw was a little longer, like 20, 25 minutes almost.
Oh.
And one of the sodas they showed was an aloe vera one. And they said it was like really good for inflammation if you have stomach issues and things along that lines. So it's funny, a couple weeks after, I went to Walmart and I'm checking the Mexican/Asian food aisle. I think they call it the ethnic food aisle, which is probably a weird name for it. But they had an aloe vera drink, and I ended up getting it. It was fucking delicious. It wasn't carbonated. It wasn't a soda, but it was still
I've tried
sweet and
those
aloe
too.
vera.
I really don't like. My girlfriend really likes them, and she'll get them every so often. But the problem with it is like, it's one like weird square-shaped bottle. I'm not sure. Everybody knows what squares is. I don't know why I put my hand up to explain the square-shaped bottle.
So which one's square again?
It's a square-shaped bottle. It's actually a plastic container used to hold liquids, and it has like this viscous, almost viscous. I'm not sure if it's the same shit you tried, Boogie. Viscous aloe vera drink, and apparently it's real good for you. But that could just be another like pomegranate juice scam where it comes out where it's like, hey, it's actually just kind of like OJ, a lot of sugar. Like,
Right.
that is about it.
Well, I will say I recently had a crack on the callus on the bottom of my left foot, which is like real dangerous for a diabetic. And nothing I used worked until I went to Walmart and found a guaranteed 100% just aloe vera cream, and I used it, and my foot healed in 2 days just from aloe vera.
Why is that dangerous for diabetics?
Because you're diabetic, you're not going to have as good a circulation going to your feet and stuff, and so that's why you end up losing your toes and you losing your feet. And since the diabetes is causing poor circulation, I end up having to be super careful with my feet. In fact, I'm supposed to have a nurse cut my toenails for me. I'm not even supposed to do it myself.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Because if you cut yourself, it just won't heal.
Right, there's a chance it won't heal. I'm still fairly healthy, so it will heal most of the time, but there's a chance it won't, and that chance could cost me a toe or two, or even part of the foot. So, got to be super.
If you're going to lose a toe, which one would you pick to lose? Who's the
My
sacrificial?
mom chopped off her big toe in a lawnmower, like pulling it backwards up a hill, and she tripped and it ran over her foot. And because she lost her big toe, it actually ruined her balance for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
And then she kept falling all the time, and ended up
You can't
breaking
just
up.
tape a Lincoln log on there. Keep going about your business.
I feel like the dinky
you
toe or the ring toe might be a good choice.
I'm thinking the middle one, because I don't think the middle one
That's
would affect
just
your
leaning
balance
towards-
at all.
Middle one.
Yeah.
It's like I've heard that if you lose a finger, people think like if you're going to lose a finger, you want to lose the pinky, but that's apparently not the case. What you want to lose is your pointer finger, because within a few weeks or months, your middle finger takes over as like the new writing utensil holder. And like I read it was saying like next time you pick up a bag of luggage or something, just kind of hold it there for a second and feel where the weight's being carried. And I did, and it turns out like a lot of it is pinky. Like the pinky's doing a lot more work than it gets credit for.
Well, he's got that whole big muscle over here, kind of all to himself, right? Like he's a big part of if you activate your pinky and feel that muscle.
Activate.
Yeah, activate your pinky, do it, and you can feel the muscle.
Powers combined.
Powers combined. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at the powers for Captain Planet the other day, and one of them is near invincibility.
Near invincibility.
Yeah.
So you're fine as long as you don't get shot.
It's pollution. No, it's pollution. That's his weakness. Pollution.
Oh. What a shit tier superhero.
Oh my god, I don't even want to talk about him anymore. Fuck that guy. I'm gonna I don't know, kick my garbage on him.
I just keep like a satchel full of those 6-pack can holders, and if he ever gets on my trail, I just throw those out behind like an
Ninja
Uncle
Stars.
Stick.
Oh yeah.
His little kids run up to him, and he's all tangled up like a dumb little owl. Fucking
I like
shithead.
that cartoon as a kid.
Anyway, yeah. So I had no idea that cuts on the bottom of your feet or anything to do with feet were that bad for diabetics. Is it the same thing with? Like, can you? Like, are you not supposed to clip your own fingernails? Like, if you cut that, will it?
No, that's fine. 'Cause, for the most part, I still have really good circulation up here. It has something to do with the feet. I don't know what the hell it is. It's weird. But as I get older, apparently it's supposed to be any extremity. Like, eventually you have some problems or whatever. So
Taylor, did you ever look into or maybe find out if there are some days in the coming weeks that you might be free to go to travel to the beautiful location that is Conway, South Carolina?
Near the end of this month or the beginning of March, I believe I will be open enough that I can do it. I'm trying to find like a weekday that I could, because I recall Woody saying that works better for him. I'll continue to put pressure on that. I need to speak to a few more people before I can hammer it down for sure. But I really hope, and I have a good amount of faith that this will work out. Like,
okay,
that'd be fun. I haven't seen you guys in person in fucking forever.
Like that'd 4 years, something like that. Yeah, for those listening, like what we want to do is like kill a bunch of birds with one stone here, because we're doing, of course, the hot wings of redemption, hot wing sauce. And for that bottle, we're going to have some pictures of Wings, dressed as a chef, cooking his sauce up, his famous recipe and all. And so that means I got to go to Conway, South Carolina to photograph him and do that. And then Woody and I were talking, and he said he'd like to purchase a gun that I have. So I'm like, we got to meet up for that. So he was like, well, maybe we'll just meet up in Conway. And I was like, hey, if you, me, and Wings of Redemption are in the same location at the same time, we are one Murka Durka away from a really cool live in-person PKA. So we want to get all those things done, at the same time. So that's the hold up on the hot sauce and all. But I think that's going to be really cool. All that stuff should happen toward the end of the month. Maybe we'll see how that works out. And the knives, that thing is moving forward as well. So all those things are happening.
Are you guys open first week of March?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. But yeah, that would be really fun.
Yeah, I think so
come up
too.
with
And
some
maybe
sort
we
of
could
activity to do.
that. Yeah, I was gonna say like as much fun as like doing the show would be. That's what we do every week. It'd be fun if like the four of us or whatever went and did a thing, whatever that is. Sure we'll go out to dinner, but maybe go and shoot again. We did that once with Wings before, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah, go shoot some skeet. Maybe go ice skating. Huh? Kyle?
Ooh, yeah, he loved. Look, if Wings is there too, then that takes so much pressure off me. I am no longer the guy who's like, oh look, you see Kyle, he fell twice. It's like, look at Kyle, he's going pretty fast. Yeah, at least he's staying up. Where'd Wings go? And Wings is just crawling. Like, I feel like if I go with you and Woody, I'm obviously like the guy who can barely fucking skate. And
Woody's going to be the number one if we go. I can't rent goalie skates. I'll have to rent player skates, and my entire skate motion that I learned is totally different. It'll take me a while to figure that out.
I believe Wings can tread water longer than Kyle.
Well, he's buoyant. And that's not a joke. That's a real thing. Like,
right.
Oh.
I can't sink for the life of me.
Yeah. You have to like push up, and even then you're kind of just like a bobber with a fish maybe on the end.
Right,
You know what?
Down and up.
I'll take that bet because it's not fair. The man has a lot of ballast.
That's true.
I mean, he's a fucking life preserver. I could probably tread water for, I don't know. I don't even know how to estimate. Like, I want to say 20 minutes, but maybe 20 minutes goes by and I'm exhausted. Or maybe I could do it for 40 minutes. I don't know. I'm sure you could do it for an hour. Didn't you guys have drills where you treaded water like forever?
It's hard to say because I haven't done it for so long. In my prime, it would be days. It'd be more of a. It'd be like how long
He would sleep and tread water at the same time.
It'd be like how long can you walk? How long can you walk? I don't know. It's almost like walking's not the problem. It's more to do with like.
Yeah, I got shit to do. Like I can't just go.
Well, no, like I was gonna say fatigue, like almost sleep deprivation would be the bigger issue than the walking.
So your feet bleed or something, really.
Yeah. But the me of today, I don't know. The problem, the thing is this: I bet I could do it much more efficiently than someone who's never swam as much as me. You just get a knack for keeping your what a full inhale and a full exhale is. If I'm treading water, I kind of just exist in that top half of the full inhale, and I float better. And the way I move my arms and to curl the water and stuff, it just takes a lot less energy for a swimmer to tread water than I remember I'd watched the lifeguard test and they had to tread water for 5 minutes, and it was like, oh my god, they're letting you rescue people and you're struggling with this.
There's no way people were struggling for 5 minutes.
They were.
Look,
teenagers
I don't have a lot of aquatic experience, but I do remember we do pool parties where you have like pool volleyball, and you have to tread water to do that because we would play in the deep end, and I've definitely tread water for multiple minutes before without extreme fatigue. So that's shocking.
We would tread water.
You know what that's reminiscent of? That reminds me of how the police shooting requirements at 7 paces. That's what that reminds me of. It's just do you have both eyes? Can you walk? You're in. It's good.
Yeah. And then, anyone who can shoot is like, whoa, this seems like a really low standard. And on the swim team, we would have 2 bricks. And the bricks were heavier than normal bricks because they were coated with, I don't know what, like a vinyl or they were rubberized almost. Real bricks, but with a rubber on the outside.
Resin bricks, yeah.
And we'd pass them around from person to person. So you're treading and life is all easy. And then some douchebag gives you the brick. And then even the bigger douchebag is the guy that has both bricks and butterfly kicks and there's no hands.
What a twat.
Yeah.
It can't be that. I mean, someone I was friends with who was a swimmer in high school, was talking it up how difficult it was to tread water for a long period of time, and he was like, I bet you can't do it for an hour. I can do it for 10 hours. And I was like, first of all, this is a dumb thing to brag about. Wow, you can be stagnant in water longer than me. That's cool. I'm gonna go talk to some chicks. But I did it for a full hour, and it's one of those workouts which it is a workout. It's not an intense one, but once you get out, 20 minutes later, you kind of realize the fatigue you're in, where it's wow, I thought that this was just kind of me existing for a while, but once you get out and you spend a little time sitting still and you get up, you're like, wow, that actually burned some calories. It's a good workout.
I really do. The more we talk about your swimming stuff and the more I think about you, Woody, I feel like if you could pick one movie to be that guy, I feel like you gotta pick Kevin Costner from Waterworld, right?
Oh,
is that not what you really want to be? Think about what that guy is.
You've set your sights. I'd settle for Kevin Costner from that Rescue Swimmer movie.
He's a badass, but he dies at the end of that.
Dude,
Woody wouldn't die.
Perfect. No, that'd be awesome. I feel like if I had the life of that guy through that movie. Yeah. He lived a successful life.
I don't know, man. Kevin Costner from Waterworld. First of all, he's got gills, right? So
it's pretty awesome.
He's basically Aquaman. He's got the webbed toes and stuff. He's got that sick fucking boat, and you're always talking about wanting to sail the oceans. He's super self-reliant, does everything on his own. He's incredibly gruff. Doesn't put out remember when he's buying that dirt? How much shit he gives the dirt salesman?
He drinks his own. He drinks his own tea.
I need to watch this movie.
Dude, I love that movie. Maybe that's why the whole world dogged on Waterworld it was a terrible movie. I liked it. I liked Postman too. That's another one.
Yeah, that's one we definitely agree about. The Kevin Costner stuff. I love all of his movies. I think he's good. I like The Postman. I like Waterworld a lot. I didn't like him as Robin Hood. That English accent. I mean, any one of us here could have pulled a better English accent.
I don't know about all of us.
3/4 of us.
Yeah. it's so funny. Like Carrie Ewells in Robin Hood Men in Tights makes fun of it. He's like, and I can speak with a British accent. Because Costner made an entire Robin Hood movie where he's just stumbling over his words and just sounding like Kevin Costner for the most part.
I really don't think I could do, like, every so often I think, like, yeah, I could do a better accent, and then in my head I'm like doing it.
You'd make it a priority. I feel like Costner was just like phoning it in, like he didn't give a shit.
Oh well, that's true. I would have given it my all, but I like even right now I'm like, I can do a better British accent. That's not British at all than Kevin Costner. Like that doesn't even sound British. It's so awful.
Yeah, but you would get like a voice coach. Like I was watching some videos the other day, and this guy was talking about how to do there's this guy, his YouTube videos, and he does voice work, and he talks about how to do this accent versus that accent, and he speaks about the accents very technically, like he knows the words for the different nuances of how to speak, and it's really interesting to see because he's excellent, right? You know, he'll go into that French accent, and it's he's perfect at it,
but
and then he'll go to Australian.
I've heard you like tell someone how to do a Southern accent, and I've heard you receive how to do an accent, and I feel like it just comes easier to you than it does to me. Like if someone were to coach you on how to do Irish accent, I think that in a few minutes you'd be saying things that sound Irish, and I don't think that's true of me. It would be a much harder row to hoe.
Yeah, it's definitely easier for some people.
Yeah.
And there's nothing worse in a movie where it just takes you out of it because someone is so bad at I had to look it up because I couldn't remember which Ocean's movie it was, but Don Cheadle in Ocean's 13 doing his accent is horrible. It's horrible. That dude is from Kansas City, and he sounds nothing like who he is trying to be in that movie. And you can't even see a scene with the dude without being like, oh, yeah, this is a film that I'm sitting here watching, and now I'm noticing consciously that my toes itch or something like that. Like it's just horrific.
There was an Oscar bad accent. Was it DiCaprio? I forget. Like they ripped on him.
Wasn't it Will Smith? They were all talking about his accent in whatever movie.
Thank you. It was Will Smith. Yeah.
What accent was it? I haven't seen that one.
All right, so here's the thing about Will Smith's accent in that movie. It's interesting what they did. So the premise of that movie, as fucking ridiculous as it is, and poorly exposed in the beginning.
This is the NFL concussion movie.
No.
Oh, what movie is it?
Okay, so it's really bad in that, but I'm talking about After Earth, the space movie. His accent was crazy in that one, too, and all over the place. Him and his son. And at one point, he called his son's character the wrong name in that movie. So that wasn't what we were talking about, though. But yeah, in Concussion, I think it's supposed to be Nigerian or something. And I used to work with a Nigerian guy, so I got a little bit of an ear for it. It's this British-y, African kind of thing. And yeah, he was kind of all over the place. Yeah. But maybe he wasn't.
Apparently Will Smith is, Black Actors Matter, etc., looking for an Oscar nomination because he's black. And I guess when you do that, it instantly opens up the guns aimed toward you for why you shouldn't get an Oscar nomination, and his accent is getting a lot of attention. So
yeah, it was particularly poor in that other movie, though. Like the idea in that movie is that it's like 1,000 or 2,000, whatever, it doesn't matter, years after we've abandoned the Earth and we've now colonized this new planet. So his accent is supposed to be like an amalgam of like American South mixed with like German, like all the nations of the world that got on the rest of the ship.
Exactly what wouldn't happen with accents in that scenario.
Yeah. Some futuristic melting pot bullshit that would never actually occur without some sort of like space race war.
Why not? I've often, like when I was a kid, my solution for eliminating racism was crossbreeding. It was like, can't we just all evolve into some
a bit of eugenics, eh?
Mm-hmm. What was that?
That's like liberal eugenics. Just force everyone. To white people, we're trying to be a little more progressive.
Yeah.
One of you can't be white.
I see you, Asian white person combo. That won't do. That'd take decades and generations. We really need the darkest and the lightest. Irish people and African people going together until we all become somewhere in the...
so we look weird.
So we're like Mexican Asian
like those
people.
Goobacks in South.
No. The Irish are lazy enough already. What are you thinking?
You're gonna cause. Did you just say?
You know what you're gonna do? Jesus Christ! Smoking dope and drinking all day, not working, real drain on the world's economy at that point. You don't want to create that super race of evil. That's Don't do that.
Wasn't there a guy who once? Boy, this is probably this thing is going to show up on a subreddit as soon as I'm done saying this. This won't even be aired, and they'll know I said it. Wasn't there some sort of guy who once said something like, "I dream one day about my kids being judged by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin"? And doesn't that kind of mean that it doesn't matter if any of the actors who got nominated for Oscars this year are black? It just matters that they were good actors? Like, that's what we're supposed to be looking at? And,
no, that was back when equality was the goal. Not anymore. Now it's about what can I get out of it by exploiting. I saw a picture of Will Smith's palatial estate, and seeing it, he's got like a moat. There are armed guards with halberds standing about. Like, it's a crazy nice place.
They're not armed.
No, there are no medieval style knights. I was being hyperbolic.
You can't say that, or I'm gonna start believing it.
Okay, well, there were no knights, but it is a giant palatial estate. And just to know that that guy would complain and say, when am I going to get mine, is like, fuck you.
Right.
You haven't been good since the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You're not a good actor. I'm sorry. Like, he's not.
Want to hear my theory on Will Smith? I think that Will Smith is gay, and I think that his wife is also gay, Jada Pinkett, and I think that they have a relationship that works for each of them that they've got going on. Because she seems very butch, and I think that it seemed to me that she was the one leading the charge. She was like, Will, what the fuck's going on? Will, you were supposed to win this thing. I need you to be winning that Oscar, Will. What the fuck? This ain't part of the plan. You better get out there and start making some movies, Will.
Smith has a super high opinion of himself. And that's where this actually comes from, in my opinion. I read an interview with Will Smith before the Oscar nomination thing about how he was thinking about being president of the United States. And he was serious. You'd think to yourself, President of the United States? And he's like, apparently, I am destined for great things. You would think that being like a gold record artist or platinum or whatever he is, and winning an Oscar and being like, the number one actor would all be too high goals if you met me as a teenager. But these are all things that I've accomplished. Who's to say President of the United States isn't in my wheelhouse too? Fucking Woody's Gamertag will say that. Fuck off. And now, for him to hear that he's not nominated for an Oscar this year, like, I honestly believe he's like, whoa, what the hell? Don't you know I'm destined for amazing things? It's like, fuck off, Will Smith.
In his head, it's like, well, I can't be president until I get an Oscar. Like,
he has one, right?
I don't know. He didn't deserve it if he got it.
No, he doesn't have one.
I don't think. Yeah, I will say I think
right.
I said this in reference to the Fine Brothers on my stream, and I'll say it again here. I think something happens to a person when they get to that second comma, and I don't think it happens to everybody. I think probably if I got my second comma, I'm probably going to be okay. I think I'm saying millionaire. You make your first million. I think a lot of people, when they get that taste of their first million, they kind of lose their fucking mind. I thought you got another comma
at 100,000 for like a minute there. I'm sorry. Carry on. I'm so dumb.
But when you get with that second comma,
this guy's an accountant.
Messes the guy up.
Does his own taxes.
I do. At first, I was like, so you got one comma at 1,000. And then I was like, a second comma's at 10,000, right? That's another zero. And I was like, no, wait, what are you, idiot? It's 100,000.
He's sitting over there. I've got 7 commas, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Throw one after every zero just to be safe.
I'm so sorry. I stepped all over your point.
No, that's fine. But the point that I'm making is, like somebody said the other day, and I think they're true, $5,000 isn't a lot of money to have, right? But $5,000 is a lot of money to need, And I think that's probably true. I think when you get to $1 million, you're like, $1 million is a lot of doesn't seem like as much money as I thought it was going to be. Now I need it to be multi-million. Now I need it to be 10 million. Now I need to be 100 million. Now I need to be a billionaire. Now I need that third comma. I think that's what happens, and maybe that is what happened to the Fine Brothers. Maybe they're just like, we're doing really, really good, Benny. We're probably worth $5 or $10 million between the two of us, but maybe we could be worth 10 billion. So let's try. I don't know. I think people just eventually you get the taste of it, and you think, I deserve the Oscar. I deserve the EGOT. And I think that's what happened to Will Smith.
Get a taste of, and that's MeUndies. You see, you wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton, and it's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even have free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free, and that's right. They don't want your used underwear back, so you don't have anything to lose. The best part about all of this is that they are offering 20% off of your first order when you use our URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. So click the link in the description and go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off of your first order. I can honestly say they really are excellent underwear. They're the best underwear I've ever owned. I've had nice underwear before, but I really do love these. I've washed the fuck out of them. I wear them as much as I can, and they haven't worn out yet.
Yes.
The real question is, do they come in boogie size?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. You may have to reconstitute a couple pairs, but
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's time to step up from the lousy underwear you're wearing today. Go to MeUndies.
It's very nice. It's very supportive.
It frames you well.
It frames you very well. But how would you feel if your girlfriend only wore like crappy, ugly cotton panties every day, and now you know? Yeah, and you're doing the equivalent of that out there, PKA listener. Get some MeUndies. See what the better half lives like.
Do you have that
seen the
like bulge thing in your underwear where it like eventually just drops out, and it's like it's not tight and holding anymore. It's just like a lazy, just old people's earlobes, just lazy and worn out and shouldn't be there. Don't let it get to that point. Nobody wants to see that walking around.
MeUndies is the difference between a dumbass poster you thumbtacked into the wall and a painting with a frame, right?
With a glass case.
A glass case. It takes your junk, lifts it, and presents it, and says, "I have giant cock. Hear me roar." That's the MeUndies story right there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's their main goal, but
I believe
it
it's
does
their
keep your
tagline.
It keeps you dry.
I looked up the Will Smith Oscar thing. Kyle was right. He's been nominated for an Oscar twice, but he's never won. However, he does have 4 Golden Raspberry Awards for Worst Screen Combo, Worst Original Song, Worst Supporting Actor, and again, Worst Screen Combo.
What was Worst Supporting Actor?
Song.
Wild Wild West, he has Worst Screen Combo and Worst Original Song. And After Earth.
Was the song also Wild Wild West?
I don't know. I know that it was with Stevie Wonder and Kool Moe Dee. Whichever one that was.
I love that song though, the Wild Wild West. Wiki. I love man. That's a good song.
And for After Earth, he got Worst Supporting Actor and Worst Screen Combo. And I should mention for After Earth, he was nominated for Worst Picture and Worst Screenplay, but he didn't win those.
It is trash. It is a scummy movie. It is so bad. I watched it twice because I wanted to be able to explain to people how bad it was in the future if I ever needed to. Oh my God. You watch that on CinemaSins or whatever that do like, everything wrong with name a movie in X amount of time or less. It took them like 30 minutes or something. Like it was just like.
What was the most egregious problem with it, in your opinion?
That it exists.
Second big problem.
So they're fighting these alien monsters in the future. They never, but the monsters are like biological weapons that are kind of dropped on them by these aliens that they're in a confrontation with over a planet. We get all that exposition very early in the film, but we never actually see the alien overlords who we're in confrontation with. We only see the biological weapons that we're dealing with, and this is what they designed. They designed a biological weapon that can smell our fear. That's what they said. Basically, they can smell the pheromone that humans excrete when they're afraid. So Will Smith is such a hard ass that he ain't got no fear. So so for the longest time, like, human beings had no defense against these monsters because they're huge. It looks like a giant. It's a giant monster. You can't deal with this thing physically if it can see you. but it's blind. Its only way to find you is by smelling your fear pheromone. So one of them attacks Will Smith at some point in his life, and he just goes calm. He like loses all of his fear, and it can't see him, and he fucking kills it. So from then on, he's like Professor Badass, and he's like walking into like rows of these things, and they can't see him because he's fearless, and he's slicing them up with this this melee weapon he has that can kind of become anything he wants it to be. That sounds really fucking cool, right? That's the highlight of the movie. It happens 7 minutes in. It never gets as cool for the rest of the movie. Will Smith breaks his leg 15 minutes in, and he lays there in pain for the rest of the movie. At one point, he abuses drugs to the point where he passes out. No, you do not want to get that ball rolling. Stop.
I poke the bear
Movie's a
sometimes.
masterpiece. But no, it's just such a shitty movie. It's awful. There's tons of like bad CGI, tons of things that don't make sense. I don't know. The kid is terrible. His accent especially is awful. And like I said earlier, there's even one point where Will Smith calls his, he's playing with his son. He's co-starring with his actual real life son, and he calls his son's character by the wrong name.
Does he call him Jaden?
It's obvious when he does it. No, he doesn't call him by his like real life name. He just like butchers his character name.
What's the character name?
I couldn't say. It's been a while, but let's just say it's Hakeem. He called him Hakan or something like that. It was like, whoa, you done fucked up, Will. Like it wasn't even close. But
You
yeah,
think they called him on it at the time, and he was like, "One take. I am one take Will." He just walks into his trailer.
or he was like, "We'll fix it in post," and then they like hounded him for weeks trying to get that voiceover, and he was like, "Fuck all that.
Yeah.
Nobody will notice."
Just switch the
His
rest of it to
son-
Hakeem.
Do you ever look at Jaden's? So maybe you've all put this together, but Will Smith and his wife Jada have 2 kids, and they've kind of combined the parents' names to make the kids' names. So Jaden is a combination of their names, and Willow is the daughter's name. But have you ever looked at Jaden's Twitter and seen he considers himself like a modern day philosopher?
We talked
I
about
feel
it on
bad.
PKA for a
He's
while
so
at one
drunk.
point.
It's like that's too much. I don't know. He's gonna look back on that just like everybody else who did shitty things on the internet when they were too young, and be like, I wish I hadn't done that. Like.
He's got
That's
that.
Everybody
kinda-
else who does shitty things on the internet grows up and has to live in the real world. His dad is supporting his madness, and they've got enough money that he'll never have to live in the real world. I'm going to predict that Jaden Smith has like a Michael Jackson like kind of life falling apart, becoming a real weirdo type thing. And while we're on that subject, did you win the death pool when that Godfather actor died?
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, Abe Vigoda. I won the second death pool in a row, which means we need to re-up our dead pool.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby's your death pool choice?
Yeah, he's under a lot of stress and strain right now. He's like 80, right? I was just thinking back to when they had that big sexual scandal at Penn State, and they fired the head coach. Even though
Joe
it was one of the assistant. Yeah, they fired Paterno despite the fact that it was because it was the assistant coach that did the raping and all, the Sandusky guy. But remember that all the stress and strain that was on Paterno, and then him losing his job, the guy died within like 2 or 3 months. I think if they keep hounding Cosby with civil suits, these repeated flare-ups, maybe at some point his wife leaves him. I think the stress and strain, he can't take it. I bet he dies within 2 years. Cosby, that is.
Did we bet anything on that last death pool? Did I win anything?
The fans will have to let us know.
The fans will let us know. We never pay up,
Yeah,
which is why with the crapper thing, I was like, right now, PayPal bet. During the show, we pay off. Because I would like these things to actually have stakes. And I think in Painkiller history,
instead of money, it should be something else, though. It should be like an act that has to be performed like at a next meetup. I think that's more fun.
I'd rather it be more immediate. I feel like we'll get there in person, let the guy off the hook. I want to be like, all right, let's make a bet, you and I, right now. At the conclusion of this bet, which by the way is like 6 minutes from now, someone's singing a song or doing something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I've got 2 in the chamber from Christopher Lee and Abe Vigoda. So I'm going to pick another winner here. Go for the three-peat.
All right, so the rule is, Boogie, would you like to play along?
Yes, absolutely.
You pick 3 people to be in the death pool. One of them has to be under 40, which is really fun. The under 40 pick is my favorite. Shit, who would be a good under 40 pick right now?
Oh, I don't. If I say it, I'm keeping him.
Go ahead. You can. Nail it.
Steve-O.
Oh.
Oh, he's
don't
been
want him
sober
to
for
die.
years, man.
Because like you don't know. Like Justin Bieber, for example, right? Healthy as an
Right.
ox, but he could come out of anywhere. He could just like boom, hit that OD.
Well, that's what I'm saying with Steve. Like, you never know when he's going to relapse. You never know when he's going to climb another crane and fall off the fucking thing.
Lil Wayne.
So-
Lil Wayne's mine.
Little Wayne.
The under 41.
Yeah, I heard he's back on the lean.
Well, I'm gonna take Lindsay Lohan.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
good
is
one.
your-
A
is your young
repeat choice.
All right.
Well, I'm definitely going Cosby as one of my old ones, so that leaves me with just one more of any
I'm
age,
doing
I
that.
suppose.
Betty White is one of my old ones.
Oh, that's good.
Real legend. Huh.
Did somebody pick Lindsay Lohan
Is
before?
Kirk Douglas dead?
Kirk Douglas?
No.
No, he
I'm
was
taking
the
him.
first choice as the
He had
oldest.
that stroke.
He's
but-
99.
but-
He's
He's 99 years old.
He'll make-
All right, so Woody wins this one.
I'm taking Kirk Douglas. There's a couple presidents. Bush and Carter are both very old.
He's making it 3 digits for sure, right?
But I kind of feel like they're going to have the best hospital care on the planet. So I don't know if they're good.
I don't know. How old is Kesha?
That's a good one.
Yeah. If it was a who's the stickiest person you can think of contest, I already would have won.
Stickiest?
She looks like she'd be sticky.
You know what? I wonder about
Dumping champagne on herself every night. There's sugar in that shit.
I was talking to my daughter about Kesha, and I don't know this story. And God, I hate to like start a hate train about Hope. Sometimes that happens when I talk about her. But she was saying that Kesha was raped. And the situation that I understand is there was a a like casting couch situation where Kesha maybe slept her way to the top, or workplace harassment situation where she slept with her manager so that he would be her manager and help her be a star. I don't know. But I
Sounds
really
like she
get.
sexually manipulated her manager. That's how I see it.
Well, I think the
That
reality
poor guy.
is
I wonder
she
what that did to his self-esteem and his self-worth.
she didn't want this relationship. Like, in all seriousness, I know Kyle's goofy, but in all seriousness, she didn't want this relationship. She fucked a guy because she felt like she had to get the job she wanted. God, I hate to like. I was gonna say that's not rape, right? I feel like I'm
No.
defending this kind of
Oh my God.
awfulness.
No, of course it's not. If anything, saying that's rape
it's getting out of hand.
trivializes what it actually is.
Rape. Yeah. No, that's not rape at all. That's not rape at all.
Yeah. It's like saying, well, I got slapped in the face once. Is it bad for me to say that I got the shit kicked out of me? Yeah. Yeah, that's not what happened. That's a bold-faced lie. Like, I didn't get the shit kicked out of me. Like, I just...
So
Kesha-
if I dangle the
Kesha-
brass ring in front of you and say the only way you can have this is to fuck me, I guess it's not rape. That's just not what rape is.
If Kesha was someone who actually was like a super talented singer, like if she was if she was Adele, I'd
I
be
like
"That's
her
fucked up,
songs."
man. It's messed up that Adele had to suck all that dick to get her voice finally heard, but I kind of feel bad. But if it's Kesha, I'm like they could probably replace. There's probably like 8 Keshas out there, and she was just the one who sucked the dick. She should just be happy she got her chance.
Yeah.
There were 8
If
other girls
Kyle-
willing to suck that dick.
If Woody, like, you're not very good at voice impressions, but if you just had it in your heart that you wanted to be a voiceover actor for cartoons and stuff,
And you were really willing to suck a lot of dick.
some really old lady who just had it out for you, and then you got in a cartoon show or something, and everybody kind of just dealt with you like you were okay, whatever. Like, but that was your career now. Would you say that you were sexually abused to get where you got? Like, no, that was a tactical maneuver that you employed. You're like, I want to get there, and I'm going to do this. Like, not really ethical on your part or her part.
Yeah,
but
some young people define much more as rape than I do. If she says no and then you like persist until eventually she gives in, that's not rape to me.
see, and like the broadening of that definition of like, oh, this person
That's
got
convincing.
raped. And it's like, did they really, or did like they get felt up or something like that? Like, or was it just a sexual assault? It's still bad, but that is what causes so many people to, when someone comes forward, to be like, oh well, how do we know this wasn't one of those trumped up, like, someone grabbed your ass briefly and then walked away? Like, is that what we're talking about, or did you actually get raped? Like that, like broadening that definition probably makes the real victims of that feel isolated, and that their suffering is being trivialized by other people who just want the good part, the attention of it, the victim status, but didn't go through the horrible reality
Like
that the others did.
if you say no, if I say no, 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 all right, I'm in. I shouldn't be able to be like, dude, he coerced me. Or she, like, no, he seduced you.
A lot of what you're talking about is what they call gray rape, right? It's not like violent rape, but it's like
Is that
gray
when you rape a
rape.
black girl?
No, it's when you could rape an alien, I guess, because they're gray, right?
That's green rape. Yeah.
That's green. Okay, but like they call that the gray rape area, and like that still needs to be defined. Number one, I don't think calling it gray rape is not right. I think it needs to be coercion or something to that effect. And like if we're a society going to agree that no means no, like if the very first time she says no, you get up and leave the apartment. If that's what it needs to be, that's fine. That's what society will decide. I'll deal with that. I'm married. I'm very happily married. My wife is probably, I don't think, ever even implied no. So I'm a very lucky man in that respect. But that said, I have no problem if that's what they want the future to be, but we need to define it. And I don't like it being in the same category as a guy who finds you in an alley, punches you in the face until you stop fighting him, and then violently rapes you. Like, that's a very different thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Fuck.
sure.
My wife has implied no. And then I'll, like, if I stopped at the first no, I'd get less sex. Sometimes you gotta be like, seducing, convincing.
If you stopped at the first no, you might not be with her today.
All right.
Hey, it's
that shit
cute
just doesn't work.
when
There's gotta be
Ryan
some
Gosling
convincing.
doesn't
Some
stop at the
seduction.
first no.
Like that's what seduction is. You're convincing the other person to fuck you. Like that's what it is.
Like they'll tell you on college campuses these days, you're supposed to ask for every step permission, every step of the way. May I touch your hand? May I kiss you? May I touch your above your waist? May I touch you below your waist? Stuff like that. And like that's what they want you to do. But that's actually always come fairly natural to me because I'm just shocked that someone wants to have sex with me. So I'm like, holy shit, can I play with your titties? And she's like, yes. And I'm like, woo! And that has never gone away with my wife either. I'm like, can I play with your tits? And she's like, yes. I'm like, yes, best day ever. I can't believe this. I'm so lucky.
Got so big.
I've never been.
That dog got so big.
He's like if you stand. Let me see. I'm gonna do a bad thing. I'm gonna let him stand up. Hold on.
Christ, that dog is almost Jack size already.
And you wanted him to get a wolf.
Dude, that wolf is fucking cool. Like
That wolf would eat that black dog for breakfast.
maybe I don't know. That's a big dog. I don't know anything about.
Wolves are way bigger. That's an
don't know
inappropriately large dog.
It is so big. It is so big. Wow.
I can't believe how huge a dog is.
Yeah, that dog takes shits bigger than he does. That you step in that dog shit, you just throw the shoe away.
Yeah, you sink. It's like quicksand. Is that the same? The black dog is a Great Dane. What's the white dog? Or the blonde
He's
dog?
kind of yellow, and he was a rescue, some sort of lab mix.
Yo.
The yeller.
I just picked up I forget what the breed is, but my dog is a little 9-pound dog. He lived with a family for a while, and that family had to give him up. So instead of going to a shelter, he came to us, and it's the best
great.
dog I've ever owned. But I think it's so hilarious that here I am, I'm a giant, and I have this little 9-pound dog who just like sits on the top of my tummy and watches television with me. He's the best thing. I wish he's probably in bed with my wife right now. I'd go get him.
Is it a little white fluffy dog, or is it like one of those skinny little Chihuahua looking things?
He is a Tibetan Terrier or something to that effect. So he's got like brown and white fur, and then he's got my favorite thing about him is he's got eyes just like Raffi from the Fine Brothers. So I mean, no offense, Raffi, if you're watching, I know you're not, but he can't look directly at you if he wants to. he has to kind of cock his head to the side to look at you, and it's the most adorable
Like
thing
a
in the
fish.
world.
It's so he
Yeah,
can. It's a that's evolutionary, so he can see predators.
Is that
Yeah,
it?
like a hammerhead.
No,
shark.
that's made up. Yeah. I mean,
Ender is a good dog. He has the personality that I wish all my dogs had, right? I don't know, he's athletic yet lazy, and he's super loving, and that's a pretty neat combo. So
yeah. When I do get a dog, I think I had a friend who had a German Shepherd that was really, really well trained, and like that turned me towards that kind of dog. But then it's reminding me of like, well, it didn't just come out of the dog womb trained like that. Like someone had to put in a lot of work to get this thing to, respond to like German words and shit that you yell at it. But I'm sure you could do that with any kind of dog. But the Great Dane would be a lot of fun, as long as it was a little smaller than that one you have, because that's out of control.
I couldn't hear what you guys were saying, but he's a little bigger than the other Great Dane we have, but she's also a pretty big sized dog. Yeah.
You only have one pet, Boogie? Just the dog?
Yep, and I don't know that I ever want another one. This guy is enough for me. He's very interesting. Like, he's very, I don't know. I did not expect it to be as involved as it turned out to be, but he definitely wants attention all of the time. He won't leave my foot most of the time. The only time he's understood that this space is dad's space. So if he's in here, he has to be quiet. He has to sit still. So he doesn't like to be in here when I'm working. But the rest of the time, he's in my lap. He's on my tummy. He's laying at my feet 99% of the time. And he's just very involved. He has to be let out about every 2 hours, which is super frustrating. But he's a small dog, so they have small bladders.
Does that include night? Does he sleep in the night?
Well, he is nocturnal along with me, actually. So during the daytime, he's been sleeping, and then he's been staying up all night with me. But my question is, we've had a lot of issues with marking, and he's had that issue since he came here. And occasionally we can break him from it. So we'll go 2 or 3 weeks without an accident. But then, like last night, he just like pissed all over the place. But unfortunately, he peed in the bathroom and he peed in the dining area. So there was both, tile floor. But what the hell do you do? He's 4. Yeah. And so he came to me like this, and I don't know if it's too late.
Are you familiar with crate training?
You're right, which we do, actually. He does sleep in a crate about 8 hours a day.
No. Okay, so, like, he stays in the crate, and then you let him out, and then you take him right outside. And that's the way he learns to.
Which is what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. He, since he can't be trusted while I'm sleeping, I keep his crate right next to me. And if he does need to go out, he'll whimper, and I'll take him out. But then, after about 8 hour mark, I'll get up, I'll take him directly outside, he'll go out, and then every couple of hours I'm letting him out. And sometimes I wonder if it's not marking as much as it is he was just not getting enough attention last night, because I was putting in a lot of work. The wife had to go to bed about an hour earlier than she normally does. And so, I don't know, it's just really frustrating. I don't know if we'll ever fully break him from it. I've tried all the tricks, like whenever he does go, show it to him. This is one I learned. To show it to him, wipe up his pee with a paper towel, and then take the paper towel where you want him to go. Like, that worked once, so maybe it'll work again today. We'll have to wait till tonight.
What I've done in the past is I take the dog out there. I just want when I carry it, and then I make it watch me peeing outside. So I'll take my dick out and start peeing outside, and I watch and I tell him, "Good boy, good boy, good boy," and then eventually it figures it out.
I did the same thing. It's so funny. It was embarrassing, though, because my neighbor sees me out there shitting in the yard, but I was tired of cleaning the carpet. It was just so messy.
It's more embarrassing when you're training them to shit in the neighbor's yard, right? So the neighbor's like, "Why are you shitting in my yard?" And you have to explain the whole thing about how you didn't want it in
I saw it on the Dog Whisperer. Trust me, 2 weeks tops. 2 weeks tops, and I'm out of your hair.
For weeks, the neighbor was like, "I think there's a bear around here. This is shit. I don't know."
Sammy will go in the backyard, poop there, which is great. I'm glad we're not picking up poop, at least. But the first few days, we picked up every poop he took to keep it from being out in the backyard. Then it got really cold out, and so now we're just kind of leaving him out there. And so whoever has to mow our back lawn this summer, I'm real sorry.
Yeah.
He's gonna be real mad.
It's gonna be old shards of shit.
Yeah.
Riding mower. Take care of all
I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again. So I went to this guy's house for like to hang out at his house and play video games one time when I was like maybe 12. And I get there, and apparently it was the day that they cleaned dog shit up. He has 2 Labradors they keep in like a fenced-in backyard. So the first thing we did when we get there, like our first activity, wasn't PlayStation. It was, I'll hold the plastic bag and you scoop the shit into it. And I just remember, I was carrying the bag, and I just remember thinking like, I'm never coming back here again. Like, this is bullshit. First of all, like, they're drinking water instead of Sunny Delight, which is bullshit. And second of all, I'm carrying around an enormous trash bag full of dog shit right now, for fun, apparently. So,
I feel like they need to make those
awful.
deposits first, right? Like deposits, talking about dog shit, but like if you'd eaten
Emotional
dinner there
deposits?
a bunch of times, yeah. If you'd eaten dinner there, if they had brought you games, if you were practically part of the family, then it's like I could imagine a scenario where they include you in family chores, but that doesn't sound like that went down.
Did Chiz ever pick up any of your dog's poop?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Chiz just received the love.
Oh, I see.
Can I tell another
I
depressing
see it
story? I have a
working
really
around-
good depressing dog poop story.
Yes.
When I was in, I think it was kindergarten, they were teaching us our colors. It might have been Head Start or something like that, but preschool. But they were like, hey, who can name something what color is this? This color is white. Who can name something that's white? And I raised my hand, and I said dog poop. And my teacher goes, no, dog poop is actually brown or black. And I said, no, not the dog poop we have in our back bedroom. And so this is one of the very first times it ever occurred to me that I was growing up in a very inappropriate home and in a very inappropriate way, because I then had to explain to my teacher that we have like this back bedroom where we just store all the garbage, and the dog shit back there all the time. And if you ever have to go back there, you have to deal with all the dog shit. And a lot of the dog shit that's been back there has turned white because it's been back there so long.
That's
awful.
so you just had a designated shit room, like a bunch of
Yes.
streets in India.
Right. It's like my mom would throw trash in there, and that's like you can't have trash in the living room, but she still has to hoard, right? So
Were there ever
it's
any
gotta-
animals in there? Did any wild animals ever get in there?
Little cat
not-
skulls.
We always had some sort of rats or some sort of infestation, cockroaches or whatever.
But anything
yeah.
bigger, like a possum or
No, unfortunately, no. We did have a bat in the house a couple times. Remember
like
that?
like a vampire bat? Was it drinking blood?
No, it was just a regular old bat, and my mom
Shit.
killed it with a broom. That was awesome. And
did
we
what-
put it in the
did-
freezer, and I took it
Oh.
to school for show and tell.
I thought for sure she'd throw it in the room.
It's like a dead bat to show and tell.
Oh, no. Yeah. That's. I mean, we were a weird family. We were the Munsters of our neighborhood, I guess.
We once had 2 bats in our
Adam's family.
house in Apex, and I immediately grabbed like the phone and we recorded us getting I think we caught one of the bats and the other we got to fly out.
That makes good YouTube. I love YouTube videos when like you see that like candid stuff. I like it because you get to see people's houses and stuff, and that's like fascinating to me. Seeing other YouTubers' houses is just the shit to me. I
Yeah.
like to see how other people are living, right? And it's so funny because you see somebody who's living out in LA, they tend to live in like a tiny little apartment, even though they're very successful because that's all they can afford.
Multi-millionaires holding up their computer monitor with 7 boxes and some books.
Right. And then you see like the people who, let's use like, well, I don't want to use anybody's example. I don't want to call them out. But you find the ones that are living like, you know, suburban Jersey or Kentucky or like southern Texas, and they'll show their house and it's like a mansion because they can afford that there, you know? And you're like, wow, they're living awesome.
Sometimes it's stage of life too, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't want to call out names either, but you know, you take a young guy who you would estimate has like 2 or 3 million in the bank. They're just living in that, you know, like LA apartment or rented house because it's their chosen lifestyle. You know, they don't have a family and kids and all that other stuff to, you know, to warrant the rest of the package.
We bought this house last year. I think I talked to you about it the last time I was on PK. We just got it. And it's a mortgage that we can afford at just a little over $1,000 a month, and it's you know, 2,700 square feet, and it's in a really nice part of Northwest Arkansas, and it's all one floor, which is obviously important to me with my bad knees and legs and stuff. And it's enough room, you know, for friends and family to visit, and plenty of room to film in. And like that's all I ever wanted, all I ever needed. I didn't need a mansion. I mean, it's practically a mansion. This is a mansion to me. I don't know what.
Are you in the same place where you filmed like your really early videos when you were in there, like throwing soda around?
back when I had like the Princess Leia poster and stuff behind me, that was a 700 square foot apartment. It was split between me and a roommate. Then we moved from it to a little 1,400 square foot apartment, including the garage, so about 1,200 square foot of living space. And that served us really, really well for a while. And then now I've got enough room here to where if I want to set up a green screen in the living room, I can do that. There's a house tour up on my channel if you guys want to see it.
I've seen
How long
it.
have you been to the new
Yeah,
place?
Do
I
what?
need to check that out.
How long have you been at the new place?
It'll be a year in like, a couple of months. I'm not sure exactly.
Well,
But
that's
yeah,
nice.
it's
So you
been
got
really
like a fresh start.
yeah. It's been great. There's plenty of room to store my amiibos and shit.
You talked about
Speaking of fresh starts, it's time for a fresh start. Start the year off on the right foot and the right pants. With the right jacket over the right shirt. Trunk Club is here to handle your wardrobe so you can focus on what matters. Trunk Club takes the hassle out of shopping by finding the best clothes for you and your style. You'll look and feel amazing and will always have the perfect clothes for the season. At trunkclub.com/PKA, you answer simple questions and about your style, preferences, and size, and you're assigned an expert stylist. Your stylist will handpick your clothes from the best premium brands, just approve of what you like and send back what you don't like. And just like that, the trunk arrives on your doorstep, filled with hand-picked clothes that are perfect for you. Try them on, keep what you like, and easily return what you don't in their prepaid trunk. Trunk Club is not a subscription service. You only pay for the clothes you keep from your trunk, and there are no hidden charges, just great clothes. So, get started today, and Trunk Club will style you for free, plus free shipping both ways. You only pay for the clothes that you keep. So to take advantage, go to trunkclub.com/PKA. That's trunkclub.com/PKA for a trunk filled with clothes you'll love wearing. I actually haven't taken advantage of this yet. I got my email from my personal stylist, and I haven't gotten back to him yet. I need to.
I
make
got a
that
pair of
happen.
jeans.
I'm in the same
really?
spot. I really want to start this too. I've been trying to dress a little more nicely. I just feel better about myself if I'm in a button down compared to a t-shirt or like for years I wore the Woody's Gamer shorts and the t-shirt and felt I don't know.
The
just
strap sandals.
the mandals.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. I wear a button down and my wife I can't really whistle and does the thing and like I don't know. She says, "You look good today." And it's like, yeah, well, why don't I look better more often? Every now and then my wife will be in her pajamas at 1 p.m. and I think, fucking sort yourself out, right? That's me.
When you no. You said I'll be like, sort yourself out.
In my head.
But what I think you mean is you shout in her ear, get yourself shorted.
But in my head, it's like, like I'm used to her being the best version of herself on a daily basis. Yet me, I was pulling that stuff off like twice a month. So now a little more often, put on something better. And
I went on a shopping spree before this little this winter trip because I didn't really have a lot of new winter clothes. And I went and got a bunch of stuff. I really like all this winter stuff, though. I wish I lived somewhere where it was colder more.
Where'd you go?
I went to an outlet, but I went to Timberland and Calvin Klein. Got a bunch of sweaters and I don't know, winter stuff.
Yeah,
I'm really
you always
enjoying
want
the
to live
cold.
somewhere with more snow until you live somewhere with more snow.
Yeah, right. I think it's good to visit the snow because it's treacherous out there on a daily basis on these roads. We're kind of having fun with it because it's a vacation and all, but I'm really glad that Explorer that I rented has like all-wheel drive and like a snow/ice mode on it because anything less would be scary out here. The roads are just frozen, and especially the roads in this area, like you can't see the asphalt. It's just ice. There's big piles of snow on either side of the road, and then there's an icy boulevard to drive your car down.
ice is hard. Like it's almost like there isn't a talent that really lets you drive well on ice. You can learn to drive well on snow because there's some limited traction on there. But if it's pure ice, I've driven on ice where we were going like 3 miles an hour and then we hit the brakes and you don't stop. It's downhill. You just keep sliding. So now you're trying to like feather the brakes as before, nice anti-lock, and just dodge whatever it is you're sliding into. Like, there's no good driving if it's icy ice enough. You're just out of luck.
Yeah. There's nothing
was
more
really scary
panic-inducing than driving with someone who is, like, confident in the snow but they've never been in like they're driving in like, I don't know, Georgia snow, for example. So they get confident there, and then they come somewhere and they're like on the ice in Chicago or Detroit, and you're like in the passenger seat, like gripping. Your right foot is pushed down because you just intrinsically are like, I wish I could break this car. I wish I could break this car. They're going fucking up 2 miles over the speed limit right now, normal time, and they think that makes them good driving in the snow and ice, where they're like, I can still drive same speed as always. It's like that. No, you're gonna get yourself fucking killed. I hate that.
It was scary getting here. We drove. I said it on PKN, but I got my rental car at about 7 p.m. and I got to my my house at like 6 a.m. So we drove all through the night. You know, we stopped for maybe an hour to get food and stuff, and we stopped to pick Chiz up along the way. He took the train in as usual. I thought for a minute with the conditions we were gonna have to send like a sled dog team for him or something, but picked his ass up, and yeah, it was just snow and ice the whole way. We drove behind snowplows for what seemed like an hour, going 40 miles an hour through these mountain passes and stuff, and just blowing snow. I'm so happy that guy at the Alamo rental place recognized me and gave me that free upgrade.
You lucked out there. That could have been a trip ruiner.
Because it was gonna be a smaller SUV is what it was gonna be. But he upgraded us to that like limited Explorer, and I really appreciated it, because I didn't know where we were gonna put Chiz at. We're gonna have to strap him to the roof Mitt Romney style to get him here or something. It was gonna be a little treacherous.
I like the Mitt Romney reference.
Yeah.
He once strapped the dog to the roof, and the dog got so frightened it diarrheaed all over the car. And to him, this was a story of how the Romneys overcome, and they found a hose and they hosed down the outside of the car. Everyone else heard it, and they were horrified at the animal abuse that haven't even occurred to this aristocrat. Like, what? You mean the dog didn't like the frightened diarrhea experience it has? Is it like he was like, oh yeah, us Romneys were so resourceful. You know, we strapped the dog to the roof, you know, and then when it shit itself, we found a hose. That's just how we work. We make things happen. We overcome. And I was like, you're fucking cruel.
It's going like 75 miles an hour down the freeway.
That's what I did with
Beverly
Chiz,
Hillbillies.
You know? For a while, and shit on the Explorer. We hosed it down, and we just kept going. No big deal.
Dude, I did a day in the life live stream yesterday. Did you guys hear about it or see it or anything?
Chiz told me that you were live streaming your day, and that's all I know.
Yeah, it worked out really well. Like, I wasn't even sure how I was going to do it. I had like a couple things, like I had like a gutter to fix, and I fixed it in the rain, so it was like kind of an awful experience. Just water pouring on the roof out the gutter, and I'm like hooking, the downspout fell off. So I fixed that. I had a battle box video to shoot and edit. So like I did that with the world, and it did really well. Like I had a consistent 1,000 to 1,200 viewers, which is a good number. You know, like the people who do that well usually stream all the time, or it's like a special event or something. I just out of the blue was like, let's turn this thing on today and see what I get. And there were 1,000 people watching the whole time. And the reception was really good. People seemed to like it. I'm convinced that this is a genre somebody will be successful with. Like there will be some internet Kardashian.
You need that drone that follows you, and that to be streaming your day all day while you're outside, like doing, I don't know, something that requires you to walk the estate.
I'm fascinated by this. What format did you do this on?
I did it on
YouTube
Twitch. I did it on Twitch, and I had a laptop that I kept for a lot of it, and that did the audio and video. And then when I switched over to editing, I used my desktop that I used all the time, and like screen shared that with a webcam. And if I were to do it again, I think I might step up my audio a little bit, so it'd be on my collar, even if I walked away from even if I got like 10 feet from the laptop, I'd still have decent audio. And I don't know, I showed people the things in my gun safe, just hung out with people all day long. And like a bunch of old names I recognized were sort of hanging out and just chilling with me. And it was a neat experience. We made cookies, my wife and I. We made pizza, but it failed. Like the dough didn't rise or something. And but you know, we're like getting live shots of the mixer and adding things, and I just thought, like, let's do the Truman Show today. Heck with it. And it really worked out until the Twitch mod shut us down. So I'm a partner. I'm lucky that I get like partner support. And I wrote them a letter, but they didn't write back. And I was like, you should consider this. Like, this is what I did. It was like 100% clean and family friendly and cool and everything. And I was like, you guys, you've got a couple UFC athletes who live stream on here. What if they could take their fans to the gym? You've got like, what if some actor brings their people to the set? What if, just a regular person becomes the next Kardashian? Like, instead of ceding this ground to Periscope and YouTube, like, you should allow it.
Did they shut you down for non-gaming content? Was that it?
Yeah. So I thought that they stretched past gaming, and they have, but it's gaming, music, and what they call creative. And a lot of people were like, you should just classify it as creative, but that doesn't. I feel like they've already classified it as not creative.
Right. I honestly, though, if you think about it, they are the people that got their start with Justin TV. So I would take advantage of a channel that was just live, just call it live or something like that, and let me, or call it personality or whatever you want to call it, and let me just do that. And then you've got those, no offense to these women, because I love you girls, don't get me wrong, but to the women who just want to be up there and show off their breasts, let them do that in that category. Now, again, I would like to reiterate my position on those. I love you girls. I love breasts, and I love you for showing them. That's great. Do that. Have fun with it. But that would give them a category to do that in. It would give me a category to do my pre-show and my post-show in. Like I'm already, I'm in gaming talk shows a lot more often than I am even in a channel these days, because I get in there and I answer chat and I talk about games and I talk about other stuff. I do deviate every once in a while, and I am always afraid of getting in trouble. And hearing that you got shut down and you're Woody, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, they were nice about it. They didn't just to be clear, they didn't shut down my channel or anything. The mod was like, hey, I sent you a message, you didn't see it. I didn't. It was during dinner, Right. But he has, I don't know if everyone does, but he has the ability to pop up almost an IM client, like an instant message type thing. And I was like, because I thought that, I knew they expanded it. They included music, right? They had Bob Ross on there for a long time. Gaming talk shows, as you mentioned, is a thing that they have on there. So, but I guess in my head, I didn't realize it was gaming talk shows. Like, it's all, music and Bob Ross isn't, but the gaming talk show is at least a derivative of gaming in some way. Straight up real life, like, I think it'd be interesting if a farmer brought, Twitch along with them and you saw them do that. Maybe a lot of people wouldn't like that, but whatever it is that floats your boat out there, viewer, do you think it'd be interesting if you followed a plumber along? Do you think it'd be interesting if you followed a mason, stucco dude? Animal control, a policeman, whatever it is that's your cup of tea, you could follow these things. And maybe there's some cop that's freaking hilarious, right? He's always either busting drug dealers or singing to his radio. And, he's the next sort of online star. I don't know.
I'd like to see him look up, if you can live stream from a GoPro or something like that. I have no idea. But, put that on, a professional hockey ref or a professional basketball ref, and you can hear what they're saying to the players when they're out on the court or the ice or the field or whatever. I always thought that would be interesting to hear, if it's really professional, because they have videos of it of the NHL up there all the time, and it's not nearly, it's way more crass and cursing and oh, are you fucking shitting me, ref? You goddamn, just way more crass than you would think. I wonder what that would be like in football or basketball or... Well, I don't wonder what it would be like in basketball because I don't care, but I'm sure someone would.
Yeah, someone is going to take this Truman Show concept and make it really popular. I feel like I'm not saying it's me. I'll probably reach whatever heights I could reach, but someone will be a Kardashian. It might be someone who's already famous, I don't know, Will Smith decides to start bringing you to the set or something. Schwarzenegger, some politician shows you what governing is really like. I don't know. But I just feel like the real life concept, the Truman Show idea, could turn into something. And hopefully Twitch gets on board and they let someone try it.
I watched a really good show today.
What'd you watch?
The People versus O.J. Simpson. I watched the first part of what I think is an 8-part miniseries on FX. Chiz and I downloaded it last night and watched it today. It's excellent. They've got Cuba Gooding Jr. playing O.J., and it seems that they're going to kind of keep it ambiguous. They certainly didn't show O.J. kill his wife. It's left a bit ambiguous, but you're certainly presented with every bit of the evidence. And you've got like Marcia Clark, the prosecutor. She's like, why haven't you arrested him already? Why haven't you done this? Like she's like a complete bulldog about the whole thing. It's great. I love the first the first episode gets you up until the point where he's in the Bronco and he's about to have the whole thing where he's driving down the interstate in the Bronco. And I was captivated for the whole thing. It was like an hour and a half each episode with commercial breaks because it's on FX. Really, really good. Lots of strong actors. It's got what's his fucking name? The Scientologist guy that there were rumors that he was getting
Tom
handsy.
Cruise?
This one was getting handsy with the male masseuse.
John Travolta.
Travolta's in it. He plays Shapiro. And I think he might be producing this thing as well. Really good show.
I need to check that out. I've heard it was trending on Twitter for being really interesting. I don't even know that much about the OJ trial, to be frank. I mean, I was like 5 years old when it was.
I barely was old enough to remember it. I remember my grandmother was like really into it, and I just remember sitting on the couch with her and watching it and sort of overhearing the grown-ups discuss this whole thing and hearing what they had to say about it. So I remember the characters. When I saw Marcia Clark's character with the perm and everything, I was like, oh, that's Marcia Clark. Like, I immediately recognized her. When I saw Shapiro, when I see Johnny Cochran, and Cuba Gooding Jr. does a convincing job as OJ. He's not trying to do an OJ impression, but he comes off as a guy, he's got the personality down. He's got that. He works as OJ. So I'm digging it.
It's an interesting time to do this now. Like, what, 21 years later? Because I think that was all in 95, right?
I believe so.
Something like I remember
93 maybe?
When he was caught, I was old enough to I kind of didn't give a damn. It was like O.J. Simpson did a thing. How much would you care if some washed up football player did a thing now?
Whoa, washed up now. Come on now. He was the face of Hertz rental cars. He was the Heisman winner. He rushed for 2,000 yards. He was the guy in the Lethal Weapon movies, which were big at that time. He was pretty big. He was a guy.
Not Lethal Weapon, but Naked Gun, right?
Do you guys remember Rocket Ismail?
Wait, Lethal Weapon or Naked Gun?
Naked Gun, I'm sorry.
Right, yeah. Do you guys remember Rocket
sure.
Ismail, the football player? He won a Heisman. Can you think of some Heisman player from the 90s who's not in the pros anymore?
No.
Right? Okay. Well, but he was better than that. He was I don't know, maybe if
who did he even play for?
He played for Buffalo.
No, college.
Oh, I don't know. Well, okay, a bigger star is who's the guy? I think he played for Syracuse. He was an amazing athlete, played lacrosse and football. Jim Brown, I think I'm thinking of. You guys know Jim Brown?
I know the name Jim Brown, and I think I would recognize him if I saw him, but I don't know his accomplishments.
Yeah, so if you heard that Jim Brown was just busted for murdering his wife, I think you'd be like, I don't give a fuck.
I don't think he's at the level of Jim Brown. I think you gotta put it at the time he was such a celebrity that he was in commercials on television, he was in movies and at the theater. He was bigger than Jim Brown ever was.
I think he's very
Jim Brown
close.
Played. He got drafted to the NFL in 1957. So people he would not have been given the benefit of the doubt like OJ was in a lot of situations.
No way.
Yeah, well, being a black guy in 57, not a fun time.
I was doing now. I'm trying to think of another guy who's kind of parallel to OJ. Jim Brown was a much more successful. Maybe Bo Jackson would be. Bo Jackson I think is a bigger deal as an athlete than OJ Simpson was.
No.
But, yeah.
Oh, come on.
I think so. But
all right, so they always give us shit for talking about sports that we don't know anything about,
right.
And maybe I don't know anything about this, but OJ's a record-setting guy. I think OJ is considered one of the best running backs ever. But then you got Bo, who never really set any records at anything. He only played for a couple of years before he blew out his hip or whatever it was. Of course, Bo Jackson's kind of an urban legend, like a fairy tale. We all watched that Netflix thing about him. You don't know Bo. A remarkable guy, an incredible story. But as far as accomplishments, O.J. Simpson was... I think I think you gotta
Oh,
keep
maybe
in mind
you're
what
right. I'm
celebrity
looking.
was
Jackson's
during
numbers
that time.
aren't quite as big. I just remember Bo being huge. He was all over my TV. Bo knows. Like you say, OJ was in a Hertz commercial. Yeah, I guess I kind of remember him. It's as remarkable as fucking Donovan McMahon's like stew commercial. Like just one lost in history, no name, whatever.
Sure. That's
Woody,
fair
I
enough
think
to
what
say.
you're forgetting with the O.J. Simpson thing, and the reason it was so big, was it really broke the media when he tried to escape in the white Bronco, right? So they hear that there's a celebrity trying to escape in the white Bronco, and they're doing the chase. So they break the news, and then it turns out to be O.J. Simpson who's running for murder. I mean, I think it was a big part of the time because there was a lot of people glued to network television at the time. You got CNN broadcasting for 24 hours in, and they've got to broadcast something. They cut to that white Bronco, and it turns out OJ's inside it, and then people are hooked for the rest of the trial. I think that's
what I was
really
what I was gonna head to. What I was gonna get to before I had to stop.
Sorry.
Was it not you? It started off as not a big deal. Like first he was being accused and I didn't really care. I think a lot of people didn't. Then the Bronco scene happened and that escalated it. And I was like, a slow speed chase? All right. Yeah, that's what they kept calling it, the slow speed chase. And that was but somehow during the trial, it escalated to capture the national attention in a way that like I've never seen a court case do since. Like everybody cared about it. There was there did Nancy Grace cover it? I forget, but like careers
that was before her time.
Was it? Careers were born following that thing. There was a channel that like broadcast it in its entirety, and people would watch the court case like it was a daily soap opera. And me, who like just couldn't give a flip early on, started caring. And by the time they announced it, I worked like as my first or second, whatever. It was a professional job I worked at. And everybody got around. And someone had a radio, like an old like terrestrial radio. And there was like, I don't know, 50, 75 people in silence, hushed, listening to the radio announced it. And when they said not guilty, everybody was like, what? Like, no, a murderer just got off free.
I'll tell you, like, just watching the first hour. So when I think back on the thing, obviously I was 7 or 8 or whatever it was, maybe 9, I don't know. But I didn't care. Even thinking back on what happened and knowing vaguely what he did and how he murdered them and all that stuff. But watching that hour and a half thing today, I walked away feeling angered. Like, I know OJ is currently in prison for that bullshit kidnapping thing where the guys had his memorabilia and he said, all right, nobody's leaving this room. I'm the juice or whatever. And that's kidnapping. and they just put him away. Good. But like watching this thing and like Marsha Clark is kind of the voice of reason, it seems. Everybody else is spellbound by this guy's celebrity. They were all big football plans. You got to think it's these 40-year-old male cops who are all like in love with this guy and were fans of him. So they're all tiptoeing around him. And Marsha Clark is like, I don't care how many fucking yards he rushed for. She's looking through the police records and like 8 times the police have been called because of domestic abuse with OJ against his wife or his, Nicole. And they talk about the bruising on her face, and all this stuff is factual stuff because it's the show is based on a book that was written some years later, but I'm really digging it so far. It's the thing I'm most interested right now. Aside from The Wire, which I'm rewatching because they re-released it in HD, in the correct widescreen format rather than that bullshit with the black bars like it used to be. So that's what I'm watching right now.
I'll fly through this because I talked about it in Painkiller Nearly, which our Patreons have heard. But Occupied, this like Norwegian TV show, it's 10 episodes. They're all an hour. Was amazingly good. I'm sitting here. I'm like, should I rewatch this? Like the premise of it is, in an effort, it happens slightly in the future. They want to get away from what do they call like oil and stuff?
Fossil fuels.
Fossil fuels. Perfect. Thank you. They want to get away from fossil fuels to a cleaner burning energy, and they shut it down. And then they don't have the support of like Europe. This all happens in the first episode of Europe and Russia. So they basically threaten war And rather than do that, he agrees to let the Russians come in and like get fossil fuels back up. But then you realize over the course of the series that the Russians are getting very hard to eject from the country. And it is so compelling to watch what is basically like a no shots fired occupation, declaration of war, annexing another country, breaking a country's sovereignty. And I think to myself, like, this all seems like a thing that could really happen. That's how you take over Norway without getting like the US and Europe and stuff to intervene. You just do it sort of like, we just took over the oil rigs. We're going to get them up to speed. Then we're going to go home. And then, they just don't,
Stay.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? Like the slightest wrong thing would happen. Like, I don't know. Oh, a Russian gets hit by a car and it's like, whoa, well, shit, I feel like you guys aren't protecting the Russians. This place isn't safe for us. We need some Russians involved in your police and government. I mean, a Russian got hit by a car, We're going to cease all negotiations. We're done talking to you guys until we feel like this isn't going to happen anymore. And the Norwegians are like, a car accident, like, dude, and it's amazing to see it escalate. And the acting is all first class, I'd assume. I mean, I'm reading the subtitles.
Wouldn't it be better, though?
The acting is great. I don't know what they're saying, but I'm convinced.
It looked really good.
I love the idea of this, but I can't help but think that it might be a more entertaining version of this would be if it were Mexico's national resources and the United States taking them.
I would love that.
Right?
I would love that.
I feel
Not
like
to
that
happen,
setting-
but to watch.
No, I feel like that setting would be more entertaining, and in Spanish is. I certainly don't speak Spanish, but if I know a lot of words in Spanish, I don't know any fucking Norwegian.
Oh, you do?
Do I?
Bomba? It's bomb.
Is that bomb?
There's a couple. And bomb is a word that's used a lot. And you hear them. They're like, hokey pokey, socky, bomba. And I'm like, oh, that's the part where they said bomb. Like, I got it.
Together.
But yeah, dude, I loved Occupied so much. I watched it like an addiction. And I don't know. I feel like my movie and television picks are going to be completely written off forever now because I didn't like The Revenant and I like this weirdo subtitled Norwegian thing, but I really liked it. Oh, Better Call Saul's on Netflix. That's good too.
I just rewatched Better Call Saul, and I'm now in the middle of The Nick, that doctor show.
I have exciting news about Better Call Saul, by the way, if I can say that.
Yeah,
I'm so excited because I like to stream my stuff and I like to pay for it, but I also like to get it for free on a service I'm already using. And Netflix will be premiering the next season of Better Call Saul on Netflix the day after it airs. So you won't be able to watch it live, obviously, but it's
nice.
That's so exciting to me because that's the world I want to live in.
Yeah.
That's a great show.
When does
I
Better
loved,
Call Saul
Bob
come out?
Odenkirk in that. Last year?
No, the
There's
season
already been
2.
a preview for the new season, I would imagine, maybe in the fall.
Oh man, I hope so. I just
fall?
can't wait. That's
That's
one
too
of my
long
favorite
from
shows
now.
ever.
When does
Yeah,
Game
it's
of
good.
Thrones is only a couple months away. Like, you're like 2 months away from Game of Thrones.
Almost
It's
exactly.
I think the last time I was on here, I had not watched Game of Thrones, and now I have. I'm fully caught up, and I love everything about that show. And holy shit, were you guys right? Damn, that show is good.
It's great.
Yeah.
You know what? It's good to hear from someone who's all positive about it for a change, because it went through a cycle where when I first got into Game of Thrones, me and everyone I introduced it to was like, this is the best fucking show I've ever watched. And then felt that way all the way through like season 3. And then season 4 came around and everybody got in like a big slump of like, oh, this is just kind of going to shit now. Like, is that, old fogey George ever going to write anything? And now it seems like it needs to be a brand new person who hasn't been poisoned by haters to get into it, to where they're just like you and just like, I'm excited about it. I'm happy.
I'm sure eventually I'll get like frustrated like everybody else, especially having to wait for that show. I can't imagine what it was like for you guys to have to wait for some of these story arcs week to week, or God forbid, season to season. I would have become bitter too, obviously.
I had to wait for the 5th book. It was awful.
I was having to wait, because I would binge on this stuff in between, working on YouTube, working on Twitch. I would, if it were up to me, I would have just binged on it. But my wife wanted to watch it with me, and so really, realistically, with her work schedule, which is changing, by the way, I'd love to talk to you guys about that. But with her work schedule, she was only really able to see one episode, maybe two in a day.
Ooh,
And
that's so good.
That
Yeah,
was
she'd have
tough.
She'd get
Who's
left
your
behind.
favorite? What's your favorite storyline / favorite characters so far from the whole series?
I really like Arya Stark. She is such a cool character. I love the whole assassin brotherhood thing, whatever it is that she's getting into. I'm just fascinated to see the way that's going to turn out.
Yep.
And of course, it's hard to not love Jon Snow, obviously, and that whole story arc. And then I'm excited to see what they're doing with him the next season. Obviously, no spoilers for the people who haven't seen it. What don't I like about the show? Like, I love everything about the show. There's literally nothing I don't like.
I've got a
we
thing you
hate-
could not like.
But what?
Go ahead. speak to the
Sansa
group.
Stark needs to more quickly become a player in the Game of Thrones instead of just a pawn that gets victimized for 5 years.
Right. And that's actually, that is really super frustrating because it's obvious who she's going to become, right? But she's just not doing it, and she's so reluctant. And that's the thing. It's not that the writers are. It's not that the writer is reluctant. It's that the character is reluctant.
Right.
I mean, obviously the writer's making the character to be reluctant, but like it's just a natural fit for that character.
Some of the players are players because they're great fighters and leaders of men. And then there's other people who are clever. Like Littlefinger hasn't ever beat up anybody, I think, in his entire lifetime.
No,
Yet-
he's been beat up a lot, but
He's
he
been
always
beat
comes
up
out
a
on
lot.
top.
Yeah, he gets beat up a lot, but he's very clever and he's therefore a serious player in the Game of Thrones. He wasn't even born into power. Sansa Stark, I think we're going to see her become just as equivalent as what's that Lannister woman's name? Cersei, thank you. Right? In the same way that Cersei is a player in the Game of Thrones, Sansa can be too. But it seems like too much.
Sansa's not evil, though.
Right.
I don't care about
No.
Sansa.
I guess I'm just saying that you don't have to be Jaime or Ned to be a player.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
other
I don't
ways
like
to do
Sansa. I'm done with Sansa. Like, I don't care what happens to her anymore. She'll probably do some interesting stuff, but it's gonna be a long fucking while.
She's a really boring character right now.
My
She doesn't
biggest
have to be.
complaint. No, she doesn't have to be. You're right. You're absolutely right. But she is. My biggest complaint, and we all agree on this, I know, was not only the sand snake,
Snakes.
not only the sand snake
I don't wanna beat that
storyline
to
and the
death,
whole
but yeah.
Dorne thing, with Jaime taking Bronn to Dorne and all that, which never even occurred in the books. And I don't care that it didn't occur in the books. It was flat out unentertaining and didn't make sense and was kind of weird and poorly put
Can I say
together.
anything? If you're going to deviate the books, you have to be better, not worse. Okay.
Right.
Yes, you want to elevate the story, not just like fill airtime.
That whole Sand Snakes thing, it was like every moment of that could have been spent either furthering Tyrion's storyline, which is interesting, or giving us a little more insight into what Arya's doing in the House of Black and White over there with all the magicians and the faceless men. Like, that's the interesting shit. I don't want to see
I did like seeing the one sand snake chick topless, but then I found out those were CGI titties, and that really pissed me off.
No wonder they were so perfect.
I would vote no CGI titties. I hate that. I feel
In
like
life.
in life
never
ever.
again.
I never want to see any CGI titties ever. There's too many real titties
You
out
should get
there.
the Fine Bros to copyright that and then strike everyone who tries to utilize them. Yeah.
That I would support. If they were to do that would be supported. Gain subs.
You know,
So,
before I watched Game of Thrones, like because of South Park and stuff, I had this impression that all they did was show like men's flaccid penises.
Yeah.
Because obviously that's what South Park built it up. And then I'm watching the show, and it's not like I want to see men's flaccid penises, but that doesn't bother me
You're on
either.
the lookout.
Right? But I'm I have this expectation to see a lot of flaccid cocks. No flaccid cocks, no erect cocks either.
None.
It's
I think they're here.
It's
there,
like there's
there's
like
a few.
3 cocks across the whole show.
It's so rare. I went back and rewatched it after that South Park episode because I thought the same thing. I'm like, wait, did I just tune out all these dicks in this show? Am I just not paying attention to men's groin areas? And then I rewatched the whole show, not just to fiending with a notepad looking for timestamps for cocks, but just notice there's no dicks in this.
That's the
show.
thing for me too, by the way. Like a lot of people are like, Boogie, we can't have the naked female form, and we can't glorify the naked female form. We can't objectify. We can't sexualize it. I've always been of the
I can
school
do
of
all
thought.
those things.
that you want to do that. I want to do that to everybody. I want to do that to everything. People like sex. I like sex. I like sex in my video games. I like sex in my movies. I like sex in my shows. I like sex in my life. I want sex. I want to look at sex. I want to think about sex. I want to jerk off to sex. Sex, 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 sex. Put sex in everything. Put big dicks in things. Big flaccid dicks, hard dicks. Put vaginas into things. All the time, fucking 24/7, put fucking into children's shows. I don't care. Sesame Street. I want to watch Big Bird fuck Snuffleupagus. Fucking is great. Sex is great. I don't want less fucking and less sex. I want more fucking and more sex. That's what I want out of
Painkiller
life.
already, bitches.
Yeah. I agree with you like 90%, but doesn't it also bother you a little bit when there's like a really intense storyline going on and then just there's like a 3-minute sex scene and you're kind of just like, come on, all right, what's going to happen? When's that guard going to break in the door? Like, what the fuck? Like,
I mean, it depends on who's fucking, honestly, and how hot they are, you know?
okay, okay.
Like, you know, like I like a 3-minute sex scene with Tyrion is a little awkward for me because I don't find Tyrion particularly attractive. You know.
Yeah.
So
But
which
if I
of the
get to the
guys
red-
do
every-
you like?
Every time the red woman gets naked, I'm happy. I
Right,
think
yeah.
the red-
Oh, God, yes.
well, she never just gets
Melisandre.
naked willy-nilly. She gets naked because it's part of some dark ritual. Those little
because
lips have to
I
be
don't
out.
know why
Her
you
ears
call
are
her
fucking
out.
hot.
The one to
If I-
call out is Jon Snow's girl. She's the hottest girl in the whole show.
Oh, yeah.
The redhead who died?
Yeah.
You know nothing,
Nah.
Jones.
I
That's
thought the
the
red
one.
woman was better looking.
The red
Uh,
woman you take
I got a
over.
thing. I got a thing for
Yeah.
redheads. I married a redhead, and I will say
Well, they're both redheads.
right.
Is her
But
name
I will
Kit?
definitely
What's
say
her
his
name?
girlfriend was way hotter.
His girlfriend was really, really
She
hot.
doesn't need a name. She's dead now, so who cares?
Egret.
Egret. Yeah. I'm trying to
The
think of
book,
another
it
girl that
was-
might compete with her for hottest.
In the book, she was supposed to be a little homely.
Yes,
they
with
didn't
the-
cast
she
her
was
right.
not.
Nose and the teeth.
She was
No.
not in the.
All right, so I think the hotter than her. So definitely Marjorie, who's played by what's her name from the Tudors. She's fucking
Another-
gorgeous.
She's
show.
also super hot. I don't know if I can pick a winner between them, but you
She's
can.
much hotter than the redhead. But I think the red woman.
I'm always
is-
going to give redheads benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. I like the red woman. I think she's really hot. Stannis's witchy girlfriend, witchy woman.
I bet they had
and then-
really straightforward sex though. Like
Yeah.
Stannis.
I bet it was really quick too. Like I bet it was literally no more than 90 seconds.
He's got so much going on in his head. He's like, God damn it! Like I thought this would be fun,
Yeah.
but now I got
You know, that's
I
what
got to
they
go
said about
make battle
JFK.
plans.
That's what they said about JFK. That JFK never lasted more than 3 minutes because he had shit to do.
What a great excuse to be the busiest man in the world, and so even if you like prematurely ejaculate every time, it's like, well, how much time do you think you're worth? I'm the leader.
Boy, I gotta
Prematurely ejaculate. You mean efficiently ejaculate?
That's
Right.
true.
Right.
You think most animal species would survive if premature ejaculation were out there? No, you can't. 2 wolves don't have half an hour to kill out in the wilderness, just eating each other out. Like they gotta get moving.
Do we need a new topic?
Sure.
Yeah, I was like an animal fucking. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say this conversation just got good.
I thought it had just paused.
fucking.
This is the PKA I expect.
I doxed
Yes.
my grandmother.
You did?
Yeah. Well, she's dead now, so she won't care. But I was like,
A gravesite?
no. I've talked on the show many times about how my father grew up broke. If those don't know, my father was super successful. Like he lived a pretty neat life, naval aviator. He owned his own accounting firm, and but he was born broke. His father ran away when he was 10, and they were all happy about that because he was a drunk who beat his mom and the kids. And I was like, I wonder if I can find this house just by like navigating it through Google Earth, like barely remembering how to get there. But I ended up just doxing him, and I thought I would share it on the show. Now, I should note, no one in my family lives here. I think the house might be empty. I'm not even sure.
So fuck with them if you like.
I was actually going the other way. Like, don't send them pizzas or anything, because you're not getting anyone that you're willing to target. But this is where my dad grew up, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I don't know if I can fit like more in the screen. That works. And I've also talked about this. Like, I'm not particularly great. It's this House with the Pumpkins, if you didn't catch that. People watching, there's a couple houses in the shot. But I'm not great at identifying bad neighborhoods, right? Like, they mostly seem like normal neighborhoods to me. Like, Like, how can you tell this place is a dump? If you drive up and down the street here virtually, I remember I was seeing cars that, like, the entire roof was rusted off and stuff like that. It's kind of a sign. But this is where my dad grew up. This is the lot that he used to mow, and I think I've even mowed once or twice. And yeah, I don't know where I'm headed with this, but I thought it was interesting. I was like, I'm going to show these people where my people come from. It's Gloucester, New Jersey. There's a
I don't
bridge.
think that looks like. Were you saying you think this does look like a bad neighborhood?
Well, I don't know.
I don't think it really looks bad.
I don't know
Like
that it looks
smell there?
bad, but it definitely looks poor. I mean, you can tell the people
Yeah.
who live in here are definitely probably paycheck to paycheck. You can tell by the paint jobs on the houses. You can tell by the conditions of the cars, stuff like that,
I can tell you, I looked at the house on Zillow, and I forget the number, but it was either $38,000 or $44,000 for the house.
Wow.
So that's cheap by houses, I would say. 38
Yeah.
grand or 44 grand. It didn't have these satellite dishes on it back when my grandmother lived there. That house next to it, it's kind of gray, next to the green and white one. It's the one that caught fire. And it caught fire, and then all the like paint and stuff was like boiled off and flaked off in my grandmother's house. But instead of fixing it, they kind of used that money to live on. And every time you go in there, there's like fire damage in the bedroom. And
Nice.
that was a thing.
Yeah. Well, at least there weren't bats flying around in just the designated dog poop room, because that sounds probably worse.
I was going to say, this summer, if my health permits, I'm going to take my wife back to, and I'm going to vlog the whole thing. I'm going to take my wife back to the place where I grew up in and show her some of the houses and film it. And I would link to one on Google Maps, but Google has not mapped that area that I grew up in. It's that remote and that messed up. I mean, it does go, there's a road that goes by the town I grew up in. But that's it. It doesn't go into the areas that I lived in or anything close to it.
You lived in Arkansas your whole life, right?
Now I lived in southwestern Virginia. Shout out to St. Paul, Virginia. And there's some nice parts of St. Paul for certain. If you live up on Gray Hill, you probably have a real nice life. So, but if you live down in River Road and the places that we lived, and specifically the houses we lived in, you'd probably not have a very nice life. We also lived out in Castlewood for a while. It was so bad that a week after we moved out of the first house I lived in, the landlord burnt it down because my mother and father had trashed it so much. And so we still have my brother's rescue squad, like emergency band radio, and mom would listen to it all the time. And somebody's like, does anybody know how to get a hold of Brian? Why? His house is on fire. So we drove to Castlewood and watched that place burn. And they said the source of the fire was electrical or whatever. But my brother is convinced, and I tend to agree with him, that the landlord burned it down because we destroyed that house living in it.
Wow.
Jeez. Do you talk to your
Wow.
parents at all anymore? Are they still around?
Mom passed in 2009, and Dad passed in 2001. But he had a stroke due to his alcoholism that pretty much took him out 10 years earlier than that.
I was so afraid it was some sort of bacterial infection related to the white dog shit. Yeah, they inhaled that white dog shit dust. That'll get you every time.
It's funny because me and my brother and my sister growing up in that, my brother is convinced that, and he has a degree in health science. He said that probably the reason I've survived the infections that I've gotten have been because my immune system is probably insane from having grown up like that.
So you owe your life to white dog shit.
Yeah, I probably owe my
true.
life to growing up in a fucking shithole.
That's great. It's a great way to look at it.
When I lived in Ocean City, and it was a nice house, and it wasn't like a dump or anything, but 2 doors down, there was a house that hoarders owned. And when I moved there, no one lived there. So we used to, I guess, break in. I don't know. There was a way to get in. I forget if it was a broken window or a window that wasn't locked or something. And we'd go in there, and you'd climb the mounds of stuff. I don't know what the stuff was, like newspapers and furniture, sometimes broken furniture. Like the kinds of things you'd find in a dumpster almost. And sometimes there were paths from room to room, and sometimes it was like a like just climbing on a giant trash heap, and we would go exploring. And then I want to say at one point the house like cracked open almost, like picture the corner of the entire home. It just split like a seam that had ruptured.
Wow.
And then it got bought by a guy with like a lot of elbow grease and some construction skills, and he emptied it all out, fixed it up, and rented it and stuff, and made it better. But yeah, there was a hoarder's house. Like I've seen legit hoarding. So was Boogie. But
yeah. Mom wasn't so much of a hoarder as it was just she would keep like the front rooms clean because she was all about appearances and keeping up appearances, right? One of the reasons they never got me out of that home with all the abuse and stuff that was going on is because she hid it very, very, very well. This is a woman who taught preschool. So, I mean, they trusted her with 20, 30 kids at a time. But the back rooms were always just trash, just garbage. And I never understood it. I just never really comprehended.
Couldn't you smell it?
Like, I feel like, sorry, Taylor. It always seems to come from a place of this stuff has value. Why would you just throw it away? Or someday we won't have money. So this is almost like a savings account.
Right.
Yeah, you gonna go find your own dog shit when the economy crumbles? Like, no. That's why we have a surplus.
I actually have that tendency is in my mind as well, and so I found a thing that in my mind makes sense. So that's what I do. It's Magic the Gathering, and to this day, I've been investing in Magic the Gathering cards for over 20 years, and I've never lost money. I've only made money. I spend on the hobby probably $4,000 to $5,000 a year, much of which is earned back through sponsorships when I do unboxings on my gameplay channel or on YouTube or whatever. And then, of course, tournament winnings and things along that lines, too. And my collection is very, very considerable. It takes up about a quarter of our garage currently.
Jesus Christ.
Right, yeah. I mean, I won't even throw away the commons sometimes because you never know what's going to be the next Rancor, what's going to be the new Serum Visions, you know? And so I hoard it all.
I sometimes say the same thing.
Yeah.
You never know it's going to be the new Serum Visions, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Rancors, sometimes they just pop out where you least expect them. Like,
well, that's
Kerberos did that too, and so did Flying Nuggets.
What's so funny is Kerberos is so close to the name of a Magic card. They're so close, man.
It's also the name of like an Nvidia card, I think, or something.
There's Erebros. He's a god from Theros. And I was like, oh, Erebros. Yeah, he might be worth something one day. He's on like a $5 card right now, but one day. He might
someday.
Be
I don't think you could pay Woody and Kyle to play Magic.
Oh, I play. No, I'm definitely. I would be into it. It's like I feel like if we had a deck right here, I would play. We've been playing a lot of board games. We've been playing Monopoly and random stuff. I think we're going to get a very serious Risk game going on because there are two people here. One of them being Chiz, who consider themselves Risk experts, and so I'm going to get that started.
Real quick interjection. If we get this whole trip where we're all together to work out, we all need to buy a starter deck and play some Magic.
Hell yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll do that.
Put that on your channel. I will watch the shit out of you guys play Magic.
Does Wings play?
I'm sure Wings knows how to play. He knows how to play D&D. If not, it's
I
not
would
that.
be willing to play that. That's what we should do. Wasn't Wings the dungeon master? Wasn't he the guy who like leads you through the thing or whatever?
I've played D&D before, but there are so many fucking rules. Like I couldn't even begin to figure it out unless I had
Wings
someone.
knows him.
I played D&D as a kid, and I'm sure I did it improperly. There's a lot to know.
Pick up
I
second.
think Wings is an expert.
Third edition and like forward is fairly complicated, but realistically, if you pick up second edition again, second edition is so simple. Once you understand the THACO system of D&D, once you pick up the second edition of D&D, every time I think about DMing again, I think about DMing second edition again because so much of your character was in your head in second edition. Unless you're playing a wizard or a priest, and then it's a lot of character sheet issues. But if you're playing like a warrior or a paladin or a rogue or whatever, like there's nothing that differentiates you from another rogue or another warrior.
I feel like there was
except
tables
for what
and
you
tables, like charts and charts of like army and melee and first move.
damage.
But that was all. That's all for the DM to work with. As a player, you can walk if you've got a good DM.
Wings would do that for you.
Right.
That would be fun to have Wings invent the story as we go.
Yeah, you think he'd be good at it? Because I remember we were doing that game where we had to complete the story. He wasn't the best at coming up with a narrative on the fly. I feel like one of us might be really good at that. I feel like I'm good at that, like just bullshitting some sort of.
I feel like
silly
Kyle has
narrative.
a natural aptitude for it. No
Just making
experience,
something
but
up off the fly.
yeah,
Off the top of your head.
you can tell a story.
I think that stuff's
Yeah,
fun.
Like when I was
you're in control.
when I was writing the fake Game of Thrones passages, and we were trying to see if it was me or George R.R. Martin. I should do that again. I think that was fun. I'm gonna do that some because that's super easy and it takes 5 minutes of my time. But what I really want to do is some prank phone calls. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and I've got everything. I've got my setup all set up to record them and everything. And I was talking to Chiz about this. It's like you've got to come up with a bit, though. There has to be a reason you call the person, and I don't want to just copy someone else's. And, what we generally do is call someone and just hope for, I try to be spontaneously funny or try to get something out of them on the fly based with what I'm handed, and I have to come up with it all on the fly. But if we had a bit, I've seen, they did a thing on the Stern Show once, this prank phone call where they have an elderly husband and wife calling the animal control. In the background, you hear a monster roaring. And then they're like, yeah, there's some kind of a furry thing. I don't know. It's in the garage. Well, it's a werewolf. And at the end of the call, you hear the werewolf ravaging the guy, just ripping him apart. And it's roaring like a monster. And you hear him scream, my balls! It got my balls! And his elderly wife are like, it took his balls! His balls! And animal control is like, you need to call 911. 911, So, if you got a bit like that, I think you can have a lot of fun. But
I think it's a good idea for you to pre-record the calls. So then there could be a section of the show where it's for 6 minutes or whatever. We just play those and we all watch and laugh, and then it's over. And so there's no big, dilly-dallying or fucking around with, we can call this person. Oh, they didn't answer. Well, shit. That's 6 minutes down the drain.
That would be good. Yeah. But on the subreddit, they were making a pitch for a live PKA, and I think that now we have to be careful because some Patreons pay because they get the show on Thursday night instead of Saturday afternoon or morning. But having said that, maybe if every once in a while, maybe as often as we did live PKNs, like a monthly thing or a bi-monthly thing, we did a live PKA, and that might lend itself to some prank calls, and it could be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a totally different thing in my opinion. If we're doing a live show, then a live call makes more sense to me. It's because you can get feedback from the audience, and you can even utilize that live audience to further fuck with someone. You could invent some sort of celebrity. You could call a hotel and you'd be like, hey, I got Chris Rock. I'm Chris Rock's publicist. We're gonna be staying there tonight. Just so you know, it's been leaked already. It's on TMZ. They know we're coming to that Holiday Inn, and then we have all our fans calling in looking for Chris Rock blowing up. We could utilize them in some way
too. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. What was he called? Taylor the Guest. Do you remember
the sub?
Oh,
Taylor the sub. Taylor the sub.
That guy you guys had on years ago.
Yeah. So what happened is we used to call subs every now and then, and 9 times out of 10, as soon as you put them on the mic, they kind of flop. They'd freeze up. They weren't ready. But Taylor's sub took to it really well, and we had him on for 4 or 5 more shows. But he used to do a lot to involve the live stream as the 5th host, and he'd have them creating Photoshop stuff, or I don't know. If we were to go live, I think we'd have to incorporate that 5th host. It'd be fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Just to manage it and keep their finger on the pulse.
But I feel like that's a completely different thing than the idea of pre-recorded prank phone calls. They're just different. They're both prank phone calls, and they're both messing with people over the telephone line. But you approach them completely differently. I think if you're pre-recording something, then your final product can be extremely polished. You can put 3 or 4 of them together. You could work for 8 hours at getting 3 prank phone calls and have all 3 of them be gold, rather than spending 1 hour and have 5 bad ones and 1 chuckle.
Yeah.
So
I used to do prank calls at my local gaming store all the time. And the premise I would always use, and this is a good one, pretend that you are baked out of your mind, drunk out of your mind, some sort of altered state, and that you're calling for a ride. And that clearly you've got the number wrong. And then it's especially funny when you wake them up. It's like, Tim, listen, dude, they're going to get me caught. They're going to catch me drunk driving again. I'm going to jail, Tim. Fucking help. Okay, and then I would get like their number and get their name with it, and generally it would be a friend of somebody, and you would get like 4 or 5 voicemails in a row before you'd eventually get somebody, and then one guy would just hang up on you. I don't know who you're talking about. It takes a while to get some gold out of it. When you get gold, you get that one guy's like, look, dude, I'm willing to come get you. I don't know you, but I'm willing to help. Now, where are you? The other one we would say that we saw your phone number written in a bathroom here. And then people would be like, well, where's here? And I'd be like, oh, I don't want to say, man. You're going to come erase it. I just know you're good. You're for a good time. You know? And like they'll keep you on the phone to try to
We need to
find
get Boogie
out
on
where
it.
their phone number is.
I've got
written
one.
on a wall.
I have an actual experience with that one, the first one you did, of someone calling you. This wasn't a prank. This was just a situation where someone calls you really fucked up and they need you to like do them a favor. It was like 1 a.m. and I knew that a lot of my friends were out getting fucked up at some bars. I left way earlier because I was tired and I was sleeping, and I got like 5 calls back to back, and I kept just hanging up, and eventually I answered it, and I was like, I knew who it was. It was my buddy, and I was like, dude, what's up? Like, it's 2 a.m. And he was like, yes, is this Taylor? And I was like, yeah. He's like, this is Officer Smith. I'm here with your friend. It seems like, do you have any idea what he was doing tonight? And I'm like, I don't know. I think they went to Bengals or one of the bars on campus. He's like, okay, that makes sense. Well, we're about 1.5 miles from campus at XYZ Park, and he's just sleeping here at the park right now. We need you to come pick him up. We tried to get him in the back of the cop car. He's being rambunctious. We don't want him to throw up. We need you to come get him. And I was like, honestly, I quit drinking like 5 hours ago too, and I was pretty drunk, so there's no way I can go drive and pay. I'm not gonna go drive to cops and be like, hey, how you doing? I'm just here to get him, you know, and then just throw him in the car. And so I went through my like entire contact list. I called like 22 people, and every single one of my friends, it was a real wake-up call of who my friends were, where it was like every one of my friends was too fucked up to help, until eventually the cops were just like, honestly, fine, just tell me where to drop him off. I will get your buddy to wherever he needs to be, because we are tired of waiting out here. We've been out here for 1.5 hours waiting for this guy to wake up enough to get in a car and get left or get picked up from this fucking park because he's passed out drunk. We don't want him to get like raped by a homeless guy. So yeah, it was a really aggravating conversation.
Wow,
Like I
that's
was such a
pretty
jackass.
awful.
That's funny.
I thought you were gonna say it was an awakening thing, because like to show you like who your real friends are, like who's actually gonna. There's a country song I think that's like that. You find out who your friends are, and it's something about getting, be on the side of the road with like a dead battery or something. Like the people who will actually come when you call, like, hey man, I'm on the side of the road, who will drop their shit and come get you. I thought you were gonna go in that direction, but you were just finding that all of your friends were alcoholics.
All of my friends. Well, it was like a Friday night, so I wasn't like, oh my god, on a Tuesday, guys. Like, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, Woody and I are always blitzed on a Friday night. Oh god, Woody, I found the drink for you. They have the most silly commercials. They're like, for when you want to live life a little hard, ish. It's this lame hard beverage. I wish I could had written it down. I'll have to find it. It was like Mike's Hard Lemonade, but even lamer. And they were like admitting how lame they were. What's that?
Twisted tea. That's what Woody needs. He could absolutely drink that and enjoy it. Well,
I think I would really like drinking. You guys, every time I'm on the show, I'm just like, I should become an alcoholic. That sounds way fun.
Well, just have a little bit of middle ground there, Just
no. You know me. If I do it, I'm going all out.
Yeah, don't be.
I know what alcoholic.
I'm going to be straight lining vodka into my anus.
Day one.
Yeah, right.
I know what alcoholic beverage Woody would love, and I bet he agrees. It's that apple pie moonshine.
Yes.
When it's made pretty weak. When they make it so weak that it's not like fire in your throat, it's more like candy. And let's say I've had it so that like if you sipped like, I don't know, if you drank like 12 ounces of it, you'd be good and drunk. But it's not one of those things where like you take 2 shots of it and like you're drunk. It's not that kind of moonshine. It's still homemade alcohol.
The stuff we had was strong. People who could drink were getting drunk on it, and you wouldn't know it.
Are you talking about when you were a kid, or?
No, I was an adult. I was camping, and it was during my like off-roading period. So we would go off in the woods where we could drive our like rock crawlers and stuff. And during the camping, some people drank. And I usually didn't drink, but they told me to try the apple moonshine, like give it a go. And then they warn you, like this stuff, like filled with alcohol, just like fucking strong, and it tastes like apple pie. And you drink it, and the alcohol was just hidden. And if you're like me, and you don't like alcoholic drinks, whenever they tell you the alcohol's hidden, you're like, I found it. No. You didn't hide it very well. No, yeah.
I can tell it's here because it doesn't taste good.
Exactly.
Thank
like
you.
if you ever have a Jaeger bomb or like, you know, like,
I like those.
those are not the worst. Or schnapps,
30.
right? Like, schnapps. It tastes like mint. Yes, really fucking alcoholics mint of mint. Like it's the alcohol of mint. It's all this moonshine. Like it for how strong it was, you would never know. There was another one. It was peach, and some guy ate the peach, and they're like, "That's a lot." And I'm like, "It's like a peach amount, right? This is what, like 2 shots." It was a lot. It was a lot, and like I had a sip or I don't know. I had a couple gulps or something, and it was like, wow, that should get you drunk. Like, it gets you drunk, and I could have drank the whole mason jar. I could have drank it all. I could
enjoying it.
It tasted like apple pie. And
I'll see if I can get us a gallon for the thing with wings, because I know a guy who makes it, and he makes it by the gallon. It's a gallon's like $80, I think, and
I'll try it. I usually don't like really sweet stuff, but it's like rough. Like when you get that warning you're talking about, be careful, it's really alcoholic and it tastes good, and you drink it and you take a couple more drinks, like that was good, and the first thing you notice of it is not the bite, but just your stomach just emanating like heat. Like a minute and a half later of just how strong it is, and you're like, oh shit, like I'm in for a rude awakening in 9 minutes.
Yeah,
the stuff I've got's not that strong. I would equate it to like it's stronger than wine, but it's not like liquor.
The stuff I drank was magic. Like dude, I drank wine after my day in the life because it got cut off, and when I tried it, I wish it was on the day of the life, because if you watched me, you would have thought it was like straight alcohol. I had a sip of wine, and I'm like, oh god,
right? Red wine or white?
Red, and
that's worse. Yeah,
I don't like red wine either.
It was rough. I didn't like it, so I drank wine, and it was rough. And but I drank this stuff, and it's like, ooh, it's sweet, like someone had. Like it was
it's
sweet
like,
tea for the first time. Like, ooh, this is candy in a jar.
To me, it tastes like apple cider and with like cinnamon, like really good apple cider, and like it actually has sticks of cinnamon in the in the jug.
And then like Taylor says, his first observation was like his stomach was like emanating heat or something. For me, I'm like, like this is alcohol-y? Like you act like it's really strong, and then my face is numb. And and I'm like, whoa. Yeah, you're right.
You've done that on our drinking episodes before, where you're like, I don't know if I'm faking it, but I feel like my face feels different. And it's like,
that's the first thing that happens
it.
when he gets drunk. I remember when we were in Killington that we were sitting downstairs on a couch talking and bullshitting around, and we were both drinking. And he was like, "My face is numb. Face is a little numb here."
That's a normal reaction to alcohol, right? Like it's just one of the steps. Taylor, you
totally.
too.
I don't really get that, but
really,
I get that.
Yeah, no. And I always wonder, like, because I feel like I could pull off sober a lot. Like am I just letting the alcohol take over and playing it up? Like if I had to be sober right now, I could be sober. But it's always like, I guess I could,
It's a razor's edge that you're walking, where you can pull off the you're in control, and then just a tiny bit too much, and not a chance.
I wonder if I know Wings is kind of against drinking, but I wonder if he would drink that tasty moonshine if it was an option, or if he would not. Because I'm not sure if his thing is.
You should bring it to the live show, right?
He doesn't have to get out of control.
That's what I'm talking about.
He can just try it. Like
I didn't put together. You were talking about making the live show a live drinking show. It should be a live drinking, live streaming bonanza.
Yeah. I don't know about live stream. Well, you're the tech guy, right? It's not like I'm showing up with my cameras and being like, all right, everyone sit over here. So whatever you think is best, I'll certainly help however I can. I'll be a grip. But I don't know the best way to record this thing.
I worry that if it was my house, I feel a little more comfortable in the live streaming thing. But it's Wings' house, right? Didn't he have that static IP that gets DDoSed?
Oh, I was gonna go to a hotel and get that conference room.
Yeah.
Even so, and now we're talking about hotel internet. It's an environment that I don't own. I won't see beforehand. That's
I don't
the
think
challenge.
live streaming's the best. I mean, I'd be happy to come to your house. It's just a question of like that wasn't the original thing. Like now Wings has to travel to do a thing, which is different.
No. And then I think Jackie's still mad at Wings.
I know Jackie's still mad at Wings.
yeah.
So like that doesn't work. Maybe if yeah. So we need to do it there and probably record it with
we
like
should all...
DSLR and.
Yeah, I thought about how to do that. Like basically, I need like a Blackmagic Intensity or what is the competitor that everybody got sponsored by? What'd you say?
The Elgato?
Yes, like an Elgato, and then you could just like it'd be an HDMI output like anything else, like gaming or whatever, and just feed the HDMI into the Elgato into probably my Mac, and then split up the image with OBS and record it, and that would work. Yeah. And then of course the audio. Yeah,
I'm sure Wings would be down to try that moonshine. Like he doesn't have to get.
I don't know because see, here's the thing. Like Wings has the history of alcoholism, which I think turns him off to alcohol. So I don't think his thing is. It's either that or he's really against the taste of it, or maybe
I don't know.
both.
You guys right now have me interested. So I'm telling you, the way you guys are having this, I'm like, well, I would like to get drunk in 3 shots, not taste it. They have it taste like apple pie. That sounds great.
Yeah, but you're a reasonable human being. We're talking about Wings of Redemption right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. There was a big push to get me on Wings' podcast. And I was like, yeah, I'll go on. And I would go on. I'd absolutely do it. But I haven't had any invites.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
Yeah. For all the...
Who's all on that podcast? Him, White Boy, and...
Jive and a guy named Eddie the Chump.
I have been invited to be on it, and I wanted to be on it. I don't know if they'll see this. I wanted to be on it. It's just so difficult for me to schedule these things. Mm-hmm. And you guys have a tendency to just keep coming at me until I finally relent. I'm
that's
like,
gotta be Chiz.
Nice.
We got a Chiz.
You got to get a Chiz on you on their team.
But that's really what it comes down to. That's the only reason I'd say. Like, I'll do it. I'll do Total Biscuits podcast whenever he asks because, I mean, he's TB. I'm just gonna do whatever he asks. He's a great guy, and I'll be on here whenever I can too. Not only do I like you guys, but then, like you said, you got Chiz just literally hammering me. So
Chiz hounds.
It's like, if I do the show, he'll shut up for a few weeks.
Yeah, Chiz will ask us. He's like, you guys want Boogie? I'm like, yeah, get Boogie. He's like, all right, I'm going to get Boogie. And he doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Plus, I will be honest with you. Your audience is a great audience. You guys, your fans are great. Like, even the ones who don't like me are still, like, super respectful. They're like, oh, as long as he doesn't talk about the weight and stuff, I see what you guys say, by the way. I don't have a PR guy. I have to see it all myself. So I see the crazy shit you people say. But even like the worst comment that I'll find on the PKA subreddit is like, I was like, oh, it looks like I'll have to skip over 20 minutes of weight to walk. That's so nice. Your audience is actually really nice. I really like you guys.
I agree. They're great.
They're the best.
Kyle looks to the side and he looks hesitant.
I love that. You kiss-ass piece of shit. I love them. They're great. Fuck you, Taylor.
Oh, they treat me top notch. So I have no reason to dislike. And you should like them too, Kyle. They treat both of us great.
Whatever. Yeah, it's a good audience. I mean, it could be worth they're nitpicky about some stuff and they're silly when it comes to some stuff and immature, and sometimes they just don't get it, if that makes any sense. But for the most part, they're a very supportive, caring audience that really love the product that we're making, and that's why they're so passionate. Passion is the word for it, I guess, most of the time.
I try to keep it
mixed in, but
I try to keep it in perspective. You know, I get fussed at sometimes, and when I do, sometimes it's like the highest rated stuff. That, you know, like, remember all the good stuff too. You know, the bulk of this isn't about fussing about me. The bulk of it is positive stuff or things they'd like to see or good ideas. I just like, if there's a hate Woody day,
critical mass of audience size, there's going to be someone to say something crazy all the time. Like,
and a lot of times, the Woody hate isn't really so much that they like hate who I am. It's that there's an aspect they want fixed that they feel I'm responsible for, and that's something that doesn't come to Kyle and Taylor. You know, they just like if Taylor's mic is bad, Woody has a problem. If the topics aren't right,
I
Woody
agree.
has
Thank
a
you
problem.
for taking my side on that.
You know, if Kyle's internet connection makes him like pixelated, Woody has a problem. And so sometimes the fussing that comes towards me isn't because they don't like the essence of me. It's because I'm in charge of things aside from what I say.
It's because they see you as the head honcho.
Oh,
At the end of the day, though, you're talking about like if that's your worst fan, right? If the guy who's just like really passionate about the product, and so he wants to see changes that he feels is positive, or wants to see changes in your life that's positive. I will give you an example. I have a guy who posts on my subreddit all the time, and he can be very, very abrasive, but he's super passionate about not just the content that I create, but me as a person. And there have been a couple of times where on other subreddits, people have said something about me, and this person has had my back. And so, like, one time I called him out for being a dick because based on one of the things he was saying on my subreddit, and then 3 days later, he's just, like, rabidly defending me against some other people. It's nice having fans like that. It's scary sometimes, and sometimes it can really throw you off and irritate you and be frustrating. But if you really think about it, what a wonderful gift that is to have, that someone's that dedicated to you or your product. As long as they're not showing up my front door, knocking on our door, which has happened to us, by the way. As long as they're not getting you swatted or sending you pizzas, it's.
I had
it's
3
nice.
pizzas yesterday.
Really?
Like, yeah, none of them were prepaid, so I didn't like that.
Yeah,
but
that
yeah,
sucks.
the 3 different pizza delivery places.
Did you keep
came
any of
around.
them?
No. And at the time they were coming, my wife was making pizza. I'm like, I'm not going to get this random pizza while she's making it. And one of them, the name on the pizza was Bob Marley, and it came from an 800 number. And I was like, I'm sorry, you know, like this is the lay of the land. This is the people are playing a prank on us, and this is that. And he's like, I should have known. He shows me the receipt.
Marley.
It's like Bob Marley from an 800 number. I'm like, all right,
yeah, that's his problem.
Yeah, you should have known maybe.
Has it ever been a blessing in disguise when you got a pizza? Like, God, I'm so busy, I'm just so hungry, and then the doorbell rings, and they're like, hey, we have a pizza for Julius Caesar, and you're like, oh, thank God.
Never. That's never happened. Now, I've had a lot of pizzas sent to me paid for, right? Like, they send me pizzas. Even that, like, it's typically not the configuration that I wish I had. Like, it's a pepperoni pizza. Not the worst, but it just wasn't what I'd have picked. A lot of times when I live stream, it's right after dinner. Like, I tend to go live at like 8 p.m.-ish or 7 or 9 or whatever. I'm not feeling like a second dinner. And then here comes the pizza at the door. It's prepaid. I feel obligated to have like a slice or two because the stream sent it to my house, you know. And they think they gave me a gift when in reality,
yeah, they gave you carbs.
Pizza delivered right after dinner is not a gift that you want.
Yeah, they should send you breadsticks or like dessert or something. That'd be cool.
Ooh, ice cream.
I have a question. How much do you tip, or do you not tip at all, if it's a prank delivery and you're not paying for the pizza? Because I gave the guy $5 just for driving out there, and then told him, I don't know, are you supposed to tip in a prank situation?
No, you're supposed to tip when they go above and beyond the Call of Duty for you under a normal circumstance. That's it.
Wait, do you tip your pizza guy?
Yeah,
Well, so you don't tip as a standard?
That's delivery. They see that. No, delivery's different. Delivery's
that's what I
different.
meant as delivery.
Yeah, but I didn't order that delivery, so someone else owes him a tip, not me.
Okay, that makes sense.
I
Yeah,
feel
that'd be like if UPS brought a package to my house that wasn't for me. Like, no, he's not getting anything either.
We gave him $5 for him, and then called the place that couldn't talk to his manager and told him what was happening. And then I found out that you can do this. You can just call all the pizza places in your area and then tell them, please put on my account to this address no deliveries that are not prepaid. And now they just then they just don't deliver anything anymore.
I did that.
Yeah, and it still didn't work.
It didn't work.
No dice.
And
Yeah,
I'm
so
hoping,
that's definitely on them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't tip the pizza guy. I feel, I guess, a little bad about it now. But I also feel like if I made a habit of tipping the pizza guy, well, shit.
He'd make a habit of bringing those shit pizzas to you. Now,
Yeah.
now he's going to learn.
It's like, yeah, when I
bug hit me.
when I take
But
pizza.
that'd be the new prank. Get Woody to tip random people. You know, send a taxi out. What do you give him money? Send a pizza guy over. Send a Chinese food guy over. You know,
Uber drivers showing up all day.
What'd you say?
Uber drivers.
Uber drivers, yeah. Like I don't know. In my head, they intend to play a prank on me, and I've said this so many times, but they're really playing a prank on some small business owner who financed all this shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
At least with you, Woody, like it seems like, you know, if the stream's doing it and they prepay it, that they have like a good intent in mind. At least some of them do. With Boogie, like because you're working on losing weight right now, that's almost mean to send you like a bunch of pizza, you know? It's like sending a barrel of Robitussin to a meth head. Like, and just be like, oh, sign for this. Like, that's almost
I didn't
mean.
know that was a thing. Robitussin is a meth thing?
I believe Robitussin is how you make cheap shit meth. Is that not
Is it?
correct?
I don't know.
I never heard of that.
Well, remember Walter had this special way of using the what was that? Remember that? What was that chemical that they were always having to go after? The methylene. Methylamine.
Methylamine.
Yeah, he used methylamine instead of the Sudafed, the pseudoephedrine that comes in certain cough syrups and cold medicines. I guess. I think I got that right.
You weren't thinking of Sudafed, were you, Taylor?
Oh, Sudafed. Yep, you're right.
Oh, okay.
Or I don't know. Yeah, probably Sudafed.
I think.
Although you can make some drugs with cough syrup too.
lean.
Yeah,
Yep.
see, that's when I picked Lil Wayne as my celebrity that under 40 that I think will die next, because he used to have a real lean problem, and I remember he was having seizures because of it, because he was doing so much of it, and then he got clean, but then I've recently read that he's back on the lean again. So
That's a
Seems like
very dangerous thing to get involved in.
yeah,
It's not I think the
doing lean, wearing
like-
hoodies, you never know what could happen.
I don't
Yes.
understand what lean is. All I know is Skittles and Robitussin. Am I missing any ingredients?
Usually
tea?
I don't know.
some kind of like flavored fruit drink. Usually.
But I don't know anything about any bootleg drugs like that. That's it's.
Yeah, I don't do poor people drugs, Woody.
I mean, that's really got to be what it is, right? Like they're mixing soda and like cough medicine. Like, can't you get a real drug? Like, what is
Yeah.
that shit?
Somewhere out there in the middle of Kansas, there's just a trailblazer, just mixing and matching, just trying to find the next crystal
I
meth.
hear about people eating like random shrooms they found, and then having these dreams, and then having hallucinations about like spiders crawling out of their ears and all over their body and shit. And it's like, yeah, you ate a mushroom you found in some pig shit, bro. What'd you expect? Like, no, don't do that.
That can happen with like over-the-counter stuff. With God, when I was like, I think probably like 19 or 20, I had a horrible stomach flu, and I would like wake myself up retching. Like, just I couldn't get any sleep, and so I took like the recommended amount of NyQuil or one of those sleep aids. Didn't do shit. Took another one. Didn't do shit. Was still waking myself up retching. Took like another one, and like I woke up in the morning. It didn't feel like I existed or that I was real, and like I kept like opening my eyes and seeing like little dancing lines in the corners of my vision, and thinking that I like saw things like skittering. It was awful. Like that's stuff
Yeah,
that
doesn't sound fun.
Ambien messes you up like that too, right? They
Yes!
call it the walrus. Have you heard that
Okay,
term
so-
before?
So I don't know what the walrus is, but I can describe my experience on Ambien. So I took the Ambien and I fell asleep, but then I woke up like an hour, 2 hours later, and I had to piss super bad. That's totally what woke me up. Luckily, I didn't piss myself. But I get woken from this deep Ambien sleep by having to piss. And I start walking, leaving my bedroom, heading toward the bathroom. And at the time, I was sleeping downstairs, so I got to go up a flight of stairs to get to the bathroom. And it was like I was really drunk. I was stumbling around. Everything felt thick and foggy. Like it felt like it had 7 or 8 beers, and I did not like that. I definitely couldn't have driven a car. Yeah. I was messed up.
I've never had a sleep aid before, aside from like
Man,
melatonin.
yeah, melatonin, like from Turkey or whatever. It's really effective, and I could see how. I guess it's not non-habit forming, but I could see where like maybe you're not chemically dependent, but you're maybe like just dependent on it to go about your life. Like that's what makes your life work. That's how you're able to get up for work. That's how you're able to end your day. Because man, when you take it, you're ready for some sleep. If you ignore it, though, I'm told you go into a really scary, like trippy kind of.
So basically, it puts you on a clock of you've got 20 minutes to fall asleep, or you'll be horrified for 6 hours. And you're like, all right, gotta get to bed. Like,
Yeah,
Lay
yeah.
down.
It's either a sleep aid or like a weird kind of trippy drug, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't understand fucking around with stuff like that. Like, if
I would
anything,
take
those
2.
drugs. 2 Ambiens? How many are you supposed
Yeah.
to take?
I think I don't know how many you're supposed to take, but my girlfriend takes 1, and I was like, well, give me 2. I took 2. One would like make me really sleepy, but 2 would knock me the fuck out, and that's what I was going for.
How long do you sleep? Like 10 hours?
A normal amount of time, like 8-9 hours, and you feel really rested when it's over. I like it a lot. Like I mean,
Don't you need to
I
be
don't know if
prescribed
there's-
that?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any negative side effects or anything, but I've had all good experiences from it. But same thing with the Adderall. I don't take it regularly. I take it when I need a little help.
Yeah. Or you can take both at the same time. Have like an internal clash of the titans. Who wins? Do you fall asleep? Do you stay awake?
Yeah, take 2 Ambien and 2 Adderall. That would be.
Yeah, and then
That would be
tell them to send an ambulance on the way, and you'll be waiting outside. Like,
Yeah, you have a damn heart attack. Shit yourself.
yeah.
Terrible.
I have a topic. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. This was suggested by the PKA subreddit, and you have to pay attention. It's a story, and we're gonna rank the characters from worst person in the story to best. I did it in my live stream a little bit too, so the 1,000 of you that saw this already, sorry. Are you ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Abigale loves Tom, and Tom lives on the other side of the river. A flood has destroyed all the bridges across the river and has left only one boat floating. Abigale loves Tom, separated by a river. Abigale asks Sinbad, the owner of the boat, to bring her to the other side. Sinbad agrees, but insists that Abigale must sleep with him in return. So, rehashing, because there's a lot here. Abigale and Tom, separated by a river and flood. Sinbad says, you can use my boat, but you gotta fuck me. Abigale doesn't know what to do and runs to her mother to ask for advice. Her mother tells Abigale that she doesn't want to interfere with Abigale's business. In her desperation, Abigale sleeps with Sinbad, who afterward brings her across the river. Abigale runs to Tom, the boyfriend, to happily embrace him and tell him everything that's happened. Tom pushes her away strongly, and Abigale runs away. So, again, recap. Abigale fucks her way across the river. Sinbad, the recipient of that with the boat. Mom gives no advice whatsoever. And when she finally meets her boyfriend, he pushes her away and sort of, pushes her away strongly. Not far from Tom's house, Abigale meets John, Tom's best friend, the boyfriend's best friend. She tells her everything that's happened to him as well. John punches Tom, the boyfriend, for what he's done to Abigale and walks away with her. So, to recap, Abigale fucks Sinbad to get across the river to see her boyfriend.
Is this a riddle?
No, we're going to rank the people from worst person to best person. To recap, here, let me give you the thing so you can see it too. Abigale sleeps her way across the river. Her mom gives her no advice. When she finally sees the boyfriend, he pushes her away, so she walks away with the boyfriend's best friend. Ranking the people in this story, who's the worst person and who's the best person?
Sinbad's number 1
Is the worst.
is the worst. The best person is Tom, because to his knowledge, all that happened to him is he wanted to be with his girlfriend. She cheated on him and then tried to play it off like nothing happened.
Yep, I agree.
Really? I thought Tom was among the worst people. Because here's my
Nope.
pitch for it. Tom is... Oh, wait. You said Tom.
Which one's the original boyfriend?
Tom. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I said it. I heard... I was thinking John is among the worst people. I messed it up. So John's the best friend. John knows the scoop here. I can't figure out if Abigale was terrible or not. Right? Abigale loves
Abigail
her...
was stupid.
Yeah, Abigail's stupid, but not a terrible
Not
person.
terrible.
She loves her boyfriend. I don't think she wanted to cheat. I feel like she was like...
Is there one guy with a boat?
Yes.
One boat guy, and
It
it's Sinbad.
specifically says that. It says there's only one boat left floating. Oh, you have to hit your cameras. It'll come back shortly.
Yeah, so I definitely put Abigale as like the second
Boogie, can you hit your camera?
the second nicest person, if that makes sense. The person who's done the least wrong is definitely Tom, and then I think his girlfriend did the second amount of wrong things.
Hi.
If that makes sense.
We hear you.
Sinbad is definitely the worst person. I think that John is second worst person because he hit his friend and took his girlfriend. Like,
Yeah,
I agree.
bullshit.
John is among the worst. Who'd you say was the very worst? Sinbad?
Sinbad is the worst. He's because of the implication.
Bad comedian.
Because of the implication.
See, I'm not sure Sinbad's so awful because
Sinbad is a raper.
well, we covered this earlier in the show. He was really just. He says, "Yeah, I'll do it for you." He didn't rape her. He just wanted sex for payment.
He's really taking advantage of. He coerced her.
That's
yes,
what Adele's
very
manager did. I feel
not
like
Adele, Kesha.
Thank you, Kesha. I feel like there should be a new term coined for it, like sexual coercion or sexual. I don't know.
It's abuse of power or something like that.
Abuse of power, yeah.
So yeah, her mom did more wrong than she did. Maybe her mom. It's easy for me to say that the girl is stupid and blame it on that because that's what it just seems like based on the information we have. We don't have very much information about the mom. I would say the mom is stupid, but I feel like she should know by now, like what's up. She should know like she should know something about men, right? As presumably 30 or 40-year-old woman. So she should have known to tell Abigale, no, don't sleep around on your boyfriend. He won't like that at all. He'll see you and then push you away. Maybe back.
I pictured Abigale to be an adult. Like at least a young adult. Picture 21 or something.
I'm thinking star-crossed love. This is like a Romeo and Juliet thing. They're like 17 in my head because they haven't mastered getting across rivers yet.
Yeah, what year is this? Is there no bridge nearby?
What year is it?
It literally says it destroyed all the bridges.
How about you both just find someone on your side of the river?
All right. So I have a couple. I have a hard time with a few of these. I don't know how bad Abigale is. Right? If hypothetically, like I had to sleep with some woman in an effort to save my children from drowning, I don't know how this could play out. Then I don't think that makes me a normal cheater. That makes me, whatever.
Makes you a father, yeah.
Right?
What if you slept with a woman so that you could get to Jackie sooner? Because that's what we're talking about here.
That's so counterintuitive. It doesn't even make sense.
Exactly. No. Jackie's back in Jersey with family. All the bridges get destroyed except for one, right? This makes sense. And then this guy named Sinbad, the comedian, he comes up and he's trying. He offers you a way to get to your wife, but you have to blow Sinbad. And of course, you don't blow Sinbad because we'll figure a way across the bridge into Jersey at some point.
And Rob Thomas, watch. Rob Thomas, watch.
Rob Thomas is my bitch.
Yeah.
So
it's a great Sunny episode.
Who's the worst? Who's the worst one?
Sinbad.
Sinbad's the worst one. Even because I think you could make an argument for John. I think you could say John knew the scoop. He knew Abigale's. She's wounded. She's wounded emotionally. She's not a normal cheater. John takes advantage of the situation, hits Tom, and steals Tom's girl.
No, the reason I think John is a good guy is because, all right, so if we're being honest here, the fact that destroyed bridges prevents two people from getting together indicates that this is olden times. So the fact that she has fucked Sinbad probably means that it's going to be hard for her to find a new boyfriend, especially since Tom has already rejected her. So John is really swooping in, and in Game of Thrones when there's like a maid.
You're really adding a lot to this story that I don't think is
No, let him continue.
Really? It's not up for interpretation? We're in a place where a bridge being destroyed means you can't get to your boyfriend across it, and there's a guy named Sinbad with a boat who'll fuck you for passage. But I'm making a big leap to say that this is olden times.
This is like a Bible passage. You can read into whatever you want.
I'm imagining there are so few people in existence, kind of like Cain and Abel times, just post Garden of Eden, that she needs to get over there and get to Tom or whatever the fuck his name is, because there aren't many Toms around. But yeah, I'm going to say that John saw that here's a woman who's had her her chastity taken from her in this in this terrible way. She was trying to go for true love, and she was tricked by this Sinbad guy into fucking him. Maybe he promised her that, oh yeah, I'll get to your boyfriend, or you'll live happily ever after. She didn't have a support structure, and here's this John guy saying, taking pity on her and saying, I'll make you a what do they say?
An honest woman.
An honest woman, yeah.
Boogie?
That's what John's doing.
Boogie, did you tune out? I feel like you're doing your homework over there.
Because I can't follow puzzles like this. But how about this? All men are assholes. All women are whores. Fuck them all.
Yes. So everyone's on the bottom of your list.
Can we restart the call? I'm not getting Taylor and Kyle back.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Here we go.
Hello,
Let's hope this works out better. Kyle, did you answer with your mic thing, or you? Oh, Kyle's not picked up yet.
No.
There we go. All right, so this won't be too much longer. There, that worked out well. We just need Chiz to disappear and all the.
Yeah, that was a confusing problem, and I'm trying to look into it for a point, and I can't find it.
No parable there.
Like, if your girlfriend or wife fucks someone to get across the river to you, the old adage, look out for John. So.
I feel like all right. So I guess this topic flopped.
No. I'm trying to look for meaning.
I have a hard time stack ranking who's the most terrible in here. You get a mother who just doesn't mother. You get a best friend who steals the girl. You get John who doesn't understand the position that Abigale was in. Sinbad who really just made a contract that Sinbad is like a modern pharmaceutical company, right? So hear me out on this. If you need a life-saving drug, right, you will do anything to get that life-saving drug. Cost doesn't matter. You'll mortgage your house. You'll finance your future. You'll be in debt for the rest of your life. Chemo is insanely expensive.
Yep.
Because you have no choice. You buy the chemo or you die. It's crazy expensive. So Abigale here was willing to pay any price to Sinbad, the pharmaceutical company, because she had no choice. The price she was willing to pay was sleeping with Sinbad. What else was she going to do? To her...
Wait, because Tom was over there working away at his job to earn enough money to pay Sinbad. And Sinbad had already taken Tom's money, and then he fucked Abigale, and he got both.
Now you're
that's
making
why Sinbad's
stuff
the
up.
worst. Yeah, well, I mean, if I were writing a story, that's what would happen.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like Abigail's there dealing with the pharmaceutical company, and what's she going to do but pay the price? Because why would she live on without her boyfriend?
I don't know, man. She could have done something different. I
she
have a hard
could have
time
done
relating to a
anything
world
different.
in which crossing rivers is difficult. Like maybe she could have just got a sea-doo.
Did it have to be a river? You couldn't make this like all right, she's separated from her boyfriend for some unsolvable problem except for the
Delta Airlines.
Okay, what if she was on the wrong continent? What if Pangea became modern Earth, and now the one guy with the plane charged sex to get across from continent to continent?
That seems like a pretty good deal. That's not just a river,
Yeah.
That's a lot more value, a lot more bang for your buck.
I'm declaring you fuckers no fun. All three of you. All three of you. Yeah, not one of you.
I stack ranked mine. Yeah, I had it.
I did as well.
Sinbad's the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really just Sinbad is the worst, and the best is the guy who gets cheated on and then punched, and everybody else just kind of floats in the middle.
New topic. Yeah, this time Taylor comes up with it. Go.
All right. I'm going to have a lot of recaps. So Joshua has a girlfriend named Sarah, and Sarah lives in the other side of the castle. Yeah? And no, I don't want to go through a whole other one of those.
Thank you.
Yeah,
There'll be a lot of recaps.
Yeah.
So don't worry if you don't get it the first time.
No. I've actually got a flow chart over here. Let me go get that. Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised we haven't talked about Sanders yet.
Oh.
with him
talked about
tying. Or I guess we should only do that briefly because we did most of that on PKN.
Yeah, I don't care anymore, to be honest. Like, do any of us care? We all know it's going to be Hitler and excuse me, Hillary. See how that happened?
Hitlery, yeah.
I swear to God, that was an accident. That's just how it came out. We all know it's going to be Hillary. I just feel like we see Sanders already slipping. He's already lost 7 points since we saw the results in Iowa. I just
But
don't
gained a
think
lot
that
of
his-
money.
Sure, but not nearly as much as Hillary. I bet Hillary outgained him. Like his average donor I think is $30, something in there, and he's got so many of them. But I see it pointed out on his subreddit a lot that Hillary just got one donation that equaled like 300,000 of his donations. Like he can't outspend her. Her war chest is bigger. She's got the party behind her. It's gonna be her. So
Yeah.
I'm done even being silly about the Sanders guy because, I mean, I'll sit and watch. It could still happen, but it's that 15% outside chance, the same as it is for anybody who's a dark horse candidate like that. You know, he might as well be a third party guy. I just don't see him pulling that many conservatives over to his side to win in a primary election. Trump falling behind surprised me a bit. I guess not appearing in that election maybe made him look weak. Maybe the Iowa voters take that stuff very seriously. So we'll see how Trump fares in New Hampshire. I think that'll be pretty telling.
It's interesting.
And then South Carolina is big too. I feel like too. I want to see what they do in the South because the South matters.
Is it any surprise that I'm all about feeling that burn right now? Is that a big surprise?
Well, you're from Arkansas. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in Arkansas, obviously, I mean, Clinton might have a chance in hell, but this is definitely a red state, so I definitely see whoever the Republican candidate is winning. But, man, I got to say, Bernie Sanders says a lot of the things that Jimmy Carter said, and Jimmy Carter said a lot of the same things that Roosevelt said. He's got a fairly good platform, and the platform of it's going to cost me specifically money to pay for it, but he just really, like, calling what he wants socialism is not really fair. It's just him wanting to get us caught up with the rest of the first world countries.
That's a self-ascribed label that he gives himself, though.
Right, I'm just saying that it's almost unfair because he's almost wrong because it's just what every other first world country now benefits from. We're behind so far, you know? It's like if we didn't have roads and this guy's platform is let's build roads, well, he's running a platform of let's have healthcare, let's have an education. That's pretty basic shit now. So let's do that, you know?
Yeah, we've beaten this horse to death and into a pulp at this point. It's putrid, it's smelly, it's all over us. But we all agree that Sanders is the most honest and genuine and trustworthy candidate. You know, just add a synonym. But the
How do
problem
you like
is
your
that
topic now, Taylor? We've beaten it to dead into a bloody, stinky pulp.
Yeah.
It's still going, and there were no riddles, no stack ranking of Abigale and Steve.
Purple pulp. It's infectious. I'm tired. I'm so sick of tired of political talk. And this isn't a shot at either of you or anyone who brings it up because
It's a shot at Taylor.
Topical. It is a topical thing. But
Thank you, Woody.
But yeah, fuck that. Fuck all that. I just don't care anymore. I don't care who wins. I want it to be Trump because it's entertaining, and that's just the truth. I want it to be Trump because it's entertaining.
He's not entertaining at all. He's simple, obvious comedy. He's an SNL skit. He's beaten it. It's not even funny. It's low-hanging fruit.
Skit, first of all, SNL skits are funny a lot of the time. Second of all, if you had an SNL skit for your commander-in-chief, it would be fucking hilarious. Like, we're not talking about let's turn on YouTube and watch an SNL skit. We're talking about, oh shit, it's time for a presidential address with President Donald J. Trump outside of Trump Towers. Yeah, he's in his chopper right now doing a presidential address because he's a fucking asshole. He's such a buffoon, such an asshole. I want to see him. I want to see him as president. I think it'd be great.
It would be more entertaining for me, and I agree with you because of that. I really don't think he'd get anything done anyway.
He's been a candidate for what, 6 or 8 months now? Has it been funny yet? Like, I don't remember any funny stuff. I haven't.
Yeah, it's been funny to me.
The Rosie O'Donnell comments were hysterical.
He called Megyn Kelly what's the B word?
Bimbo?
Bimbo. Called her a bimbo last week.
That's funny? Yeah. Like, that's not...
Yes.
No.
Yes, it's outrageous.
I'll give you outrageous maybe a little bit. I get that They called him a carnival barker or something like that. But this isn't funny. This isn't like on the level of things that are funny. It's just normally presidential elections on a scale of 1 to 10 are ones, and this is like 2-ish.
Bullshit. No, this is
100%.
Normally they're like a. Hey,
I will say something.
There's never
no
been an
one.
election like this. It's crazy.
I will say something that number one, there has been an election like this. We had a celebrity run. It was Ronald Reagan, and it was fucking weird then, and it's fucking weird now when you got Trump doing it. Secondly, when you really look at Trump's plan, it's not that crazy. The financial plan is not complete lunacy. Like, everything he says is lunacy, but the people who built this financial plan is almost reasonable. I mean, we don't really have one from Clinton, and Bernie Sanders' plan will work, even though it's going to cost some higher class citizens
$18
money.
trillion.
Well,
right.
It really comes down to, like, if you look at Medicaid for All, will actually save most people money, an average of $2,100 per home over their current health care premiums, and the people who can't afford health care will have the option of just paying their minimum tax and then getting health care, and that's going to really help those people. They won't pay penalties under Obamacare. But the fact that Trump does want to force people to keep their money in America, I like that. That's the one thing I like about what he wants to do. And it would work if he did that. If he made those jobs come home somehow, that would actually be awesome.
Yeah. He'd end up being a great
I like that
president.
he's going to keep.
Yeah.
I like that he's keeping the Muslims out. That's a big one for me. That's a big deal.
Yeah, the big thing is just more white people. You know?
Right, yeah. Like,
See, Taylor's funnier than Trump is.
and that's my problem. At the end of the day, I can't abide by racists. I mean, everybody's a little bit racist, right? Everybody's a little sexist. Everybody prefers their religion over anybody else's religion because obviously their religion is the correct one. But that said, like, at least most of us have the decency not to say that in front of the entire goddamn country.
Not on PKA. What am I looking at, Kyle?
Is that a pot? What is that?
Pancake.
A marijuana pancake.
It's a regular pancake. It's
Yeah.
syrup.
Yeah, I know you. You eat regular-sized foods in that portion size. You know.
Yes, I would like one single silver dollar pancake, please.
These are big
I don't know syrup.
pancakes.
You know.
It's
I didn't
not
make
small.
these. Anyway. These are delicious. Well, I think that's a show right there.
I had one more topic.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know
give
if
me
it's.
the topic.
I just had it stacked up, and we won't be able to use it as it leaves the. It's kind of tied into the Fine Brothers thing. I have it here at a timestamp, so get to 132. It should take you right there, and we'll watch for a minute. Oh, and let me put this on the big
Behind
screen.
the scenes of My Life Sucks.
Yeah, the premise of the whole video is how like a couple bad things happen to him, and he's just going to persevere and keep going. But he talks about one of the bad things, and it's relevant. Are you guys ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right. If you're at 132, ready, set, play.
Now, this week was super important to us because it is our best of video, the best of Devin Supertramp. It represents our entire year of working nonstop with our entire crew. So we are so excited about this video. And the reason why this video is so important because it represents our experiences with you, our fans. It represents all our hard work, but we also use that video to get all the jobs for the rest of the year. Basically, we'll reach out to different companies, or they'll see those videos. They'll say, because of this video, we want to hire you to do more videos. So it represents our work. It's a demo reel, is what they say in the biz, in the film industry, if you will. So our company, Devin Supertramp, it consists of a lot of people. A lot of people being 6 or 7 people, which to me is a lot of people because I originally started off by myself. But with that being said, is most of the people on our team, people like Carter, Tyson, they have families. Carter has a baby. He has another baby on the way. Adorable baby. So they all have families, and we use our YouTube business, Devin Supertramp, creating cool films that we give out for free. But we've used that to basically make it so we can provide for our own families. So that's why this video is so important to us, our best of videos, because that's how we get our income for the rest of the year. Now, so we put a lot of time, a lot of energy into this video, and when we released the video, 2 days later, And just for the record, these videos are always some of our highest performing videos because it represents everything that we do. 2 days later, after releasing our video, it was already one of the most liked videos we had ever done as far as within a time frame. Within 2 days, it had 28,000 likes, and it had over 400,000 views. And then we go on, and we basically sent out an email to everyone we worked with for the year saying this is what we did last year. And then all of a sudden, we start getting really cool business opportunities. Now, we sent that email out on, I think it was Wednesday, and then we get onto YouTube in the morning, and the YouTube video that we created and spent the entire year creating was gone. Just like that. Absolutely no warning whatsoever. It was just gone. And we had no idea where it went. We went onto our YouTube video, like kind of through the feed, and on our feed, it was just basically our thumbnail. It was just a blank picture, and the title wasn't even there. We couldn't even click on it or edit it to figure out what was going on. So we checked our email, and we still didn't know what was going on. And then our MCN, our multi-channel network, is what that stands for. They're basically a company that represents you within the YouTube space and other spaces as well. But they basically help put ad revenue on your channel, so they know a lot about the kind of the backstory of what's going on. So we contacted them. We started working with them, and we found out that another company had claimed our video and then actually taken it down, and we didn't even know that this was even out there, but they had the power to take it down because they trademarked a phrase, the phrase "people are awesome." They made it so they could copyright and own that phrase, so whenever anyone uploaded anything that had that in there, they could instantly take it down, no questions asked. They wouldn't even give us a chance to basically defend ourselves. And just like that, it was all gone. And so we contacted them, and then Fullscreen was awesome with helping this process. And we actually contacted YouTube as well, because we didn't understand it, but we found out that people can copyright phrases, "people are awesome." And it was another company, the company that owns that trademark, Duchene, they were the ones that came after us right away once we released that video, because on the title of our video, it was titled "People Are Awesome, Devin Supertramp Edition 2015. We feel that's exactly what our video represented, is amazing people doing awesome things. So they trademarked that, I guess a little bit earlier in the year, or maybe it was a year before that. They had just trademarked that though, and so anyone that uploads anything with that in the title, they have the right to instantly take down your video. And they said it was destroying their brand, or having some effect like that. So how that does that, I don't know, but they had the power to do that. So we're like, well, let's fight this. So we were able to contact Jukin, and what we were told is that if you use the word in your video, "people" or "awesome," we can take it down because it's too similar to our copyrighted phrase already, because their goal is to build something else outside of that. So it was super frustrating for us when we're building our entire career out of this, we're supporting our families with this, and then someone just like that without any warning can take down our video. Not stoked on it. And actually, there's very few things that make me legitimately mad. The reason I didn't do this video right when it happened is because I wasn't happy about it at all.
Ready, set, pause. So I've watched this whole thing, and I can tell you that he calls them and says, can we change the name? Like from "people are awesome" to "aren't people awesome?" They say no. He's like, well, can we change the name entirely to Devin Supertramp?
People?
Devin Supertramp 2015, and they said no to that. Like they flat out made him take down and re-upload the video, which is a bummer because videos. I'm not an expert on the YouTube algorithm, but they have a certain momentum. If you download and re-upload a video, I've had to do that for PKA. It loses the SEO that it would have had. It's much better to have a video with 1 million views than 2 videos with 500,000 views, because a 1 million view video is likely to get recommended and sort of have a better long tail, and things go better that way. In the extreme, I'd way rather have a video with 1 million views than 10 with 100,000, because those 100,000 ones are going to be getting 100 views a month and just sort of fade away. So they made him take down his video and re-upload it, and that's a thing. It was very similar, I thought, to what the Fine brothers were trying to achieve, with the React thing. And they would have to take down all that stuff.
Yeah, that's shitty. That's shitty.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and say, I mentioned these guys in my Fine Brothers wrap-up video, and fuck these guys. It's just, there's no other way really to put it. Trademarking a common phrase is really messed up. People are awesome is a phrase that you can easily use in the English language. Trademarking something like Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, even PKA, right? Like whatever. Trademark Woody's gamer tag. Nobody's walking around saying, "Hey, Woody's gamer tag 300 times a day, 500." That's anybody that trademarks a common phrase like that. You are a trademark troll. You're acting like a piece of shit. Stop. I think that's basically it.
You're old enough to remember phone books. What if I trademark "Let your fingers do the walking"?
Okay, that is not a common phrase. That is a phrase that they created. So that's the thing. If I create a phrase called "Put your fingers in the poop chute," and then I make that synonymous with my brand, "Put your fingers in the poop chute." Not a lot of people are saying that. That's not a common phrase.
Professional Russian,
right? Put a fingers in the poop chute. Right, right.
I trademarked that.
Create a phrase, trademark it first, then market it and make it common, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way you do that. But don't take a phrase such as jerking off. That's a phrase that everybody uses. Don't try to create the jerking off brand of jerk off devices. That's a terrible decision. Yeah. You will probably not get the trademark. If you do, people will hate you when you abuse it, when you use it. That's what happened to the Fine Brothers. That's what's happening to the People Who Are Awesome guys. That's what will happen to you forever if you ever do that. You know?
Yeah.
That's why Google asks creators of content to not call it Googling in a TV show. And they will enforce that trademark occasionally. And the reason being is because right now Google means the company. But if you use it enough to mean searching, eventually it becomes synonymous with searching, and their trademark becomes invaluable. It becomes not valuable anymore, and they lose it because they can no longer enforce it. That's what happened to Xerox. That's what happened to, I think there's like an example of 5 or 6 other companies that have had, Escalator is another one. Everything is an escalator now. Everything that lifts you up via stairs is an escalator. That was a brand name.
Yeah, Xerox became synonymous with copying.
Right. And so, I mean, that's the way that you're supposed to enforce your trademark, right? But not keeping YouTubers from mentioning or reviewing your products or taking a chunk of what you create via Nintendo's program.
To play devil's advocate, and I love Devin Supertramp, but don't you think that he named it People Are Awesome in an effort to sort of get SEO associated with somebody else's brand? Do you think that he just stumbled upon, like, didn't know, People Are Awesome? Everyone kind of knows what that is, right? Compilations of whatever. He was putting it in a compilation of his own work, but felt like it was in the People Are Awesome genre, and it is. It's very close to the kind of video People Are Awesome use Devin Supertramp's stuff. I just thought of that. Devin should have copyrighted the fuck out of him.
Yeah, they've used my stuff.
Have they? Yeah. I feel like you could start attacking them, taking down their videos left and right, until they let you back up. But anyway, what Devin did was he saw that People Are Awesome was a category of videos that did really well, and then wanted to be in that category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I'm being honest, he's a YouTuber, right? Like,
yeah,
I know what People
very
Are
good
Awesome
one
is. I just mean that, like, he knows what's going on. He was familiar with People Are Awesome prior to this. So yeah, if I'm being honest, I would say it's very likely that he was trying to take advantage of some of that SEO, and it looks like it bit him in the ass big time. If I were him, I would have taken such a big gamble with such an important video. That's how I honestly look at it. But I like Devin Supertramp in his videos, and if I'm being 100% honest, I'm like, well, did this really damage the People Are Awesome brand? Maybe not, but I feel like he was definitely going to profit through some sort of confusion there. So I could see their side of things as well. Yeah.
Yeah. On Devin's defense, I'm going all over the place. I too would have not recognized the risk. In hindsight, maybe now I will. Maybe now, the next time I can't think of another like People Are Awesome or React like series. If I wanted to call something Epic Rack Battles, and it was like me and Wings, then my eyes are open now that that's probably something that could get me in trouble.
If you started a channel called Epic Grill Time, and you're got me a bottle of Jack in my big ass propane grill, like Harley's gonna be pushing some buttons over there.
Yeah. Like,
what would you do if somebody started a channel called like FPS Somalia and every episode was an AK-47?
They've done that. That's funny. I like.
I made a parody of Epic Mealtime called Francis Mealtime, and it's my understanding that Harley saw it and thought it was hilarious. So that's exciting. But I will. Like parody is fine, and parody is protected by the law, which is even better. And if you make Epic Grill Time and it's a grilling series, it really will come down to how much of your format they steal and how much if you design it to look like their show and as confusable by their show, then they have a legal standing. Unless it's parody, then it's designed to look like their show but be outlandish and lampooning, and then they don't have a legal standing. If it's your own thing and the name is just similar, you could probably get away with Epic Grill Time. You would probably win that court case.
People are awesome though. But the nature of what Devin Supertramp does is like a compilation of Devin Supertramp videos is like a compilation of People Are Awesome. They're just very similar.
He could have said people are amazing, but he said people are awesome. And for that.
I will say that it may be possible that he made a mistake. And I've never heard of People Are Awesome until this. But this is what
you
is
didn't?
so... No, I never heard. Yeah, I hadn't heard him until this controversy.
I bet they have several videos with 10 to 25 million views.
I straight up called him evil in a video today. So
I bet most videos with 10 or 25 million views you've run across. I bet they've got a couple in that class.
But I didn't pay any attention to the brand. If I saw that video, I'd never paid attention to People Are Awesome or recognize it as a brand. I just saw it as a common phrase, such as reacting to thing. I didn't know that was a phrase anybody was going to attempt to trademark. That's crazy. It's just a thing people do. People are awesome. Yes, they are. That's just a fact to me. That's not a brand.
Yeah.
Google is a brand. That's trademarking. And Google had a previous definition, right? But it was an unused definition.
Didn't. What was the previous definition of Google?
It's a large number. It's 100 zeros.
A Googol you're thinking of.
I think it's just a Google, right?
I think it's just a Google.
I don't think so. Let me check.
Let's see if I can define Google.
We have 3 against 1 here, thinking Google is a large number, and although the accountant is saying
it might be a Googolplex.
He does know his numbers, although he doesn't know how many commas they have.
Right.
It's spelled Googol. Google. A Google is 10 to the 100th power.
Somewhere in the middle. It's spelled differently. Shit. Why did I
pronounce the same?
I knew the word Google, or at least I thought I did, before the company. And now I'm doubting myself.
I think it's Googol. That sounds right? Like that's the number.
I'm on the Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Oh, Googolplex is the number 10 to the power of Google.
Gotcha.
What the fuck are these people doing with their lives, these mathematicians? Get over it. You're just inventing bigger numbers. Oh, what's 10 to the power of a Googolplex, huh? Ooh, Googolplex.
Google. Right.
You're on the Wikipedia page. Googala. I thought that was it, and now I can't find anything about it. Maybe I was wrong.
Long story short, let me say that this is a fascinating time to be a YouTuber. And if you're interested in what we deal with on a daily basis, it's a fascinating time because it's about to get real shitty. Because you are now finally seeing the corporatization of YouTube. And we've been seeing it in the last year as your Jimmy Fallons and your Jimmy Kimmels and your Ellen shows move into the territory, right? And then you see smaller YouTubers, your PewDiePies and your Markipliers creating their shows, and then YouTube Red creating shows behind that paywall. And then you see big organizations like BuzzFeed spamming the shit out of YouTube. And so those guys are on that corporate level too. Then you have the people that YouTube have picked up and lifted up, even though they earned it on their own. I'm not saying they didn't, but YouTube has helped pick them up, like the Jenna Marbles and those types of people who are getting that YouTube red carpet treatment. And everyone that's not currently in that bubble, you're going to be clawing real hard to get yours.
I feel like that's been the case forever.
It's been that. Well, that's what I'm saying. We really saw it start, I guess, a year and a half ago, and now it's That's
There's
just
been
how
a
it
few
is.
injections of funding, and I've talked to people that I shouldn't give sources, but it's not like I'm plugged into the know exactly. But I would hear like dollar amounts that these channels would get, smaller channels, but just because of what they did or who they knew, and tens of thousands of dollars. And sometimes there was a couple instances somebody told me that one channel got like, call it $60,000 of seed money, development money that was his to do with as he pleased, but it was for developing the channel, and he just spent it on a house. He just spent it on his house.
So like back when related channels popped up, remember YouTube came with the new format and there were related channels on the side. You could put your friends in there, and then you could put related channels. Those related channels were always giant. They were like the PewDiePies and Jenna Marbles and the who's the big makeup woman?
Michelle Pham.
That's who I'm thinking of. Michelle
Right,
Pham.
right.
Like those were the related channels, and it's like, oh my God, life is so unfair. Like I never get to be a related channel. It's always these giants. Before that, the homepage format, which benefited FPS Russia a lot, it seemed like you had to be a superstar, and then you make it to the homepage or a cheat, and those things, like those people that made the homepage all the time would get boosted in a really big way.
Loved it.
It
So
always
great.
seemed like there was there's the people who do well, the people who don't do well, and then the people who do really well
Right.
get a lift that you haven't seen ever before. I don't think this is something new.
I don't want to make an enemy over there at YouTube, and I certainly don't. But if you think for a sec, I genuinely believe that the game is rigged in favor of certain people who meet certain criteria that YouTube feels. And I mean, Susan will tell you that right there. She stood there on the stage of VidCon one year and said that there are certain people who we are putting on billboards or we're putting on the talk show circuit because we want to prove that YouTube can make real celebrities too. And if she's doing that, obviously they're also doing the other thing. People get weighed more heavily in the system. There's a system that very few people even talk about called super likers. And if one of these super likers like one of your videos, it will do severely better than a previous video. That's a program that's very, very hush-hush. It's not talked about. The algorithm is not 100% fair. Now, it's still fair because anybody can create content. And you can still do something. But the statistical chances of you breaking into the Markiplier Jacksepticeye level is real slim now.
I felt like that old homepage was fair to a certain extent. Now, it was easily manipulatable. That's what we found in the end. But
Right.
there's something to be said about putting a spotlight on the video that got the most views for that day. Regardless of what it's about or who made it, whether it's the world. I remember one day it was the World Trade Center, I'm sure, if there was a YouTube then. But, if there's a disaster, if there's a tsunami, whatever, that's going to be the most viewed video. But then again, it could be, a Kardashian tripping and falling. It could be anything. I liked that, and I liked the most favorited. But that quickly, that guy with the favorite bot became an issue, and I'm sure there were many others. That
Yeah,
seemed
and
to be a
like
problem.
the current algorithm we have right now weighs two things very heavily. The first is the watch time that your channel has overall. So if they're watching multiple videos in a row or you're uploading long form content, the sweet spot is 10, 12 minutes. You want to reach at least 10 minutes average watch time for your channel. That will clue you in on YouTube Red Money, and that'll include or if you're going to watch them like my short form content if they watch 3 or 4 videos in a row, which sucks because I've never used end cards and I don't like using end cards, but whatever. The other is frequency of upload, and so a lot of people are getting heavily punished, like animators or people who create music. They're getting heavily punished because they can't upload as often as YouTube would like them to. And that algorithm was created as a response to the Reply Girl thing, which was 3 or 4 years ago now, right? Do you guys remember the Reply Girl?
Oh, we spoke at length about that recently.
Yeah, last
Right.
week I think.
So in order to push that kind of content down and push the other stuff up, that's what they've done. Watch time and they don't really care about views anymore. They don't really care about likes anymore. They only care about watch time and frequency of upload.
Watch
to the
time is
channel.
a function of views, right? Like my understanding is if you have like 100,000 hour-long watches, that's I should make my numbers smaller. If you have 1,000 hour-long watches, that's comparable to 250 15-minute watches. Like they just
Right.
care about the watch time on a video.
Right.
put
And
that together.
it's weird because like sometimes I'll upload long form content like an unboxing or a panel I did at a con, and then that will be my most bled into video as the next, up next is this panel I did. And the problem is the fans will watch it to begin with. They'll be like super excited, and 50,000 of them will watch it, and it's an hour long, and they'll watch the entire thing. Then it gets recommended to everybody that's new to the channel. They don't want to watch me for an hour. The first thing all they've seen is a Francis video. And they want to see more Francis. They don't want to see me answer questions at Retropalooza. And so they start to do tragically well, or tragically poorly, because the watch time on it's 30 seconds. They're like, I'm not going to watch this shit. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, that's the thing that a lot of people who watch YouTube don't really understand. There's always this constant song and dance with the algorithm and with PR and with hackers and fucking all this stuff. You're always dealing with that's the real time consuming.
One of the scary things is that you can change YouTube can change the rules any day, right?
Yep.
So I've got two guys in my head right now that are doing super, super well. The Game Theorist. Do you watch his channel at all?
Oh yeah, I love Matt Pat. I love Gaijin Goomba. I love everybody over that channel. Yeah.
So he makes really good videos. Just lay that out there. I like his videos. When I see one, I'm like, I get really absorbed. I almost always watch him to the end. His watch time must equal his video length nearly every time.
Yep.
Something about the pacing of it gets you to watch for 12 to 15 minutes. And then so he nails you on that. And the length of it is right for the long ads. The length of it is right for the watch time. It seems, now his content is great, but I feel like his content is heavily influenced by the way that YouTube rewards content. There's a reason his videos are that long. It's not just because that's the exact amount of time it takes to make his point. He structures his point in some way that makes it take the right amount of time.
Ooh, I could probably get in trouble for saying what I'm about to say. And Matt, if you ever hear that I said this, please do not get angry at me. But I will tell you that Matt is a fucking genius when it comes to the YouTube algorithm, when it comes to what it's looking for. And he shares it with like his immediate friends. And it doesn't always help them very much. But for the most part, it's a closely guarded secret because he's smart enough to figure it out based on looking at his own analytics. That's where I think it comes from. And you're absolutely right. I know for a fact. And when somebody asked him at Retropalooza, I was on a panel with him, and somebody asked him, what can I do to improve YouTube? His answer wasn't, well, upload consistently and be cheerful and smile a lot. It was 10 minutes of technicals. Because that's what YouTube is to him. It's a puzzle to be figured out because the guy's a fucking genius.
Yeah. So now another guy, Great Under A. Now, I don't think he does it as intentionally as Matt, I didn't even know his name, does. But his videos are all just the right length, and they seem to get you to watch to the end. His channel crushes it. He gets more views than subs, which is an uncommon thing.
He's hysterical too.
Yeah. But his videos are just what YouTube is looking for right now. And like sometimes during my YouTube career, YouTube has changed what it wants many times. At least 3. Right now they like long form video for some reason. I don't know why they prefer it, but they seem to. If you make 3-minute long videos, which I enjoy, I've been watching a lot of Demolition Ranch and Vet Ranch and stuff. That's not what YouTube wants you to make anymore. No. He does great, but his videos are all like 3 to 5 minutes. And YouTube's not looking for that. If they change their mind, then he's going to start getting 10 million views a video, and the Game Theory channel is going to start getting 100,000 views a video. Yep,
I'm looking at Grade A Under A right now, and I've been watching this I'm caught up. Every one of these videos has a watched a signal over it. But look at this: things I find stupid, 1 million views. Prank channels, 1 million views. Nicole Arbor, 2 million views, and this is from a guy with still under 1 million subscribers. So yeah. It's exactly that. And look, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes. That's the sweet spot. Mm-hmm. And another way that I know that that's a sweet spot is because Rhett and Link have a TV show called Good and Mythical Morning, and it does superbly well with the current YouTube algorithm. And it's always right about 12 minutes. That's where you want to target. And people watch to the end because they want to see the Wheel of Mythicality. They want to see what their end card, and they want to see what stupid thing they're going to do at the end.
God, I'm going to take a shot at Great Under A, and I'm going to get blasted for it. But You don't find that he just complains about other people every video? It's not my
He
cup
does.
of tea.
He does, and there's a lot of griping about other YouTubers and a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
But people love that, right? Like everybody loves
Apparently, yeah.
You know?
And
I mean,
heck,
I-
I've got a bunch of watch symbols over him too, so maybe I love it and just deny it.
that. You know, I
But-
mean, like for example, I hate even ever bringing them up because I know I'm going to get like a bunch of negative feedback when I say it. But you look at Keemstar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Keemstar, you know, he fucks up pretty often, man. And when he fucks up, I'm going to call him on it. You know that, Keem. That said, it's difficult to not watch a show when it's recommended to you because that shit's fascinating to see what crazy shit other YouTubers are doing, what crazy shit's going on in the community. It's just fascinating. I think it's just human nature to want to know
I don't
that
think
shit.
he executes on the format really well because he's not a very good reader, and he gets news stories wrong, like calling people pedos that aren't pedos.
Yeah, that
several
was
times.
fucking bad. That
Yeah.
was so bad.
But he invented a format that was on target. He invented a format that people like. So
You take it one step further away from what he's doing, and then you have what Grade A is doing, and that is considerably more interesting to me and more enjoyable to me because it's that, but with an actual opinion built into it too, you know. And I love that shit. I just love Grade. He's just fucking funny. That's what really makes Grade funny.
Yeah.
He's just funny.
If you were in
know,
my
that's
shoes,
what's-
you'd think Drama Alert has an opinion built into it too.
Well, yeah.
Whenever he mentions me and all he does is like read things I wrote, I'm like, oh, thank God, that's not even bad. When he's like, well, this part's not verified, and then he like invents something, that's when it gets ugly.
I still watch DeFranco for the same reason I watch Grade A too. I've been watching a lot of Philip again lately. I've been watching him since he was SXy Phil, you know, or Sexy Phil or whatever. But his show is exactly that. It's a little bit of YouTube drama. It's a little bit of celebrity shit. It's a little bit of sports. And it's in that nice little 10-minute bite-sized chunk. And I'll put it on and play a game of Hearthstone. And that's what brings me to it is just that little bit of drama, that little taste of drama.
Yeah, we had him on last week. He's a good guy, good guest.
I like him
Okay.
a lot. Yeah.
I will tell you that, and I hate to say this, I thought he was going to be a bit of a jerk the first time I met him because he, when I was watching his content, I thought, oh, he's going to be like kind of gruff and kind of whatever. And I bet in real life he's just not that great of a person to know. And then I met him at VidCon, and he was nicer to me than any other person at VidCon. And I've never met a mean YouTuber. I just want to make that very clear. Nobody's ever been anything but nice to me.
That's actually true, yeah.
But Philip was like so nice. He's like showing me baby pictures, and he introduced me to the wife, and he's just like, "Oh, Boog, I'm so proud of you. I see your channel's doing well." And he's like, "How many views you're up to?" And he's just complimenting, and he's like, "I love the France." He was just so nice, and I felt to this day I feel bad that I thought that about him because it's so far off base, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think of him as one of the good guys. But then I also like, do you remember Will of DC?
No, I don't remember well.
He used to do like a YouTube news like sort of update thing.
He was very obsessed with me. He liked me a lot. I met him at VidCon, and I gave him a pair of FPS Russia panties, and he was very happy to have them.
Yeah, for himself.
Yeah, of course.
I like Will of DC too, and I know that he and Phil had friction somewhere along the way. I don't know what the core of it is, but yeah, he works for EA now, and I did a thing with EA, and like he was I guess you'd call him our handler. You know, he just made sure that we were going to get to where we needed to be, and he was running the thing. It was cool. I was like, I don't know. I was a little
You want
starstruck.
to call this?
All right, we'll call it.
I only say it because I'm sitting in this chair, and like my back is just fucking killing me. Like I keep shifting positions and moving this pillow like under me, and it just keeps hurting.
That's all right.
Well, the good news is I made it to the end of a PKA. I normally have to check out of these things early, but I just
Impressive.
decided, what the hell? Let's see if we can
Yeah.
get through the whole thing. I have the same problem. This lower back man is screaming at me.
I
But-
hurt mine on a diving board when I was like 13. It made a cracking noise, and it hurts in like certain weird. If I sit wrong, or in like if I have to sit in the back seat of a truck that's not like a full back seat or something, and my knees are higher than like my ass, if that makes sense, sitting, it starts hurting, and it's just excruciating. I should probably get a doctor to look at that, but it's not a thing that like affects day-to-day life.
Lower back talk.
Remember, preventative care. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right?
Get that preventative care, because I'll tell you, if I had the capacity and the money to go to a doctor when I first had this injury that's led to what this is, I would hate the fact that I didn't treat it back then. I hate it every day. So,
well, check out our sponsors down below. Boogie, what would you like everyone to go check out? What would you like to plug?
I'm still making YouTube content on the daily, 5 days a week at youtube.com/Boogie2988. And that's a fairly tame version of myself. If you prefer to see the kind of thing I am doing here on PKA and talking about the types of things I talk about, check out my Twitch channel. I stream 5 nights a week, generally very late at night, but that schedule may change. I play a bunch of H1Z1 and I troll in there. I screw with people. I play whatever feels good. I play whatever game is popular, whatever I feel like playing. More importantly, though, I sing and I dance and I make a complete ass out of myself. And a lot of people seem to think it's really super fun to watch. It's twitch.tv/Boogie2988. I'd love it. You can follow me on Facebook, Twitter. Those are my 2 primary things, Boogie2988. And you can watch me get really screamed at a lot by feminists there if you like, because that's funny. That happens to me a lot. So,
yeah, it's too bad they didn't find that vagina, or you'd have had it made.
I know. I know.
I like the way we ended that. PKA episode 268.